Some powerful images from Hurricane Nicole as it approaches the east coast of Florida. I'm meteorologist Jen Carfagno live in Cocoa Beach, and we are awaiting landfall just off to our south, but that's not really going to allow us to escape here some of the worst of Nicole as it continues to come in. The story of Nicole has been what a large and powerful system it has been. The size has been key. The timing has been key as well. It is approaching Florida at a time when we're having some of our highest tides of the year, which is why the coastal concerns have so far been one of the biggest problems with Hurricane Nicole. Now, that has been a story of the last several days. The story today and then going forward will be a combination of the coastal erosion and all the problems that have happened because of the onshore wind and waves. But also now we've got the wind spreading across the peninsula, and in the coming days will be spreading up through the southeast, up into the northeast, accelerate actually, and it will be moving fast. So we've got a lot of ground to cover when it comes to who will be impacted by Hurricane Nicole and as it continues to push inland later this morning. Now, some of the peak winds that we've seen, we've been watching some really gusty conditions here. Now winds have been sustained at 38, gusting higher than that at Cocoa Beach. 56 miles per hour was the last peak wind that we saw. We've had gusts into the 60s. There's a buoy just offshore of Cape Canaveral. We've seen wind gusts there of 67 miles per hour. That came out with the last advisory, the intermediate advisory from the Hurricane Center. And watching some of the big waves out there, too. Waves up over 30 feet offshore. Waves onshore here closer to Cape Canaveral and closer to Cocoa Beach, up around 15 or 16 feet. And so significant waves out there that are just crashing on shore. And even though we're at the time of low tide right now, no doubt there's probably a lot of wave run up all the way to the dune line. The times of high tides for us have been some of the most problematic, and that's created a lot of the coastal concerns, the coastal erosion, the flooding where the dunes gave way. Here in Brevard County, where we didn't have a lot of coastal issues, but up the road in Volusia County, big even more of that in terms of maybe some structures coming down into the ocean, Ray.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be what we're going to see with the water, Jen, kind of washing away some of the coastline, which you've already seen, but also some of the structures that we've already seen as water's been going into buildings, not only businesses, but homes. Tell me a little bit more. And then we started to get some reports of stronger winds. Any damage away from the shoreline that you've heard of recently?
I think you asked for, it's loud out here with the rain and wind, asking about damage. I haven't seen any reports of damage. And, you know, interesting with these winds, even yesterday, they were sustained tropical storm force gusts all day long. There were not really many power outages. I think after Hurricane Ian, which was a tropical storm, when it came through here, there was a lot of debris, tree debris, that was taken down. And I saw piles of debris when I came through a few weeks after Ian through this area. So I think that might have helped maybe weed out some of the weak brush and such, which can sometimes be the first thing that takes out power lines. But we'll see as we get through today, because these wind gusts are pretty relentless. I mean, easily, where I am, we're feeling less than it, but they've been easily gusting over 50, close to 60 for the last several hours out there at some of the weather stations.
All right, thanks, Jen. Jen Carfagno, Cocoa Beach, where we're starting to see the winds increase closer to now the center and the core of Nicole, which now we've got the latest advisories. The Hurricane Center is doing hourly advisories. Fort Pierce there on the left, Daytona Beach on the right. Fort Pierce, 140 miles just south of Daytona on Florida's Atlantic coast. And conditions started to deteriorate. We're going to start getting into some of the worst of the sustained and wind gusts over the next couple of hours, as this is the 2 a.m. advisory. Winds the same at 75, the pressure just about the same. But notice now we're right on track. We just mentioned that the speed of 14 miles per hour, and the last update an hour ago was 30 miles away. Now it's 15 miles away, the center. So in about an hour or so, that center may cross the coast, and we could be looking at a landfall. So if you're on the east and the northeast side of that center, where places like Melbourne and where Jen is at Cocoa Beach, some of the strongest winds will start being realized, as we've already had some gusts in excess of tropical tropical storm force and even 60+ miles per hour. But briefly want to break to the here and now to where we're going to go down the road. And this is the cone. Now, we don't, especially with this storm, want to focus necessarily on the cone because we are getting impacts all the way up to the Georgia coast and the northeast coast of Florida right now. So the cone represents where the center of Nicole may go, and the center forecast to go right down the middle of our cone. At least that's the way it looks right now, and weakening to a stronger tropical storm by this evening, and then by Friday morning, depression here sitting out near Macon and still bringing impacts. Rainfall. I was looking back at home yesterday in through the Hudson Valley, New York State, and there was one volunteer fire department, which I used to do, by the way. They had 6 fire calls, and I think most of those were for brush fires going on in through parts of the Hudson Valley. So the good and the bad. The rain is needed. Yep. That's the good news. The bad part is with the dry weather, you end up with brush fires, and this should help.
Yeah, and too much rain in too short a time, and you throw in winds at that time, sustained winds. Even if you're below tropical storm force winds, 20, 35 mile an hour winds, sustain over the course of several hours could cause issues as well. Yeah, so I would not be surprised if power outages becomes a big thing as we head through the next couple of days. Now, you're seeing a lot of beach erosion already. Look at this video from yesterday, Daytona Beach, and look at that, a building collapsing into the surf. You can see the lifeguard stand in the next image you'll be showing. That's also in the water. And just notice how much the beach has completely deteriorated. And again, water. And again, this is just from water. This is not landfall. This is not even from the winds. This is what happens when water, especially when it continues to push its way on shore for a long period of time. This is where the erosion comes from. This is where the storm surge could cause issues. And this is, well, we can end up seeing problems up and down the eastern seaboard in terms of that, the persistent push of water on shore. A bigger perspective here, I want to show you this just because I want to show you how widespread the wind field is. I mean, you can go as far north as Charleston, South Carolina, and we are still looking at gusts upwards of 28 miles an hour. We have a buoy out way out in the Atlantic, already over tropical storm force wind gusts there. And then, of course, you have what we have with Nicole about ready to make landfall within the next hour or two, maybe 3 from now. So we are getting very close to landfall at this time, but it is a very big storm. The wind field is enormous, and that is why this is becoming more of a water issue. This is becoming more of an erosion issue, and this is going to become a power outage issue as well. Jacksonville, a little closer home now, 29 miles an hour, gusts to 38. We have Miami at 23 mile an hour gusts, and again, you can see even on the Gulf side of Florida, wind gusts could approach and then they end up exceeding tropical storm force winds within really the next couple of hours. And then look at how long we are looking at tropical storm force wind gusts, several hours here in Tampa, as well as Vero Beach, as well as Jacksonville and Orlando, and even down toward Naples, still looking at 20, 30 mile an hour wind gusts possible. And then into the afternoon hours, Tampa still looking at 30, 35 mile an hour wind gusts. And now we are talking about that onshore flow. So now we have the backside of this, having to deal with some storm surge. And I want to show you this image here too. We're going to go back to that cone. And this really tells a big story in terms of the storm surge warnings and where Nicole is. So when we take a look at just the fan itself, yeah, the fan only takes a small portion of this entire area here in Florida, but look at all the alerts here. We have storm surge warnings from West Palm Beach all the way up toward coastal Georgia at this time, and some of the storm surge flooding right now about just over 1.6 feet over in South Bank Riverwalk in northwest Florida over toward Jacksonville. So with Ray, again, this is just one component. The wind and, of course, the storm surge is a function of wind. Right. So, therefore, when you have a 480 mile an hour tropical storm force winds, that is also pushing a lot of this water onshore, not only in Florida.
Yeah, and it's been, I think they've been saying it's been 4 days.
Yeah.
You throw king tides on top of that, exactly. And it won't be until the center passes you, the winds will start coming around the other direction, a better direction, which we're going to show here, Todd. Thanks a lot. And what we're talking about in terms of the winds and with the tides is that when you get that onshore shore flow, that's when you get the worst water rise, the worst storm surge. We're going to take Lake Worth Beach here, which is down to the south here of Cocoa Beach and north of Miami. And by 9 o'clock this morning, notice the winds are coming off the land, right? So we're not getting that push inward. And at 9 o'clock when we have high tide, we shouldn't see much of a water rise there. But maybe we'll see if we can go up the coast later, where we are seeing to the east and the northeast side of the center, further on up north of the Space Coast, where some of those stronger winds will be coming off the Atlantic and some of those higher storm surge values. So that may be happening further north at the time of high tide. So further north up the coast, as you get up near Jacksonville and Fernandina Beach, those could be some of the areas realizing some of the higher water rises here as we head through mid-morning. So Lake Worth, you should be out of the woods by mid-morning at your next high tide. Then the tide goes down and the rain ends too. But not before we get another 1 to 2 inches of rain from West Palm Beach north. I think south of that, you're probably done as the rain started to taper off and a pretty sharp cutoff in Broward County now and down into Miami-Dade County. Really not much rain left. But what have we done here so far over the last observations that come on in? Well, we started to gust stronger. Some of these winds now starting to bring a little bit more damage. Around Melbourne, we did have a report of a 60-plus mile-per-hour wind, and National Weather Service chat reports that there was a tree that fell onto a home. But these gusts, even around Vero, are 50-plus miles per hour. And through this morning, as the center gets closer, 50-plus, Vero Beach, Port St. Lucie, inland about 40-plus miles per hour. You know, that's enough with these persistent winds to start causing some minor damage, even from the wind and not only the surge coming in. So the impacts will start being a little bit further inland now as the center starts to approach here within the next hour or so. There's winds gusting now, even at Cocoa Beach, to 60-plus miles per hour. All right, let's catch you up now on what we know this hour. Nicole, still with the latest advisory from the Hurricane Center, a Category 1 storm, and expected to make landfall here probably within the next hour or so. Florida Power and Light has suspended its restoration operations until conditions are safe, although power outages are increasing and quickly. St. John County has closed bridges to barrier islands. Authorities say bridges are impassable because of increasingly high winds. All right, some of that wind starting to increase now as that center approaches where our own Jen Carfagno is at, and that's at Cocoa Beach, Jen. Starting to get some of these observations now. Even in Cocoa Beach, I just saw a report come in at 60-plus miles per hour. So I know you're protected there just a little bit, but what's going on where you are?
Yeah, you know, right. It's a good point. You know, the wind's gusting over 60, number of spots, including Cocoa Beach there at Patrick Space Force Base in particular. We have a weather station set up here. You can see it behind me. It's on that pole. It's got the white top on it. There's not enough light for me to walk all the way out there. But that is reporting for us winds that have been gusting into the 30s at peak so far. So that's the kind of wind that we're experiencing, which goes to show that, you know, what you're seeing me in is not the worst case scenario. It is stronger out there, and it's certainly right on the coast. It's the strongest, but we're starting to get some reports now of winds that are taking out some trees and causing some damage. There was a report out of the National Weather Service in Melbourne of a tree on a home in Melbourne, and that's the very circumstance that we worry about when you start to get winds like this, even if they're not, you know, up to hurricane force, strong tropical storm force winds that are continuing to batter an area time and time again, hour after hour, will take down trees. And worst case is when they fall in a home or fall in a vehicle when there's someone in there. And so we're certainly concerned about that very thing through the overnight. And make sure that, you know, you're in a place in your home that is safe. There's at this time we're just dealing with that big band. So we're the second band away from the inner core here, basically, in Cocoa Beach. And if you look at the radar, it's relentless. It's coming in. We're going to be watching for the winds associated with some of these storms here, gusting 50, 60 miles per hour pretty much through the overnight into the morning hours. That onshore push, that's not changing. The latest position update from the National Hurricane Center has Hurricane Nicole about 15 miles from Fort Pierce. So it's getting closer to the coast. But you should know, to get a landfall, it's basically when the center of a storm crosses the coastline. And the storm is big. So, Todd, even though we're about 70 miles or so away from that center of a potential landfall, we're still going to be in some of the worst weather, I think, here in Cocoa Beach. Todd.
Yeah, in fact, Jen, it's one of those things where it looks like the strongest winds look to be a little bit farther to the north of where that center circulation is. As you were mentioning, the strongest gusts we've seen so far today has been the 50 and 60 mile an hour gusts, and that's basically right where you are. So thank you very much, Jen. Stay safe there because, yeah, of course, we're going to be dealing with more of those winds as we head into next several hours, really next several days. Let me show you the latest in the power outages here in Florida, and it's still going to be quite an issue out over the region. Already 55,000. So just really within the last 30 minutes or so, this thing has jumped up a good 20,000. Palm Beach getting a big number of that, and St. Lucie County. In fact, Brevard just updated there. Now 16,000. 16.7 thousand customers without power. And notice how the current outages continue to rise, and it does look like the outages will continue to peak. I would not be surprised we see this number climb and climb as we head through the next several hours and really the next several days. As we look at the cone for Nicole, it will work its way onshore, inland to Florida, maybe even brush the Gulf Coast, and then work its way right back over Georgia into the Carolinas. You got to remember, this area up here, a lot of shallow-rooted, tall trees, and that could also be a big issue when it comes to power outages. Already looking at high wind watch and wind advisory stretching all the way from Panama City, Florida, up to the Tennessee-Georgia line. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Currently in our area, 48 degrees under fair skies. Overnight, mainly clear, low 46. Winds light and variable. Thursday, generally sunny, high 66. Winds southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Thursday night, mostly cloudy, low 57. Winds south at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Stronger winds, stronger surge, and stronger storms makes a stronger hurricane season. You know what else is getting stronger? The #1 most trusted TV news network, the Weather Channel. Now available for anyone to stream on the new and improved TV app.
This is epic!
With real-time radar and maps to track all the action. Trust the strength in numbers. The Weather Channel, available on these platforms. Go to streamtwc.com to start your free 7-day trial.
And continuing to get the strong winds from Hurricane Nicole as we feel the approach of Nicole's landfall just to my south, about 70 or maybe close to 80 miles south of your Fort Pierce. Nicole is approaching landfall. It hasn't made landfall yet, but here at Cocoa Beach, I've been feeling winds gusting 55, over 65 miles per hour over the last several hours, and it's been relentless. This is a very large hurricane with a very large wind field, most of it tropical storm force winds. The hurricane force winds only extend out about 25 miles from the center, and interestingly, the center is about 50 miles across. It's a very large eye, and when you look at Hurricane Nicole on a satellite picture or on a radar, it doesn't have the classic look of a tight hurricane. It's definitely taken its time trying to get its act together from subtropical now to fully tropical and then to hurricane. But we're lucky that we don't have a system that is strengthening rapidly as it approaches the coast. These wind gusts now that I'm feeling are some of the strongest that I've felt so far today. Now, winds have gusted over 60 already up at Patrick Space Force Base, which is the closest observation point to me. The rain coming in right now just feels like needles kind of pelting the side of my face. And again, there's not a lot of let up in it. And so this is the big concern, the wind field. This is what will be bringing power outages. This is what could knock trees down. We've already seen one report of a tree down in Melbourne on a home, and that is definitely the worst case scenario, the very thing that we are worried about, that when you have conditions like this and you have relentless winds, over time it can just take its toll on what is seemingly a healthy tree or a large tree limb, and that can do some significant damage. So as we continue to watch Hurricane Nicole approach the coast, the wind field spreading inland will be now the bigger part of the story. It's been so far the waves and the coastal erosion that has been happening, especially around the time of high tide. Up in Volusia County, there are structures that are falling into the ocean because of the undercutting of the water, undercutting the sand underneath that property there. There were people that had to be evacuated because of the risks. Here in Brevard County, luckily we haven't had that extent of issues on the coast, Todd. But I'll tell you, at the time of high tide a little bit later this morning, I want to see just how high that tide comes here. So far, dunes have held where I am right here in Cocoa Beach. But we will see. I think the next high tide will be one of the toughest.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it could even be double high tides, considering how much time it's going to take for these storm to work its way inland. But you're right, we're at low tide now for most of the east coast of Florida, but the high tide and the movement of the storm and how big it is, yeah, unfortunately, that's going to end up causing some issues out there as well. Let's take a look at Daniel Beach in South Florida. It's really not far from Miami there. And actually, that's on your left there. On your right is Orlando. And right now, there's a calmness there. Now, of course, we're at 2:22 in the morning, so at least for Florida or in Orlando, not a lot of people are out at this time. But already seen the camera in Orlando. Check it out. It's a little bit of bouncing there. A bit those wind gusts, the tropical storm force wind gusts are certainly out there. So the stronger winds are actually well north of where the circulation is. So there's the look on radar once again. You can see already the eye wall has worked its way onshore. We're really not that far away from landfall. Wouldn't be surprised within the next hour, maybe even less of that. That's when the center of circulation, that's when the center of the eye will end up making its way onshore. So I'm thinking somewhere right around there will be the center. But either way, that is where official landfall is. But you have to remember, though, when you're dealing with a hurricane, it's not where landfall is. It's not necessarily where the eye is. It is so widespread that there's a lot of issues there. Look at the gusts over in Melbourne. Well over 60 miles an hour for a long period of time, really within the last hour there. Sebastian at 33 mile an hour sustained winds, gusts upwards of 40, and then 52 out there as well. And this is the one storm report that Jen was talking about right here. 66 mile an hour winds and gusts over at Patrick. The Air Force base there, and then Sebastian Inlet there, looking at 66 mile an hour wind gusts. Farther inland, Orlando, remember the tower cam we showed you, look at that. Wind gusts upwards of 30, upwards 40, even 45 miles an hour, and over toward even where NASA is, where the Space Center is, dealing with wind gusts up to 55. So this is a very widespread area. When you deal with wind, when you deal with water, then you have to deal with damage. Here is West Melbourne, and reported a large tree fell on a roof of a home in Melbourne Village. I would not be surprised that is one of many issues where we have limbs, trees down from this, and even as far north as St. Augustine. This is dealing with winds upwards of 33 mile an hour gusts. Even Jacksonville, now tropical storm force wind gusts as far north as Jacksonville. That is why this storm is going to be so dangerous, because it is just the wind field is very wide, and already starting to see some significant undermining of a house along A1A near Vero Beach. So this is going to be a storm that won't impact not only where landfall is, but areas much farther off than that. We'll be right back with more.
November, but this hurricane season's still going strong. You can see some of those dramatic images from Hurricane Nicole. Took a breath of wind there, and that took my breath away. We are here in Cocoa Beach dealing with some of the strongest wind gusts that we've seen so far. Just take the observation at nearby Melbourne. Winds had gusted to 67 miles per hour, and we've been consistently gusting over 60 for the last two observations then there at Melbourne. And that's where we did have reports already of, some trees coming down. Unfortunately, one on a home. Now we're going to be dealing with this. Sorry about that. Dealing with this as we continue to watch the approach of Nicole to the coast. and waiting for that band to just be with us, really, for even as it pushes inland. Ray, we're going to be dealing with this rain. I don't see any kind of let up in our conditions here because of how big the wind field is from Nicole.
Yeah, it looks like, Jen, you're just about getting into the heart of some of the strongest winds. And, yeah, we'll check back with Jen in just a bit, give her a chance there to get her composure back. Pompano Beach right now looking at what looks to be some stronger winds coming in. This is the latest image here. And, there's a little light there, but not really looking terrible. But the wind's expected to increase now. And as we watch the approach of the center of Nicole, it does look like we are going to continue to see deteriorating conditions, as you can see from Jen's last shot. The winds are starting to pick up. Did have out of Port Canaveral a report from a wind tower, so with some elevation coming in at now 71 mile per hour wind gusts. So the strongest of the winds starting to push on through as the center now getting dangerously close to the east coast of Florida, just south of where Jen is, and in and around the area just south probably of Melbourne too. So those will be some of the areas that'll be in the northeast quadrant right here, some of the strongest winds and some of the highest storm surge values. Now luckily we are at low tide, but you can see some of this bright banding going on here as the core of the center starts to make its approach, and as it does, the winds will continue to get stronger. We may start seeing some hurricane force wind gusts here shortly, and certainly deteriorating conditions further inland now and away from the coast where most of the damage has been so far. So Nicole's on the move and expected to continue to move on off toward the north and northwest. Here's a better shot and a better idea of where the center is right about here, and moving at about 14 miles per hour. So potentially within the next hour, probably less, maybe coming in somewhere just south of Melbourne. So expect conditions to get worse here with some of these stronger bands around Cocoa Beach, around Melbourne, and areas north of that center and off to the north and east. So 60, 70 mile per hour wind gusts, probably more power outages, and then all that damage moving with the center, and especially to the east of the center, moving north as we head through the morning hours. So continuing to watch what looks to be a storm that's probably peaked out in intensity. 75 mile per hour. Category 1 hurricane, so it doesn't matter at this point if it goes back down to tropical storm at 65. The impacts are going to be the same here, still moving west-northwest at 14. We'll get another hourly update at the top of the hour, and then another full update coming at 4 a.m. local time. The center continuing to push closer and closer to the coast, and as you do see here, some of these winds are gusting now 60-plus miles per hour at Melbourne. But notice, even on the east-northeast side of the storm, which we really haven't talked much about because there's not much out here except open water, we're getting some stronger gusts to tropical storm force. So a huge tropical storm force wind field about 400 miles plus away from the center of the storm. All right, we're going to go back now to Cocoa Beach, Jen Carfagna. And Jen, starting to get some of those 60-plus mile per hour wind gusts. And I did mention from that wind tower, Port Canaveral now, 70-plus miles per hour. How's it look? How's it feel there? It looks like it's certainly gotten worse.
Yeah, I felt it getting worse here over the last 30 minutes or so. Felt those winds pick up a little bit more, which is being reflected in all the area observations. And the wind has been coming at my face from this side too, which is very telling of the wind direction, because the winds have been consistently from the north and east. The system, Hurricane Nicole, is coming into our south, and that will happen over the next several hours. It's only about 15 miles away from the coastline. It's a big hurricane, though. The hurricane force winds may only extend out 25 miles, but the tropical storm force winds extend out hundreds of miles. So throughout the state of Florida, we will feel the impacts. Hurricane Nicole is approaching the east coast of Florida. Right now, it's just a handful of miles away from Fort Pierce, and I'm about 60 or 70 miles to the north in Cocoa Beach, right on the Space Coast. And here we've been getting wind gusts consistently gusting in the 60s. Melbourne, just inland, gusting in the 60s as well. And up towards Port Canaveral, which is a little bit higher in elevation, their wind gusts have been in the 70s. So this wind, a big part of the story. It was the wind pushing the waves onshore, the wind driving that direction of the waves onshore for days, actually, right before Nicole approached the coastline. And that's been the calling card the coastal erosion, and now the wind that will likely create power outages, take down some trees, and cause some damage. Now, the kind of wind that we've been dealing with wind gusts into the 60s, is the kind of wind that definitely can take down some tree limbs, some trees. It can cause power outage concerns. If you're home tonight and you're watching this, just make sure you're in a safe room where you're not going to have a tree falling on that room that you're in. That is certainly a possibility. We see it happen, unfortunately, with storms and with wind conditions that are like this. You don't have to get to hurricane force to get to damage. When you have strong tropical storm force winds for hours on end like we've been getting, you definitely run that risk. The other story that's a part of Nicole is that it's in November. Now, we haven't had a landfall in the U.S. of a hurricane in November since 1985. That was Hurricane Kate, and that was November 21st in 1985. So yes, this is unusual. It's not something that happens all the time. And some tropical storms, yes. A few years ago, I was in Key Largo for the landfall of what was Tropical Storm Ada at that time. But this one definitely is a bit more power, a bit more girth, if you will, to the size of this storm. The impacts up and down the entire east coast of Florida and spreading all across most of the Sunshine State, feeling the impacts from the winds of Nicole. Todd, I'll send it back into you, and these are certainly some of the strongest winds that we have felt here so far today.
Yeah, Jen. In fact, I just pulled up the wind speed at right now. You have a sustained wind where really, Jen, standing Melbourne just north of there, 44 miles an hour, winds gusting to 60. You can actually see a very strong band of wind. In fact, you got basically the outer eye wall reaching you right now. In fact, it's going to stop this right here, and you can actually see this. This is really the best convection we're seeing right now. Right in the middle there is the eye. You can see up and down I-95, Vero Beach, 10-mile-an-hour winds, so you can really see how the winds where the eye is has calmed down a bit. Only 10-mile-an-hour sustained winds, no gusts at all. But yeah, right out here with the eye wall, that's where the more violent winds are. We have Melbourne 44-mile-an-hour sustained winds, gusts to 60. So it does look like the northern edge, northwest edge, when it's starting to interact with land, this is where a lot more of the winds are going. I also want to show you one thing here too with Titusville, 32-mile-an-hour winds, gusts upwards of 53 miles an hour. And again, all this wind is coming onshore. Daytona Beach, 49-mile-an-hour gust. Orlando, we have more of a northerly wind, but the gusts upwards of 39 miles an hour. And again, we're starting to see a lot of the convection. Would not be surprised. In fact, already Veronica Dolan here, weather producer, had mentioned that looks like we could be getting a tornado watch coming anytime soon. Let me just take this into the future, showing a little bit farther inland what's going to be doing to places like Daytona Beach, Orlando, and the villages. By about 5 o'clock or so, already inland, so would not be surprised we have landfall within the next hour or so. And then by 5 o'clock, all this convection, all this heavy rain will be moving through. Now, the sustained winds may be going down, but this is where we could now start seeing the possibility of tornadoes beginning to pop up. If you have the eye sitting right around here somewhere, well, now we can start seeing possible tornadoes maybe popping up along the I-95 corridor, northeast quadrant of this storm. So that's something we have to start watching, where we start going away from the onshore flow ray from the Atlantic coast, and we start going a little bit more toward the possibility for tornadoes. So this is a multi-tiered thing. There are so many things to talk about. Right now it's the sustained winds and the storm surge for the Atlantic side. Watch that tornado threat start popping up.
Yeah, and that'll all start moving north on the east side. And, not a big risk, but it's a risk nonetheless. Absolutely. Something we certainly have to look at, Todd. Thanks a lot. And we've already seen some reports of damage come in. We've been talking about it so far this morning. Tropical storm force wind gusts 60 and even some isolated reports with elevation of 70-plus miles per hour around Cape Canaveral. These are all those tropical storm reports coming in now with wind, even some flooding further north. And a lot of this has been along the coast. And we've seen not only damage to the shoreline with losing sand on the beach and losing beach, but also to some businesses and homes. And with the wave buoy heights getting up to around 15 feet out offshore, look how far away from the center that is. So even well out over and away from where the center of the storm is, we're seeing some pretty high wave heights, 15, 20, 25 plus wave heights. A little bit closer in, we're even over 30 feet at one point. So very significant in terms of what we're looking at in terms of waves crashing onshore. And that's why we've got these storm surge warnings all the way up the coast here. Storm surge watches as you get into places like Charleston and near Savannah and Tybee Island. So we'll continue to have water rise, especially if coaster on the east side of the center, maybe as high as 3 to 5 feet. That's going to be realized during high tide, which there is a high tide coming further on up the coast later this morning. So we'll continue to watch not only the surge, but now it looks to be pretty soon here, the center crossing the east coast of Florida.
Currently in our area, 48 degrees under clear skies. Overnight, mainly clear, low 46. Winds light and variable. Thursday, generally sunny, high 66. Winds southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Thursday night, mostly cloudy, low 57. Winds south at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
It's just before 3 a.m. and Hurricane Nicole continues to approach the southeast Florida coast. I'm meteorologist Jen Carfagno, and I'm live in Cocoa Beach, Florida, up here on the Space Coast, where we're continuing to get winds gusting in excess of 60 miles per hour. This is some of the strongest wind that I've felt so far. And while I may not be feeling 60 miles per hour because I'm a little protected by the hotel that I'm standing next to, I know these winds, I can feel them had they been getting stronger. This is the kind of wind that is funneling inland and through neighborhoods and unfortunately potentially taking down some trees. Again, this is the strongest that I've felt. I can feel it stinging in my face and obviously knocking me off my footing here a little bit. We're going to be dealing with this band. So the worst of the weather in the outer band is just to the north, just to the south of us, like near Palm Bay, and we're just north of that. So the wind field is large for Nicole, and because of that, these kinds of winds are being felt well to my north, but also inland as well. And it's pretty relentless out here. Again, this is the strongest that I've felt all day since I've been here. So it's a stinging rain right on the side of my cheek. I don't even want to turn my face to it because I'm continuing to feel just, it feels like little needles on my face. I know there's been tougher storms, no doubt, but this is it. This is a tough one just to be standing in here in the middle of the night as we get the rain come down. And the rain is another side story to this. Rainfall so far hasn't been that heavy. We are expecting a couple of inches, but at nearby Melbourne, they picked up about 3/4 inch of rain, and that was record rainfall for the day. It's the dry season. Not only should we not be getting a lot of rainfall, but we certainly don't expect a hurricane. It happens, we know. The hurricane season runs through November the 30th. But for us here along the east coast of Florida, we are right in the thick of it right now. This is one of the later, when it comes to landfalls for a tropical system, especially for a hurricane. You have to go back to 1985 for another hurricane to make landfall in the U.S., and that was in Florida, but that was in the Gulf of Mexico. That made landfall in Mexico Beach. So for the east coast of Florida, this would be the latest on record for a landfalling hurricane. It's coming into our south, probably near Fort Pierce, but as I'm feeling some of the strongest of the winds right now, I'm guessing that it is getting oh so close to approaching the coast. Now, when it comes to making landfall, you have to have that center of the circulation cross land. So, Ray, because it's such a big circulation, well away from the center, you're going to be feeling the impacts, like I am up here at Cocoa Beach, Ray.
Yeah, Jen, and that's great. And a question, how far away from the center are you about? So just to give people an idea that, we always focus on the center, but you being away from the center, you're seeing some of these strongest winds. About how far from the center are you?
Yeah, so I just mapped it. I think I'm like 60 or 70 miles, probably more like 70 miles, 75 miles away from where the center will come in.
Yeah, and
pretty far. But
that is. And, it's a small wind field that has some of the strongest winds. But as we're seeing there, we don't focus always on the center, but certainly do focus on the impacts away from the center. And as you can see, Jen's in some of those stronger 60-plus mile-per-hour wind gusts and starting to see that center get dangerously close. So I think she's going to be in it here for the next couple of hours. Let's jump pretty quickly here to Vero Beach. We'll take a live look and see what's going on. Melbourne on the right and Vero Beach on the left. I believe we've got those cameras coming up. Nicole will be approaching and the winds will be increasing. So let's get back and show you what we think's going on right now. This is our shot here. Looking at the roadways, you wouldn't expect anybody on the roads at this time of the day. Certainly, we are going to continue to see deteriorating conditions. And as we had, boots on the ground, Jen is up here in this squall around Cocoa Beach and Cape Canaveral. The center, as she had said, is about 60 miles down to her south, and it's right about there. So probably we've got a little bit to go yet before that center crosses. It looks like it's going to be north of Fort Pierce, but pretty close. So squally weather, continuing strong winds. Here's the warnings, hurricane warnings now, all up and down the coast from Vero Beach and around West Palm Beach up toward Daytona Beach. And then inland, we've got tropical storm warnings for tropical storm conditions. Let's not lose sight of tropical storm conditions could be expected around Orlando and even around Jacksonville and Brunswick, potentially even Albany here later today into southern parts of Georgia. So there will be far spread impacts from Nicole, even as it does go down below hurricane status and continues to move on off toward the north and the northwest and eventually north. Continuing to see power outages climb. 57,692 customers currently without power in the state of Florida.
Not unusual that we get erosion. It's pretty unusual we get it this badly.
There goes a tree. There it goes.
It's just about 3 a.m. and we are awaiting landfall of Hurricane Nicole, a November landfall. Yes, on the east coast of Florida. I'm meteorologist Jen Carfagno. I'm live in Cocoa Beach, Florida. We are about 70 or so miles north of the expected point of landfall, but we've been in some very strong winds, strong tropical storm force winds gusting over 60, 66, 67 miles per hour over the last 2 hours or so here. It's really ramped up here in Cocoa Beach. The story of Nicole has been one of size and also coastal concerns. And now those concerns are spreading inland as we see those winds and the rain spread across the Sunshine State. The big rain bands actually extend now all the way over to Tampa and Sarasota and Bradenton, getting into some of those outer bands and some of the very heavy rainfall and gusty winds that comes with it. Here in Cocoa Beach, we've been getting the onslaught of onshore wind coming in from the northeast. I've been feeling that right against my face. And those winds have been sustained at tropical storm force, with gusts in strong tropical storm force up over 55 to 65 since before midnight. So we've been dealing with this here right along the coast, but certainly points inland are getting those strong winds gusting in tropical storm force as well, watching around Orlando, and concerned that power outages will mount as we get through the coming hours. Again, we are waiting for landfall, but just because landfall happens doesn't mean things will stop. We've been dealing with strong conditions from Nicole along the coast for days in advance of it approaching. The coastal erosion that has been taking place up and down the east coast of Florida, that will remain a concern as long as we have that onshore wind, and we are getting towards another high tide as we get towards the 8 to 9 a.m. time frame this morning. That will bring another renewed threat of concerns as the wind plus the waves plus the water rise all push onshore and cause more erosion. Watching the latest here for you from Cocoa Beach, again dealing with the wind, the rain. The rain actually has not been that heavy for us right here nearby Melbourne. They saw about 3/4 of an inch of rainfall, and that was a record rain for the day. There's still more to come, but just knowing that we are in mid-October and we are in the dry season, and so this is not, at this point, in the year, you're not expecting a lot of rainfall in central and South Florida. By now we get these cold fronts that come through and normally clear us out. We will get that, but that comes after the storm. For now, we are going to have to deal with this for at least another couple of hours as we see the onslaught of moisture continue to come in from Hurricane Nicole. We do expect some weakening as it moves inland, but it's going to move quick. It'll move in, it'll move over the Gulf of Mexico, and then make that turn and head up to the north and east and actually move through Georgia, maybe the Atlanta area, getting some gusty winds out of this. It will be accelerating at this point into the northeast, bringing rain and wind with it, although in a much weakened state, in a different state as it approaches that region. All right, breaking news right now. We do officially have landfall of Hurricane Nicole. Official news right now. Let's go back into the studio to get that and give me you guys have the data. So what's the latest? What was the landfall point?
All right, Jen. Yeah, thanks. And yeah, landfall officially just coming in from the hurricane center. It's just south of Vero Beach, Jen. So, about, as you had mentioned, 60 plus miles to the south of you and, relatively calm where the center is. And that's why we do tell everyone to concentrate on not where the center actually is. It looks like the landfall's right about there, pretty close to it. And now the trajectory moving on off toward the northwest and on that northeast side, which is basically right in here. Some of the worst conditions are expected with landfalling tropical systems as we have right now. Melbourne up near Cocoa Beach. It looks like Jen's about to get into another squall if she's not already. The radar's probably lagging just a little bit behind. But as I said, now we do have landfall on the east coast of Florida of a tropical system for the first time since Katrina in 2005. Now that's on the east coast. So believe it or not, that was a stat that I found hard to believe. Pretty tough one here. And we can expect deteriorating conditions now to continue further inland and further on up the coast too. Not only have we seen the coastal beach erosion with damage along the coast, not only taking shoreline away, but into buildings, but now we're getting wind damage reports. And with some of these bands that come through, we've had 60 plus mile per hour wind gusts at an elevated station near Port Canaveral, 70 plus miles per hour. So that is enough now to start not only increasing the threat for trees coming down, but power outages to go up. So once again, repeating, landfall just south of Vero Beach that just came in from the hurricane center. And now we'll be talking about a storm that is most likely going to be at hurricane strength probably for the next couple of hours and then begin to weaken as it's losing its fuel or its source for energy, and that's the Atlantic Ocean. But here's some of these winds. Look at that, 64 miles per hour now at Melbourne with that squall that just went through, Todd, and even down near Vero Beach. As I mentioned, look at where the center is. Winds are calm. So that's why, we focus so much on the center. We talk about landfall. Landfall, the impacts are felt well away from the center. And, I sometimes I wonder, should we think about hurricanes differently than where that center comes on shore?
We've been talking about that a lot, especially with the hurricane eye and also with the fan. And what's interesting, too, when we always talk about landfall is after you go through the eye wall. So right. The conditions you have to go through horrible conditions in order to get to the calm condition right now. But here is a live look at Vero Beach for right now. And again, Ray just showed our latest observation there, calm wind. Makes perfect sense when you're actually dealing with the eye wall all around you, or even what is going to be somewhat more of a ragged eye wall. But again, you couldn't look any more calmer. This honestly looks like a day out in the middle of Colorado or Montana, anywhere, when you're just dealing with calm wind at the moment. So one thing I want to point out, these are things that we know right now. We obviously still have hurricane conditions expected in parts of the southeast and east central Florida through at least another couple of hours. Through early this morning, a dangerous storm surge and large waves expected along the east coast of Florida and coastal Georgia. So we're talking about landfall right now. This is a huge storm. This storm has tropical storm force winds that extend upwards of 485 miles away from the center. So this is a very vast system, and it's going to have a very large impacts, not only where landfall is, but for areas farther to the north and east there as well. Heavy rain, gusty winds expected Florida and southeast to the northeast into Friday night. So we're just barely into Thursday morning, and impacts will still be felt in parts of New England by late tomorrow night. Let's take a look at some of the current watches and warnings we still have out there. So again, hurricane warnings continue right along the immediate shore, but notice that really the rest of Florida, farther inland, look how widespread the tropical storm warnings extend basically from Fort Myers all the way up toward parts of Charleston, South Carolina. That is why we're looking at this as being not only just where the eye is, but also where the winds are. So here on the backside, is already seen a little bit of storm surge possible on the backside of this. Naples, 20-mile-an-hour winds, gusts to 32. Fort Lauderdale on the southern edge of this, 16-mile-an-hour winds, gusts to 25. A little bit farther off to the west, St. Petersburg. Look at already very close to tropical storm force wind gusts in St. Petersburg. Orlando, 28-mile-an-hour sustained winds, gusts to 46. We have a very wide area of tropical storm force winds. Look at up here in Jacksonville, Ray, 51-mile-an-hour gusts. So the winds, the gusts up in Jacksonville are actually stronger than they are in West Palm Beach at this time. And you're dealing with several more miles away from the center of circulation. That is why I think this system is going to be one, the storm we're going to remember for a lot of the beach erosions can come out of this.
Yeah, and when you say 400 plus miles from the center of tropical storm force winds, that's pretty expansive. I mean, you don't see that really too much. Thanks, Todd. Right now, let's focus on briefly where Nicole is going to be going. We've got landfall, and as a Category 1 hurricane on the east coast of Florida, a rare event, especially in the month of November here of late. But the center now may be tracking right down the center of our cone here, so impacts are going to be felt inland as a tropical storm, maybe through Thursday evening through North Florida. May merge back out over the open waters of the eastern Gulf of Mexico briefly, but not anticipating it strengthening any, and then it will continue to weaken as it moves north up the spine of the Appalachians. But there is going to be a heavy rain threat in this area here. I don't think as much of a wind threat and damaging winds, but maybe some gusty winds at times could produce some isolated power outages. Speaking of, we are adding up the power outages. We've doubled the power outages since we started here at 1 a.m. this morning. Now we're just after 3 a.m. in 2 hours. Almost 58,207 customers without power here in the state of Florida, and they'll continue to pile up now. There's also a heavy rain threat. I think from about West Palm Beach and south, this flood watch is going to go away here pretty soon. But further north, as the heavy rain gets into Orlando and Daytona Beach, we could see some localized flooding. And Ian with a foot plus of rain, no. It's Nicole, and we shouldn't compare storms, and that's why we don't. This will be a weaker storm by far, and a storm that'll produce less rainfall, maybe an inch or two. So as we head a little bit further north up the coast, St. Augustine, you're almost gusting to tropical storm force, and notice how the rain is more widely scattered. But those heavier bands and the more persistent bands are moving in a north-northwesterly direction, so we may see an increase in the intensity and the coverage of the rain and thunderstorms, as well as the winds getting a little bit stronger now, gusting even at Jacksonville up to 40 plus, even 50 miles per hour in some spots. All right, let's catch you up on what we know at this hour. Not only have we had landfall just south of Vero Beach, the Florida EMA says several structures will, quote, probably come down with Nicole. People are urged to stay off the beach for at least a week. Daytona Beach shores evacuated some beachfront condos on Wednesday, and officials feared they were particularly at risk from beach erosion. And NASA once again pushing the launch of the Artemis 1 moon rocket back, now targeting November 16th to launch, and that'll be next week, and that all due to Nicole. All right. Weather Channel meteorologist Jen Carfagno live now at Cocoa Beach. Jen, and I just saw a report come in, and I want to step away here. This came in now of a hurricane force wind gust from a buoy offshore. So we're getting now some of the strongest winds getting a little closer to shore, and it looks like for you there, certainly has gotten a little bit worse over the last few minutes.
Yeah, well, I can feel it. I can tell you firsthand, it's gotten worse. And Ray, if we can put, Veronica, if we can put the radar up side by side with me, because that one band that I've been watching right over Palm Bay, that's lifted north, and it's now over us here in Cocoa Beach. And so that has some of the most intense conditions. Remember, the eye wall is large. The eye is large. The eye is more than 50 miles across. And so when you think about the fact that, yes, we had a landfall of Hurricane Nicole about 60 miles or so to our south, we know that because that center of circulation is so large that we're going to get into some of those really fierce conditions there on the edge. And I think that outer band is now lifted right into us here in Cocoa Beach and on the Space Coast, and it kind of arcs around down towards Melbourne. You guys are getting hit hard too with some of the strongest of the winds that you've seen so far. Some of the measured winds have been in the 60 to 66, 67 mile per hour range. I haven't been able to check. I'll do that in a few minutes here, see what's the latest coming in, but no doubt it's getting stronger because I can feel it. And I've been watching it on radar and just seeing how that strongest band is now pivoting right in. It's lifted north and it's pivoting right into us. This rain has just been biting. It's the best way to describe it. It's like needles on the side of my face. And I've been in nor'easters and other storms that have had this kind of wind, tropical storms that have had this kind of wind, but I think we're just lucky here that it's not too cold out here. Temperatures are in the mid-70s, so it's a warm tropical rain, warm in quotes, but it's a true tropical rain coming down. There's a lot of moisture content in that atmosphere. I was looking at the models before I came out here to see what is the potential for rainfall. Inches of rain are possible. I know it's been light for some to start, but it's really going to pick up, and some of that heaviest of rain, Ray, so far has actually been all the way over towards Tampa.
Yeah, it has been, and on the west and northeast side, Jen, we've seen some of that heavier rainfall. Can you get any sense? I know it's the middle of the night now, but any sense now with the wind starting to pick up of any damage across the area from the wind, not necessarily from the surge that's come on in and some of the beach erosion we've had?
I haven't, but I can't see. We have such a great dune system out here. So beyond the fence, there's, I would say, maybe 50 yards of really good dunes that protect this hotel and protect the beach. And so the water has not come up past that, I can tell you that. So that's some good news for us right here. And we are just past low tide. So we don't expect any other issues until we get towards high tide, which comes at about 8:30, 8:40 in the morning. I checked the tidal gauges up and down the coastline, and it looks like as everyone is now just past or around the time of low tide, there's no flooding being reported at the moment, but we know that will change dramatically once we get towards the high tide later this morning.
Jen, we have about 40 seconds left. Real quickly, you've been there for over a day now. How persistent has that northeast wind been? It's basically been northeast since you got there, right?
Yeah, it has been. And yesterday it was a little more north-northeast, which kind of surprised me. I expected more of a due east, but Nicole just coming in farther south. And as it has indeed, Nicole has made landfall just south of Vero Beach. It's about 60 miles or so off to my south. And we are in that circulation. We are getting that band just outside of the eye of the circulation, and it is certainly, we're feeling it here with that wind in Cocoa Beach.
Currently in our area, 48 degrees under fair skies. Thursday, sunshine, high 66. Winds southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Thursday night, mostly cloudy, low 57. Winds south at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Friday, rain, high 68. Rainfall near a half an inch. Higher wind gusts possible. Here's our 7-day outlook.
You can't stop a force of nature. This hurricane season, rely on one of your own. It's a fact. No other news network out there is trusted more than the Weather Channel.
This is epic!
Trusted to give you every advantage before the storm. Trusted to be there, where and when you need us. Trusted to work around the clock until every threat is over.
I want you to show you how powerful the winds are here.
America doesn't trust hurricane season to just anyone.
You're looking at some new video coming in from, this is between Fort Pierce and Vero Beach, the wave action. Pretty feisty out there. We've had some large breaking waves up over 15 or 16 feet close to shore. Offshore waves have been 30-foot plus measured out there by buoys. So definitely a lot of wave action on top of the onshore push of water that has been going on for days now. That's why it's been such a problem here on the East Coast. It's loud out here. I don't know if you guys get that at home, but it is loud with the wind that is continuing to blow around here. Now, our wind gusts have been over 60 miles per hour. Peak I saw so far was 67 up at Patrick Space Force Base. But interestingly, we were just showing you some of the waves from down near Vero Beach. I was just checking the observations. Vero Beach wind has dropped to about 10 miles per hour. They are in the eye, and the wind significantly. So Mike Seidel, who's been live for us down there at Vero Beach, lucky dog, he got another in the center of the storm, in the eye there, where the wind has calmed on down. I am on actually the northern edge of the circulation. It's a big eye. It measures about 50 miles plus across. And so being that I'm about 60 or so miles from where Nicole made landfall, that we're in that circulation. We're getting the worst of the winds, that band, that outer band, or let's call it the inner band coming in. We're right on the edge of that, and maybe just to our south it's a little bit stronger with the winds, but other than that, we're getting some of the worst of what Nicole has to offer here in Cocoa Beach on the Space Coast. Now, there's been a lot of talk about the Space Coast and Artemis. It is on the Space Launch System, and the Orion capsule is on the launch pad. Basically, they rolled out last Friday. Now we've got another storm. Yeah, they had to roll back in September to the vehicle assembly building because of the threats from Hurricane Ian. And so the launch was intended to be on Monday, but because of this interruption from Hurricane Nicole, it will be on Wednesday, the next launch attempt, starting just after 1 a.m. in the morning. Now, of course, they'll have to assess the situation. They basically just have their team on site, and all the other workers are gone. So they've lost a couple of days in terms of preparation for the Artemis launch. But look, the whole mission, Artemis 1, was meant to be a test. I'm just not sure testing hurricanes is what they were intending to do. It is rated for winds of 85 miles per hour, and I have not seen that wind gust yet. The peak that I've seen is just over 70 at Cape Canaveral at an elevated station. But Todd, I don't know if you've been looking at the radar compared to my shot side by side. I always like to do a match the sky to the radar. In this case, match the live shot to the radar, because it's pretty tough here.
Yeah, it's amazing, Jen. In fact, I actually pull up the radar, and you are literally, you had that heaviest band move through. I also turn on the lightning function here. Not seeing any lightning strikes here, but where Jen is right here, Cocoa Beach. And when we went to you earlier, that is, look at that outer band. That band. It's amazing to think of this entire thing. When you look at the entire storm itself, you literally went through, even though Mike Seidel may have gone through the eye, you went through the heaviest band. You went through the strongest part of this storm, where you're seeing the highest winds at this time. And when Jen mentioned the distance with the eye, it has shrunk just a little bit. Just eyeballing this here with our distance function here, maybe about 38 miles across. The eye is shrunk a little bit, but still, it is still going to be formidable, not only for today, but really for the next couple of days. So here are the things that we know so far from the Hurricane Nicole. The landfall really just happened moments ago. Category 1 storm just south of Vero Beach, Florida. Winds at 75 miles an hour. Pressure was at 981 millibars. And then there's the thing that Jen had mentioned earlier right here, where you end up seeing Vero Beach down to just a couple of scans ago. Go back. There it is. There was calm wind right there at 3:05. So that was right about the time that the eye went over, and then now we're starting to see those winds pop back up again. But again, where the heaviest winds are, the gusts are right where the eye wall is. Makes perfect sense. 64 mile an hour gusts over in Melbourne, and then down here in Fort Pierce, 29 mile an hour gusts. Makes perfect sense, because that is where the eye wall is. That is where the most violent winds will continue to be. Farther off to north, then we're starting to see the heavier bands of rain, even over toward Orlando. We're going to start seeing the rain begin to pick up, and this is not over. This is going to be an all-day thing for Florida as Hurricane Nicole will work its way inland, most likely become a tropical storm by this time, as we had later on in the day, and then eventually we'll be seeing by later on this afternoon, maybe even emerging over the Gulf of Mexico, but still tropical storm force winds over a wide area.
And welcome back. Oh, photo finish, sorry. Welcome back, everyone. Sorry about that. We are here in Cocoa Beach as we continue to get some of the worst of the weather so far from Hurricane Nicole. Nicole made landfall just south of Vero Beach at 3 a.m. with winds of 75 miles per hour and a pressure of 981. Now, we've got a weather station here. And you can see it actually standing on that pole out there, this little white thing on top of that pole. We've got it mounted actually on one of the umbrella stands. And I've been watching the pressure on our weather station, and it's been dropping steadily over the last hour. In fact, we're now down to 989. So again, where Nicole made landfall, just south of Vero Beach, which is about 70 miles to my south, there was a pressure of 981. But here in Cocoa Beach, we've got a pressure of 989.8. And so where you have lower pressure, you've got stronger winds. And we're definitely right in the thick of it right here. Now, I'm feeling that wind. I'm feeling the rain pelting my face. There's been no let up in it. There's been no breaks. It only gets a little gustier from time to time. The wind, I'm on the backside of our hotel, and the wind does funnel in a stronger burst or gusts at different points around the hotel, especially on the side where the Venturi effect comes into play. So I feel like I'm getting maybe some of the most natural winds there is right now. So the wind is not really getting funneled. If anything, it's getting blocked a little bit just because I'm on the side of a building. The beach is just beyond the fence behind me, and there's a big dune area out there that is protecting this hotel, protecting the coastline. The dunes have been doing their job here in Brevard County, and really the replenishment that they did to the dunes after Hurricane Irma hit just 5 years ago have really made a big difference. And while there was some water that came up through some of the dunes, especially some of the areas where the dunes weren't as replenished, for the most part, it's not been a major issue with coastal erosion here in Brevard County. Not like there's been up in Volusia County, where we've got huge areas of the coastline just basically chopped off by the coastal erosion, and also where homes and structures are literally hanging in the balance. And no doubt when we get Jim Cantori up live later this morning, he comes up at 6 a.m., we'll be able to see what has happened. They had to go through a high tide last night, low tide right now, but they'll be going towards another high tide this morning. And I think that next high tide is going to be a tough one for a lot of folks to take. All right, Ray, let's go back into you. And it's been fun to watch the weather station out here to get real-time observations.
Yeah, and what you'll remember, Jen, too, is that that low is going to follow the lowest pressure, too. So you've got a lower pressure than they reported last from the Hurricane Center. So that track of the center is going to get a little bit closer to you before it moves further away. All right, Jen's kind of some of the worst of it now. Her condition should be improving here shortly, but things deteriorating now, even into the interior places like Pompano Beach now. Looking at some high surf coming in, but notice the water is far enough away to the shoreline that we're not seeing any water coming up into businesses here or doing too much damage, at least along areas closer to where people would be, living. But the good news is, at least there, things look okay. But further up the coast, it's all going to be about the angle and the angle that the wind actually comes in that water. If your winds are coming in more perpendicular to the coastline, that's where you can get the highest storm surge rather than parallel. So where Jen is, we're getting a little bit more of a northeasterly trajectory, but it does look like further up the coast, it's more kind of coming in from the east, that wind. So with this hurricane now, as it continues to move onshore, we'll see deteriorating conditions, even in terms of winds 50 plus miles per hour as far north as Jacksonville. and that's been reported just within the last hour. More power outages, a few more thousand from last report. Almost 62,000 customers now in Florida. Brevard County, the big winner or losers, I like to say, with over 21,000 customers without power. And as we watch the center continue to move northwesterly, the severe weather threat will go up 2s and 3s for our Torcon, 20 to 30% chance of a tornado here and across north central Florida, and a flood watch, which now, as I expected, has been canceled out through parts of Broward County, Miami-Dade County, but north will have a heavy rain threat. It'll be a quick moving rainstorm, but we'll have rain nonetheless. More on Nicole coming up after the break.
It is 3:38 a.m. Hurricane Nicole has made landfall just about 30 minutes ago. Live pictures from Titusville, Florida, not far from the Kennedy Space Center. It's a city of almost 50,000 people, and according to NOAA, more than 76% of Florida's population lives on the coastal boundaries of the state. That's about 15 million people at risk of a direct hit from at least hurricane force winds. More so, it's going to be the tropical storm force winds. This is such a large storm. I'm going to start small and then show you somewhat of a bigger perspective. And where Nicole's going now, we're after landfall, but there's, still more to go with Nicole. Let me show you the latest look here. And again, here is the radar, and look at the winds. In fact, Melbourne's still looking at gusts at 64 miles an hour, sustained winds at 52. Vero Beach, you can see right about 305 or so. This is where we end up having, there's their landfall. Vero Beach, calm wind at that time, but notice how the winds really began to pick up after that. And now we're starting to see even over toward Fort Pierce, those wind gusting upwards of 29 miles an hour. So where's it going to go from now? Well, Orlando, you're next. That big heavy band that kept hitting Jennifer and some of our live shots earlier, well, that's headed your way. So Orlando already looking at a northerly wind here at gusts upwards of 48 miles an hour, but here comes some very heavy rain. I'm going to turn on the lightning and not detecting any lightning, at least as of yet. But this is something we're going to continue to keep an eye on. So high-res future radar will show the heaviest bands hitting Orlando in the next hour or two, maybe even seeing brushing some of the stronger winds as the eye of Nicole may end up passing just down to your south and east, and eventually things calm down a little bit before we get more the backside of this. Another inch, 2, maybe upwards of 3 inches of rainfall could fall in the Orlando area later on this morning. But Ray, it's all about the sustained winds, even over toward Daytona Beach. While the winds may not be a big issue as far as hurricane strength, it's the duration of tropical storm force winds. Right. Now we're talking several hours, even for a good bulk of the day. There are places farther north from Tampa over toward Jacksonville. We could be seeing tropical storm force winds all day today.
Yeah, and I've seen in Jacksonville, they had a wind gust, I think it was 50-plus miles per hour. Yeah. And I didn't know they tracked these stats, but it said the second strongest wind in the month of November on record. Amazing. So I think that's
the driest month of the year, though. Yeah, that makes sense.
Exactly. Well, it's not just the wind and the storm surge, but it is devastating parts of the Atlantic coast of Florida. Beaches, walls, and even pools are washing away. Our Chris Warren spoke with Krista Goodrich of Salty Dog Vacations earlier tonight to learn what she's seen in just 24 hours.
Yeah, so that house this morning had 30 feet of backyard and pavers behind it. The owner had drinks with friends last night on the pavers overlooking the ocean. They lost about 30 yards also during Ian, but they had maintained having a backyard. And as of 11 o'clock this morning, that backyard was completely gone, as well as all the yards around it.
So during Ian, they lost 30 yards and then an additional 30 feet? Is that what I'm hearing you say?
And yes, sorry, I think it was 30 feet they lost. Sorry, not 30 yards, but 30 feet in Ian, and then another 30 feet this morning.
So 2 storms, 60 feet, and this is where they are now. With it looks like their home is just on the brink.
Yeah, when we left a couple hours ago, it was on the brink, and so we're going to go back first thing in the morning and check and see how it is. But we're expecting it's going to be pretty devastating.
What are people saying around town?
Well, most everyone's left, thank goodness. People are very concerned. They've evacuated 12 of our condominium buildings. We watched them physically making people leave earlier today. People are very nervous. We have a lot of older population that are concerned about if their homes are going to be here when they get back. And then most of the owners of the houses that have lost their backyards, they've gone to other places and are just really worried about what they're going to find when they come back.
And rightfully so. This is heartbreaking to see for all of these residents here. Have you been through storms before in the past?
I have, yeah.
How does this compare?
So it's really strange because it's on the tail end of Ian, so we weren't recovered yet. Our dunes and our seawalls, as you've been seeing, were very compromised. And so this is significantly different. The weather, the wind and the rain's not so horrific, but the ocean just crashing into that seawall, and there's no protection left for any of the dunes, the condos, the hotels, and the houses. So that makes this significantly scarier than I think any storm we've ever been through.
And as we're still looking at the video you shot today of a lot of erosion, especially with your perspective of how bad it's been here, anywhere else, anything else stand out to you today?
Yeah, I'm sure you saw our lifeguard stands and bathrooms have gone into the ocean. Again, so many of the condos, we've watched their pools just slide into the ocean and their entire back areas, miniature golf courses going into the ocean. And so fortunately, they did actually make people leave. That was our scariest thing, was we were all concerned about waking up to find buildings collapsed with people in them. So we're just really glad they made that call.
All right, quick shot at the radar now to show you where the impacts are now that we've seen Nicole make landfall just south of Vero Beach. No warnings, but we do have some stronger bands of rain and thunderstorms. Not much thunder and lightning with these storms, but passing past Melbourne now up to Titusville, heading toward Orlando. You can expect some heavy rain and gusty winds. Some of these winds have gusted 60+ miles per hour with that main band, but the center now moving south of Melbourne is probably going to move northwesterly and continue to bring impacts. But on the south and the west side, we are seeing some heavier rainfall heading toward Fort Myers.
Currently in our area, 48 degrees under clear skies. Thursday, sunshine. High 66. Winds southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Thursday night, mostly cloudy, low 57. Winds south at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Friday, rain, high 68. Rainfall near a half an inch. Higher wind gusts possible. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Continuing to track Hurricane Nicole, which has made landfall now just south of Vero Beach at about 3 a.m. this morning. Meteorologist Ray Stajic here at the Weather Channel, and we're continuing now to monitor not only the past, which is some of these storm reports that have come in yesterday. Fort Lauderdale, we've seen some water covering roadways, and we've seen some wind reports, too, up near Jensen Beach, one of the weather stations, 60+ mile per hour. But now all the impacts are beginning to head north and closer to the northeast side of the center, where that center is now just onshore over the last hour and moving northwesterly. But northeast side traditionally is where we look for the worst impacts, and that's where they've been. And Jen Carfagno's out at Cocoa Beach, excuse me, and she'll have some reports coming in here live. So strong winds, 60, even some isolated 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts have been reported here recently, but that was with elevation at a wind tower at Port Canaveral. So that was with that band that went on through. But notice a 64-mile-per-hour wind gust at Melbourne most recently. That's enough to produce some tree damage, maybe start bringing some trees down, not widespread, but we've certainly seen a couple of reports come in anyway. But notice closer to the center, how the winds are a lot calmer. And then we get on the back side of the center, seeing the winds starting to pick up again around Vero Beach, gusting to tropical storm force. You can see right there, there's a gust of 40 miles per hour. So realizing some tropical storm force winds and getting close to hurricane force wind gusts further north now, and some of the strongest winds of Nicole, but still seeing all these reports coming in under 74 miles per hour, which is hurricane force. But now look at Orlando starting to gust over 50 miles per hour with heavy rain coming in. So heavy rain now with the flood threat and also strong winds blowing that rain around. So we're getting close to now within the next couple of hours to sunrise, and we'll see what's going on at sunrise. And if you are happen to venturing on out, it's going to be a tough one out there. I recommend stay put until the storm has passed. Some other reports that have come in. This was earlier. Melbourne at the airport, 58-mile-per-hour wind gust. At Vero Beach, they had a close to 60-mile-per-hour wind gust. So that's really where we've been, anywhere from about 55 to 65 miles per hour with the tropical storm force wind gusts. But notice the expansion, or this expansive tropical storm force wind field. Now, that doesn't mean it's sustained to tropical storm force, but even into north and central Georgia and South Carolina, we are seeing some of these gusts in excess of 39 miles per hour, which is tropical storm force. So at times, the stronger winds will move further north and gust to tropical storm force. But as you go further north and northeast, as the low weakens, as you would expect, Todd, we'll see lower and lower wind values, not 60 plus, but probably the lower end of tropical storm force. So, not that we're going to see wind damage into, let's say, Georgia and through the Carolinas from the actual area of low pressure, but still breezy and windy and rainy. It's going to be ugly out there, especially later today and tonight through parts of Georgia and then eventually the Carolinas tomorrow.
And you got to remember, too, also here in the southeast, you're dealing with shallow-rooted, very tall trees, very big canopies, although a lot of leaves are starting to come down, but you're still dealing with some winds that I wouldn't be surprised if we run into some power outage issues in the southeast, particularly from that large wind field you talk about. And here's a function of that wind field that Ray's talking about is that, for this much, we have storm surge warnings. We also have things like this going on as well. Just watch the waves come across the beaches and fences in Titusville, Florida. That's a city that's under a storm surge warning right now. So obviously stay indoors. One good thing about this is that it is happening in the middle of the night, so there's really no need to get out at 4 in the morning anyway, yet alone in the middle of a hurricane. And I wouldn't be surprised we end up seeing some of this begin to turn back to more of a tropical storm. In fact, the next full advisory, complete advisory, coming up really at the top of the hour. We'll give you more there. So look at the storm surge warnings. This is what Ray was talking about as well, how widespread this system is. So even though we just had a landfall right around here, look at how storm surge warnings up and down from West Palm Beach all the way up toward Brunswick and St. Simon's Island over in Georgia, and also on the Gulf side. We actually over a good part of Big Bend under a storm surge warning as well. So that's one function of such a large wind field. In addition, wind advisories and high wind watches stretch all the way from the panhandle of Florida up through eastern parts of Alabama, and even for a good chunk of Georgia as well. So winds right now, even in Charleston, look at this, wind 21 mile an hour sustained winds, getting a lot of the storm surge up there. And we could expect those wind gust forecasts, tropical storm force winds pushing into Georgia later on this morning, and then eventually spreading up around the I-16 corridor and then up the eastern seaboard. So the Carolinas getting in on some heavier winds later Friday into your Saturday. And also we're going to see the bands of rain. It is going to be a really rough day out across parts of the southeast. Heavy bands of rain will be spreading in later on this afternoon for parts of Atlanta, Alabama, into the Carolinas, and then the heavy rain will push into the Appalachians. Not to mention, I expect to see the threat for tornadoes begin to pop up northeast quadrant of the center circulation. So we're really starting to see this action around the I-95 corridor later on today, and then the steering of the jet stream will be pushing Nicole up into the New England states. Wouldn't be surprised we end up seeing some heavier winds and heavy rain in northeast as well.
Not unusual that we get erosion. It's pretty unusual we get it this badly.
Whoa, there goes a tree. There it goes.
Well, the National Hurricane Center, the complete update came in, the 4 o'clock update, and, well, Nicole has now been downgraded to a tropical storm. That has been completely expected. It made landfall as a hurricane just south of Vero Beach about an hour ago with 75 mile an hour winds. Now it has been downgraded to a tropical storm. But don't let that, and I use the word downgraded, and I'm already kicking myself for saying it because I don't want to take away what the issues are still going to be. This is a very big storm. Currently pressure at 981 millibars, so just jumped up really about the same strength as it was when it made landfall, moving west-northwest at 14 miles an hour, location 25 miles northwest of Vero Beach, where just south of there, it did end up making landfall, so it's quickly moving its way inland. And as far as the convection, it looks a little choppy at this time. We're starting to see some convection, now the interaction with land, now we're starting to see those storms that our very own Jen Carfagno had to be dealing with. In fact, Jen ended up not getting in the landfall itself, not getting in the eye, but Jen, you have been in the absolute worst of the weather, worst of the storms with the outer bands moving through. In fact, it's just been gusty there. In fact, I think the strongest winds have just been just north of you with the storm, right?
Yeah, it's lifting just north of us now. I can see it on the radar, Todd. I mean, you're exactly right with the situation. The eye is so big, 50 miles across, that there's really, I mean, calm winds right now, nearly calm anyway, around Vero Beach where the system made landfall. So again, we had landfall of Hurricane Nicole that came in just south of Vero Beach about an hour ago, and now it's pushed onshore. It has now become a tropical storm. The winds have weakened to 70 miles per hour, but still a formidable force. I mean, there's really no difference between 70 and 75, and the whole story of the lifetime of Nicole has been its size, and that has not changed. We see a huge breadth of wind, of a wind field with Tropical Storm Nicole, with those tropical storm force winds extending out hundreds of miles, more than 400 miles from the center of circulation. And I've been right here in the thick of it in Cocoa Beach. We've had winds gusting over 60 miles per hour now since really before midnight. The winds at last check at Patrick Space Force Base were 61 miles per hour. I was looking at Orlando to see just how far inland now some of the strongest of winds are, and they've been gusting in the 50s. So Orlando, I'm expecting some power outages perhaps there soon. I've seen the power outages mounting. We are now at nearly 64,000 customers without power, a lot of them in Brevard County and Indian River County. And a big part of that is we've been getting some of the worst of the winds. It may not be the strongest wind gusts that we've seen out there, but we've certainly been in the highest magnitude of the amount of strong winds with very limited breaks in that wind field. So there's only so much the trees and the power lines can take. I just shared on social media a video that someone shared with me of a transformer flashing. And so, Ray, I think the power outages are just beginning now, Ray, and they'll really ramp up as we see this wind not relent.
Yeah, Jen, and now that the winds are coming onshore and it looks like that you've moved location, I mean, have you been able to assess any of the damage? I mean, we know it's the middle of the night, but are you seeing more in terms of maybe some branches down or maybe some trees down now that we've gotten some of those stronger winds?
Yes, I definitely saw that back behind the hotel. I've moved now to the front of the hotel. Definitely the kind of storm debris thing, that you expect to see. Small branches have come down, palm fronds, that kind of stuff. But I think there'll be a lot more. And certainly once we get to the light of day, we get to sunrise, we'll be able to see more of what's been happening out here. It's just too dark right now.
Right. And did you get an opportunity while you've been in town to actually talk with any of the locals? I mean, what was the sense of how they were treating this storm and what the impacts could be?
Everyone I came across and spoke to and even just observed really treated it with a lot of respect. Yes, it's November and it's Florida and they're used to tropical weather, but it was, after coming on after the heels of Ian, which really did more damage here than I think maybe a lot of people had expected. Up and down the coastline, there was severe coastal erosion because of what was Tropical Storm Ian when it came this way. Piles of debris lining the street from here to Daytona, and we had a peak wind gust up at Daytona of 81 miles per hour from Tropical Storm Ian. And so that left a lot of damage, and that hasn't been that long ago, so I think it's all fresh in everyone's mind. So, folks knew it was going to be a Cat 1 at worst case, but still took it very seriously, Ray. And, I generally think people just kind of hunkered down yesterday, knowing that the worst of it was coming in overnight, which we're in the thick of it right now.
Yeah, all right. Thanks, Jen. Cocoa Beach, Jen Carfagno. In some of the strongest winds about an hour ago, looks like things are settling down just a bit. But now there's going to be impacts as we move inland, along with areas along the coast further north. But let's just go back about an hour or so ago when we did have landfall. Officially from the Hurricane Center, right at the top of the hour at 3 a.m. Vero Beach, Category 1, winds at 75, so minimal Cat 1, pressure at 981 millibars, which is where the pressure stands now as Tropical tropical storm, Nicole, moves inland and moves northwesterly and just west of north and in about this direction. So that's where the center goes. But as we always said, the worst impacts right in that northeastern quadrant. Again, right about here at Cocoa Beach. And you can see that last band that's going on through. She may end up staying on the east side of the eye wall, and that might keep her in some of the squally weather here over the next few hours. But the wind's probably diminishing even in terms of the gusts, but they're moving toward Orlando and Titusville, and some of these strong winds could exceed maybe 50 and even 60 miles per hour. You could see earlier that 60 plus gust in Melbourne, now 40 plus, even down toward the south, Vero Beach, as you can see there. We are seeing some of those winds gusting now still to tropical storm force after we had a little bit of a lull as the center across the shore. Usually it's the calmest weather within a tropical system right around the center. Further north up the coast, north of Cape Canaveral now getting winds gusting 50, 60 miles per hour at Titusville, even over 50 now at Orlando Executive Airport. So some of this wind could be coming in, blowing some branches and debris around and continuing to increase the power outages. Brevard County, 21,700 customers without power right now, and I expect to see more probably up in some of these counties, although we do have some further north here as you get up near Jacksonville, because you've had some 50 plus mile per hour winds with this expansive tropical storm wind field that extends over 400 miles from the center, especially on the east and the northeast side of the center. All right, and speaking of, this is what the Hurricane Center thinks is going to happen with where central parts of Nicole is going to go and continue to weaken. Still a tropical storm this evening and still a tropical storm early Friday morning as it gets into South Georgia and then starts getting picked up by the westerlies and heads off toward the east. So there may be some impacts in terms of stronger winds here, but it's probably going to be more wind and rain and isolated power outages than it will be widespread. But again, anticipation of some of these tropical storm force winds. We've seen some gusts already around Jacksonville to that. But as we head on through early this morning, closer into Tallahassee here, you may see some of these gusts increase and starting to see some of this wind field spread further on off toward the north. Now, some of these flood watches have been kind of chopped away at. South now, Palm Beach County, you're not in it anymore. Broward County, Miami-Dade County, over toward Collier and Monroe counties, also no more flood watch. But further north now, we will see some of the heavier rainfall. Orlando, Daytona Beach, and even on into Jacksonville, where you're going to have the problem with St. Johns River with some of that water coming in and water trying to go out, and then also water coming out of the sky, Todd. So there's going to be multifaceted, because even up near Jacksonville, well away from the center, we've seen those strong winds come in from the north and east. So it doesn't look like it's going to be a widespread flood threat, but I think isolated flooding and strong winds could combine to continue to add up the power outages in Florida. Yep. Maybe Georgia, maybe the Carolinas, but I don't think the threat's as great there, but I don't think it's zero.
No, and at this point, too, we also have to keep in mind that it's the wind field. Each storm has its own thing, and this one is how vast this system is. Yeah, it was a Category 1 when it made landfall. Right. But the big issue here, too, is that it's going to be a long duration event. We have tropical storm force winds that extend all the way up toward parts of South Carolina right now, and then we're going to see what ends up happening. A lot of tall rooted trees, and there's also something, it's not going to just be the southeast. We're talking the northeast are going to be impacted by this as well. Nicole's storm surge started battering Florida's coastline well before landfall. You can see here waves are rushing into a hotel parking lot. Authorities issued mandatory evacuation for Daytona Beach shores and instituted a curfew from 7 p.m. Wednesday until 7 a.m. this morning. The beach erosion you're seeing here is causing significant problems up and down Florida's east coast, putting many condos and other buildings at risk. And so that's what Ray and I have been talking about, too. Each storm has its own thing. Sometimes you look at the wind. Sometimes you look at the storm surge. This one is going to be more the wind maker and the storm surge. And for right now, again, we are now looking at Tropical Storm Nicole inland. You still have a storm surge watch run around Apalachicola, and then a good chunk of the Big Bend here just outside under a storm surge warning. Also, storm surge warnings extend as far north as parts of the Georgia coast. You're heading right around over toward St. Johns River there, and then farther north, as far north as Charleston, South Carolina, storm surge watch is still in effect just because the large wind field. So even though the cone itself will pass its way and head toward just north of Tampa, maybe over toward Cedar Key, notice again on the backs on this side of it, though, when we're dealing with the counterclockwise flow, you have all that water that continues continues to work its way onshore. Even by Friday morning, tomorrow morning this time, you still have winds that will be pushing water onshore. That is why the storm surge flooding is going to be an issue. Look at this over in Trident Pier. Now we're starting to see 3 feet of storm surge flooding. So remember, that is 3 feet above what is normally dry ground. So now you're starting to talk about the possibilities here, Ray, that we're starting to see the water rise. Water, as we've seen already in the past, and how much damage that water can do. We've seen images of just some homes that are just being hit, and some buildings that are starting to crumble a bit because of the water that's rushing on shore, because of the duration of the winds.
Right.
So again, this is more of a function of the storm, how big that wind field is and how persistent those winds, onshore winds, have been really for the last couple of days.
Yeah, and it'll be a water problem from the Atlantic further up the coast, maybe even on into the Carolinas, Todd, as we go through the next couple of days. But right now, this is a live look in Orlando. Wind-swept rainfall now. Some of the latest gusts starting to be realized 50-plus miles per hour. So just an ugly morning if you're checking in with us here early, 4:10 in the morning. Hopefully you're not prepping to head on out and maybe go to work. I know many of the schools, if not all of them, are probably closed today. And, you know, maybe it's a WFH, work from home day, as it's going to be nasty in the first part of the day. I think improving, though, into the afternoon. And let's see if we can get you to some of the things that are going to be happening down the road. One's going to be tropical storm warnings, as the hurricane warnings here along the coast now are probably going to be pecked away at here shortly, as now we've got tropical storm Nicole. But up near Jacksonville and Tallahassee, even Albany, Georgia, Brunswick, tropical storm warnings. So as we go through the morning and into the afternoon, we'll see the conditions continue to go downhill with rain and wind further north and eventually northeast. So these are things we need to be concerned about for our Thursday and on through midday. Tropical storm conditions possible within 24 hours. Chance of severe weather, 2s and 3s, 20 to 30% chance of a tornado here in our Torcon. Jacksonville, one of the higher chances than you've got maybe in Orlando, but brief spin-ups are possible, and most of the time with landfalling tropical systems, they're brief spin-ups. They usually verify as EF1s or EF0s. Now let's take a look at what's going to be happening down the road. As you can see, in the heart of it now, Jacksonville, Daytona Beach, of some of the heaviest rain, strongest winds, and maybe even at some of the isolated severe weather by about 8 o'clock this morning. That's all going to move north. The center may actually try to emerge back out over open water around the Big Bend area south of Cedar Keys. We head through midday, and then we'll start to see it turn north and eventually off toward the north and east. But notice Tallahassee and parts of the Panhandle certainly picking up on some of the wet weather. Storm surge values on average about 2 to 5 feet. Well, let's catch you up now on what we know this hour about Tropical Storm Nicole. The Florida EMA says several structures will, quote, probably come down with Nicole. People are urged to stay off the beach for at least a week. Daytona Beach shores evacuated some beachfront condos on Wednesday as officials feared they were particularly at risk from beach erosion. And NASA once again pushing the launch of the Artemis 1 moon rocket back, now targeting a November 16th launch next week. That's all due to Nicole. So we're continuing to watch what the impacts of now Tropical Storm Nicole are. Jen Carfagno back with us at Cocoa Beach, Jen, and it looks like the winds have backed off a little bit. Would you agree with that?
Say that again, Ray. I missed the end of that.
Well, the winds look like they've kind of lessened just a bit in terms of the strongest winds. It looks like the worst may actually be past you.
Yeah. I mean, it still feels pretty sporty out here, I have to say. But I was just looking at the radar. It's kind of all pivoting north. And I was just looking at as many observations as I could. And I went down to Vero Beach. And Vero Beach, which was calm because it was in the center of the eye of Nicole, now has a south wind that's gusting 20, 30 plus miles per hour. And so I do think it's pushing a little bit north. So like now Palm Bay area getting that more of the calm conditions. And so I think, in terms of north of me, Daytona Beach, you guys are right in the thick of it. Titusville, you guys are right in the thick of it too, getting some of the strongest of the winds. And we've had wind gusts here over 60 miles per hour. That was the latest ob. Daytona Beach coming in with winds now gusting in the mid-50s. And so there, I'm anticipating some power outages starting to mount as we see these winds pretty relentless. While it's made landfall and it is now a tropical storm, it still has peak winds of 70 miles per hour. And it's such a big storm, it's going to take a while to wind down. We'll be back with more.
Currently in our area, 48 degrees under fair skies. Today, abundant sunshine. High 65. Winds southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Tonight, partly cloudy skies this evening will become overcast overnight. Low 57. Winds south at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Friday, cloudy with periods of rain. High 68. Rainfall around a ½ inch. Higher wind gusts possible. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Stronger winds, stronger surge, and stronger storms makes a stronger hurricane season. You know what else is getting stronger? The #1 most trusted TV news network, the Weather Channel. Now available for anyone to stream on the new and improved TV app.
This is epic!
With real-time radar and maps to track all the action. Trust the strength in numbers. The Weather Channel, available on these platforms. Go to streamtwc.com to start your free 7-day trial.
Oh boy, I mean, between the rain and the wind, what's louder, right? That is the question. The waves too. We're going to be dealing with all the sounds this morning as we continue to watch Tropical Storm Nicole continue to push inland. Nicole made landfall as a Category 1 hurricane just about 3 a.m. south of Vero Beach. And it continues as now Tropical Storm Nicole to push across the peninsula. Some of the heaviest of rain and wind is actually happening well north of the center of circulation, close to where I am here in Cocoa Beach, and just to my north, up towards Titusville, Daytona Beach, inland to Orlando, in some of the strongest and most fierce wind gusts and heaviest of rain right now. The power outages are mounting. Last check now, 79,000 customers without power, a bulk of them in Brevard County, Indian River County as well. And it really was that band that came in, that I won't call it the eye wall, but it was really just the northern circulation of Nicole that took with it the brunt of the winds here and moved them onshore. And that's what we've been dealing with here. Now, here at Cocoa Beach, we've had some of the peak wind gusts. Earlier, it was up to 67. Last hour, 61 miles per hour. And it's just been relentless. Since before midnight, we have not dropped below 55 miles per hour. It has been really relentless here with the wind and definitely taking its toll on trees. You see a lot of them just kind of bending over, can barely take just the relentless wind. And that's why we do already have some power outages, and we'll continue to see more as we get through the morning hours. Now, of course, coastal concerns another, and once we get some daylight, we'll be able to go take a look and see how the beaches have fared so far. But Todd, we saw Nicole made landfall at low tide, which is really the optimal time frame.
And that's correct. In fact, it could have been a lot worse. And unfortunately, though, this wind field is just so big that I expect that we're going to be dealing with a high tide, and we're still going to have to deal with the onshore flow. Already starting to see some reports now of a 3-foot storm surge that just to your north there. So we're starting to see that water begin to pile up.
Yeah, no doubt. And, you know, even at the time of low tide, the water levels are a little bit elevated. I went through and checked everyone. No one's in flooding right now. But because we're starting at an elevated position, we're going to certainly be looking at some issues, I think, at this next high tide, which comes in for here about 8:40 a.m. in Cocoa Beach. You know, Todd, the story so far has really been on the coast, the erosion, everything happening with the waves. But now the story spreads inland, and we've got the rain all the way over to Tampa and Sarasota, where the rain has been heavy, and the winds have been in the 30s.
Absolutely. And when we're talking about the big wind field, here's a good result of that as well. Look at some of these power outages that we're dealing with. When we just started a couple of hours ago, we were looking at power outages in the 30,000s. Now we're up to 80,000. customers here in Florida without power. Brevard County with the largest margin, almost 40,000 customers without power. And again, everything you're seeing here is right along the coast. Now, while the winds will begin to diminish a bit, we're dealing with a tropical storm now, Nicole. I wouldn't be surprised if we start seeing some of these reports begin to tick up a little farther to the west as well. In fact, when we look at the power outage trend, notice that really with each hour, it continues to grow upon itself. And we're starting to see that when Nicole pushes farther inland as a tropical storm, it will continue to weaken a bit. But notice we're still looking at tropical storm force winds as it emerges back into most likely either right along the Big Bend, or maybe it ends up emerging over the Gulf of Mexico before it ends up making a very sharp turn to the north. But even here by tomorrow morning, you're right around tropical depression speed if it stays within the forecast here, and then still dealing with possibility of 40, 30-mile-an-hour winds into parts of Georgia, an area that certainly has a lot of tall trees, a lot of shallow-rooted trees. And even though we are looking at a lot of these tree canopies beginning to lose its leaves, we have a lot of trees that have needles, and you can still end up with the possibility of seeing some outages as well. Wind alerts that come out of this has actually been expanded now. So really through your Friday, if you're heading through the rest of that fan, now we're seeing high wind watches in parts of central Georgia. But look at this. Wind advisories now extend basically from the Panhandle, Florida, Panama City, all the way up into, look at that, over toward Asheville and the Rocky Mountains, so right along Tennessee and North Carolina. So this is what we're talking about as far as the storm itself. It's not necessarily where the center of circulation is, it's how widespread, how large of an area those tropical storm force wind gusts are. And again, parts of the southeast are going to really be hammered by this, not only where the center of circulation is, but even offshore. Now you have places like Jacksonville, where we can dealing with the storm surge later on this morning, and then we'll be working up through the Carolinas as well. This could be a multi-day event.
Hurricane Nicole made landfall as a Category 1 hurricane just south of Vero Beach, Florida. That's just about 70 miles to the south of me. I'm meteorologist Jen Carfagno live in Cocoa Beach on the Space Coast, where we've been dealing with that band just to the north of the center of circulation, and it has been relentless for the last several hours here. Winds gusting in excess of 60 miles per hour and still continues at this hour. We've been watching that wind blow around the rainfall. In fact, I can show you that. Really just watching, you can see it lit up by this light pole right here. You can see how the wind is just blowing sideways, and the direction that it's moving is from the northeast. We've had that steady northeast wind. We really haven't gotten a break from that at all here. I have been noticing in other spots the wind changing direction a bit, like farther south near Vero Beach, where they were calm for a while when they were in the center of the storm. Now they have a south wind that's returned to some gusty conditions. Looking at the radar and comparing it to where I am, we're in that band and we're not getting a break. You can see how it actually kind of sets up right over us, and just to our north with some of the heaviest of rain now extending all the way up to Flagler Beach. We've got some heavier rain and wind extending all the way up through that zone. Now we're going to be waiting and watching to see if we do get maybe a little bit of calming down of the winds, if this pivots just a little bit more to the north as opposed to west. I don't know that that's going to happen, but I did check the observations around Melbourne, because it seems like you should have calmed down. Winds have calmed down there, but only to about 40 miles per hour. So it's still pretty gusty. That's going to take a toll on the power concerns. And we do have power outages now mounting. More than 79,000 customers. That number may have gone up. I haven't checked it in about 5 minutes, and it just does keep going up, as we unfortunately expect to happen. We don't expect a rapid weakening of the wind field. Nicole is now a tropical storm. Winds are at 70 miles per hour, but it's a big storm. Big storms take longer to wind down. And as you can see and probably hear in my shot out here, the wind is not calming down. at all. And so as long as we're in this rain band for us here in Cocoa Beach, you're going to be in this wind. If at all the system pushes a little bit to our north, we might get winds to calm down a little bit. But Ray, I was surprised by the Melbourne observation. When I looked at it, I expected to see much calmer conditions, but it's kind of a dirty eye, if you will.
Yeah, and I think that's a function, Jen, because you've stayed in Melbourne's kind of stayed right on the eastern edge of that eye wall, so not close to the center or as close to the center as they could be. So, yeah, you've stayed in the persistent wind even there at Cocoa. But a question for you for everybody, kind of downstream from where some of these stronger bands are going now, basically where it's going. What advice do you have for people that haven't experienced maybe some of these stronger winds yet further on off to the north and east?
Yeah, a lot of schools, most schools are closed today. In fact, schools are open as shelters. And so my advice is to just wait this out until conditions improve. Now, thankfully, this came in overnight when there weren't a lot of people out on the roadways. Not fun, of course, to cover a landfalling tropical system at night. But in terms of impacts, it's better to not have people out during the storm. And as we get daylight now coming in, Ray, this morning, I think that hopefully folks can just look out the window and know that you should wait until conditions improve. And they will as we get into the afternoon. And it's going to pick up a little more speed once we get through the day today.
All right, Jen, thank you very much. Jen Carfagno there, one of our meteorologists on the ground there at Cocoa Beach, experiencing some of the strongest winds with now tropical storm Nicole. And let's not just say tropical storm Nicole, because look at what we're seeing right now. This is ground truth here in Orlando. Strong winds, windswept rainfall, visibility is down. Most people not traveling anyway this morning, but if you do have to get out, you may want to wait just a few minutes and wait till the storm passes. It's not going to be long before things improve, especially toward midday. And then what happens as we go basically over the next 24, 36 to 48 hours? Well, with the center going to the west of basically the orange here, on the east side, we could see some severe storms, which may include tornadoes. Our torcons, or a percentage of a chance of seeing a tornado in any specific area, is about 20 to 30%. So Charleston, Savannah, Jacksonville, greater chance than maybe places like Columbia and Fayetteville. But still, be ready for taking quick action as the wind field expands. These are actually tropical storm force winds and the probabilities. The best probabilities in this area, purple, that's above 80 or 90%. Notice as the storm weakens and starts moving faster further north, that chance is less.
And welcome back to continuing coverage of what is now Tropical Storm Nicole. It made landfall as a hurricane just south of Vero Beach about 3 a.m. and now it is back to tropical storm status as it continues to wreak havoc over a lot of the Florida Peninsula. This is a big storm. Nicole always has been, back when it was subtropical, then tropical, then hurricane, now back to tropical storm. And it really is a large storm, and that will be, I think, its calling card. Is this the range of impacts from coastal erosion to now wind problems causing damage? We had a report earlier today of a tree on a house in Melbourne. Also just saw reports from Satellite Beach, which is just to my south, of some structural damage to a gas station, and saw that the peak wind gust at Indy Atlantic Beach, which is just south of that, peaked at 70 miles per hour. So far, I'll say, because the storm is not over yet. I'm live in Cocoa Beach, and we're continuing to see the winds here gusting over 60 miles per hour. And nearby Orlando, not too far away, about an hour or so, they've been starting to pick up the wind gusts now, getting into that 50-plus mile per hour range. And this whole sort of outer, I'll call it an inner band as opposed to an outer band, is pivoting up just to my north and over towards my north and west, which includes Orlando. So I'm anticipating you getting into some of the worst conditions here over the next hour. And unfortunately, it's just very relentless in the way that it's kind of just bringing in that plume of moisture, which contains some of the strong, gustiest winds. Really no thunder and lightning, but the squally conditions that are coming in. And it's setting up shop, it seems like, right in that vicinity, arcing up here along the entire first coast of Florida, where we've already had a lot of issues with coastal erosion. Now we're bringing in the wind, which will bring new problems, as well as existing coastal flooding problems that I think we'll have as we get towards high tide later this morning, Todd. So, look, it's coming in. It's down to 70 miles per hour, but it's not weakening quickly.
That's amazing, Jen. And now you can see where the heaviest wind and the heaviest rains are now starting to push a little bit farther off to your west. And we've been monitoring this really all morning. And it's amazing that we're not done. Yeah, the landfall happened, and yet we still have another day and a half of having to deal with Nicole. Maybe not necessarily here in Orlando, because you're dealing with it right now. Look at that live shot. Downtown Orlando. You're just seeing the wind-driven rain. You can see the gusts slamming its way from at least right to left there on your screen. A very strong northeast, even more of a northerly wind. In fact, zoomed in on radar, and we are dealing with those very strong wind gusts. In fact, one of the strongest bands moving through Orlando right now. In fact, it has been steady over the last hour. Going back, really, gusts have been steady right around 50 miles an hour. I'm going to stop the radar here just right now. One thing I want to show you, though, is that instead of having a northeast wind, now the winds are coming in from the due north, indicating that the center of circulation is now down somewhere to the south and east. So it is starting to work its way a little bit closer to Orlando. But, yeah, we are right in the middle of dealing with the bigger perspective here. Here is a larger look, and there is Orlando. There is where the heaviest bands of rain are coming. And I still have the lightning layer on, so we're still not dealing and still not seeing any lightning that at least is on over land, but right up here, moving off to the north. Now we're starting to see some convection, some of the stronger storms that are still out over the water. The reason why I'm pointing this out, though, is that, well, look at the direction they're heading. So places like Daytona Beach, St. Augustine, Jacksonville, you are all going to be having to watch for the possibility for, well, these storms that head your way. And we're also starting to see the possibility for maybe some tornadoes that could pop out of this. We're not talking about those large, long-track tornadoes, but in tropical systems, typically you'll see tornadic activity that could pop up in the northeast quadrant of storms that already are impacting with land. So later on today, even later on this morning, we have the possibility torque-on value of 2 and even 3 here in northeast Florida, and then for a good chunk of coastal Georgia, Carolina, and North Carolina. Again, this is all for today. That's all due, going back to the original look here, it's all due to the northeast quadrant of this storm. So let me put this in motion here for you and zoom it ahead. So this, again, an abbreviation of what we can expect later on this morning into the late morning hours. You can see how by 8 o'clock or so, we'll be seeing the storm maybe a little bit farther off to the east of Tampa, and then heading up toward the Cedar Key area as well. So this is something that will continue to be an issue for us, as well as the winds. Already seeing later on this morning, those winds now pushing farther off to the north and west of the villages, but still strong tropical storm force winds. And also notice how the winds now will turn from the backside there. Problem is places like from Tallahassee and Jacksonville. And we're going to be seeing those winds now moving in your direction, more of an onshore flow, not only for the morning hours, but notice into later on today, we have the center of circulation, still a tropical system, maybe even downgraded to a tropical depression. Hard to say at this time. But the one thing, though, is you still have onshore flow on the east side of this. So Atlantic parts of Florida, Georgia, the Carolinas still could be dealing with storm surge. Same type of thing for the Gulf side of Florida. We still have the storm surge that we need to that we're going to worry about. So this is going to be a multi-day event, rest of the day for Florida here, and then into the southeastern states, then eventually off to the northeast states as we head through the rest of this week.
Currently in our area, 48 degrees under clear skies. Today, abundant sunshine, high 65. Winds southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Tonight, partly cloudy skies this evening will become overcast overnight. Low 57. Winds south at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Friday, cloudy with periods of rain. High 68. Rainfall around a half an inch. Higher wind gusts possible. Here's our 7-day outlook.
meteorologist Jen Carfagno live in Cocoa Beach, Florida, right here on the Space Coast, where Hurricane Nicole made landfall just about 2 hours ago, about 70 miles to my south. It is now Tropical Storm Nicole as it continues to bring us the wind, the rain, the waves. We'll be watching all of it still. It's still a 70-mile-per-hour tropical storm. You can really get a sense of that wind in the rainfall as you watch it coming here in the light next to this light post. I mean, it's just relentless. And you've got, the palm trees that are bending. Some of the plants that aren't quite as sturdy are bending over all the way. We've had reports of some damage. There's a tree down on a home in Melbourne. Saw a report of some structural damage to a gas station in Satellite Beach, which is just to my south. And I just checked our observation. We had a peak wind gust, of 67 miles per hour just in the last couple of minutes. So the winds are not calming down. We're in that northern part of the eye wall circulation. Hard to give it a name exactly because it's really kind of convoluted. You see it's sort of messy when you look at the radar, but we're definitely in some of the worst of the weather right here in Cocoa Beach. And this is what's happening away from the coastline. We know on the shores, we're going to be getting that push of water onshore at the time of high tide come after 8:30 this morning. And that, again, will bring some concerns to the dunes, to the coastline, the coastal erosion up and down the eastern seaboard of Florida, but especially from here and points northward into Volusia County, up into Flagler County, St. Johns County. We'll again be dealing with, I think, the brunt of that onshore wind and the brunt of the coastal erosion concerns getting through that next high tide cycle. A November hurricane making landfall. Yes, it's unusual, as you might expect. It happens. The hurricane season does run through November the 30th, but you have to go back to 1985 for the last hurricane to make landfall in the U.S., and that was Hurricane Kate in 1985. It made landfall in Florida, but on the Panhandle and Mexico Beach. So this would be the latest in the season that we've had a landfalling hurricane on the east coast of Florida. Interesting stats, right? All certainly technicalities, but we are definitely, whether it's the latest or not, we are well into the thick of it. And Todd, I'll tell you what, the power outages have been going up. We're now over 84,000 customers, Todd, without power. And I mean, crews can't go out and work in weather like this, so it's going to be some time before they can get out there.
Yeah, that's the big problem, is that we have to deal with the winds to finally die down and get the water to die down as well. When you think back of just this night and, last several hours you've been there, what's the one thing that really stuck out to you over the course of Nicole when you ever come back and you talk about this? What's one thing that stuck out?
Well, how far south it was from me and how strong our winds have been. It was about 70 miles to our south when it came in. I was watching on a radar crossing over the northwestern Bahamas as it was approaching, and it's just such a big storm. And so our winds were really consistently much stronger than you might expect, considering how far away we were from the center. I mean, usually there's just a small core of really, really strong winds close to that center of circulation. But in this case, with an eye that was 50 miles across, that just set the stage for a big wind field outside of the center of circulation. And then the storm itself has tropical storm force winds that extend out hundreds of miles away. So just I think the breadth of how big that wind field is what stands out the most to me, Todd.
Yeah, and again, it's amazing, and we're just barely scratching the surface on this. It just made landfall really about just under 2 hours ago, and we still have to deal with it for the rest of your Thursday into your Friday as well. But the biggest thing is that we just want to make sure that you're out there and you're safe, and that you get yourself. It's amazing. I'm looking at your wind gusts right now, 67 miles an hour. You have not made it into the eye at all. It seems like you've been really on the outskirts of it and really been dealing with the eye wall the entire time as well. So our Jen Carfagno has been reporting live from Cocoa Beach, Florida, and really has not seen the winds less than 50-mile-an-hour gusts the entire time she's been out there, and that's where she is here. But notice again, farther inland, now Orlando, you're looking at winds gusting upwards of 60 miles an hour as well. So it is definitely getting up to tropical storm force winds and a very wide area as well. So it's starting to look very sloppy, the eye itself. But look at what's happening here. All the convection now off to the north and east. So that is something that is also going to bring the threat for severe storms as we head into the later on today. Tampa, you're going to be dealing with the possibility of being brushed with this eye as we head through. And then eventually you're going to get on the backside of this and then some convection and some onshore flow behind this as we head on through the rest of today into tomorrow. So it's going to be a multi-day event for you in Tampa as well. So this is something that we're going to be very concerned about, not only in Florida, but also, well, farther upstream, southeast. Look at this. Now we have areas under a high wind warning in parts of central Georgia. Stay with us. Continuing coverage. We'll continue.
Hurricane Nicole made landfall just south of Vero Beach about 2 hours ago. I'm meteorologist Jen Carfagno live in Cocoa Beach, and we're about 70 miles to the north of the landfall. But I'll tell you what, we've been getting some of the worst of the weather out here. Winds gusting 60, close to 70 miles per hour, and this has been going on since before midnight. The conditions out here seem to be getting worse, not better. You can probably see the wind behind me. I can't turn my head too much because my hat blows off, but we've got this wind blowing in, the rain blowing in the wind, and that's probably the most visual that you get there with just how strong these winds are. Winds have been gusting here between 60 and 65 or now 67 miles per hour through the last several hours. Again, landfall happened south of us, well south of us, about 70 miles. But the storm is huge, and Nicole, which is now a tropical storm, is still really packing a punch as it makes its progression in across the Florida peninsula. It came in as a hurricane, a Category 1 hurricane. It remains a very strong tropical storm with 70 mile per hour winds. There's really not much difference between a 70 mile per hour tropical storm and a 75 mile per hour hurricane. Both are going to bring some impacts, and we're seeing that along the coast, and we're seeing that here just off the coast as well with the wind and the rain. The rain has been heavy. We did see a record rainfall already at Melbourne. Expect that number to go up today. There has been some damage because of the wind. A tree fell on a home in Melbourne. We also saw reports of damage to a gas station in Satellite Beach, which is just to my south. And this wind is just no joke. I mean, the reports in Orlando now starting to come up to 55 miles per hour and have been there for the past couple of hours. So I expect to see some damage and power outages there as well. Steph, you know, this has been a feisty storm, and it's a big storm. And we're not the only folks feeling it. All the way up to the first coast, they're getting the brunt of it now.
No, Jen, you've been doing a great job all night long. So many people watching through the night, unable to sleep because this storm has kept them awake. And so I know that everyone appreciates your really hard work out there. Jen, the rainfall, how's it been for you guys there? Have you seen any sort of ponding? Because it seems like rain has only been 1 to 2-ish inches.
Well, the rain hasn't been that heavy officially looking at the obs. I'm wondering how it can be measured with the wind blowing it around like this. I have seen ponding of the water around actually my hotel. I can't show you just because of our camera angle, but I think it's more the wind just blowing and funneling all of the rain into one spot, and that's really what's happening.
Yeah. All right, Jen, we appreciate your work, and we'll get back out to you in a little bit. We want to show everyone who's just joining us here, maybe just waking up, what the very latest is with Nicole, and it is now a tropical storm. It did make landfall as a hurricane on the East Coast. It's the latest in the season that we've had a hurricane make landfall here on the east coast of Florida. Right now, our winds are at 70 miles an hour, and I do really think that the headlines with this system, yes, will breeze some of the power outages and the breezy conditions, but I do think the erosion is what's really going to grab headlines with this. So many people have had their property chewed away at by the erosion here. So 70 miles an hour, moving at 14 miles an hour, which is good. There's your landfall. It was right around Vero Beach as a Category 1, just barely a Category 1 with winds at 70 75 miles an hour. And here are some of our top gusts. Port Canaveral 71, Melbourne at 70, and you can see even up into Jacksonville gusting to 51 miles an hour with this system. So we've seen our wind totals 50 to 70 miles an hour, and we've also seen some of those heavier rainfall totals coming in as well. Look at Fort Myers. Of course, this area is where we had Ian, and we got just hammered by Ian. Doesn't help to see that we have very heavy rainfall there. It's all sweeping east. We have to worry about thunderstorms on the east side of this, and also still winds. Look at Daytona Beach gusting to 62, Tampa even gusting to 38 miles an hour. I know there are some schools closed around the Tampa Bay area due to this system. Notice our tropical storm force winds extend out 450 miles from the center. As Jen was mentioning, it's a massive storm, and just because it's going inland doesn't mean it's over. We still have to worry about rainfall in the southeast and eventually all the way into the northeast. Still, tropical storm warnings extending into Florida, Georgia, as you head into South Carolina as well. Power outages, they're going up. We have 85,000 customers, the most in Brevard County, where we are without power this morning. Airports are closed. Traveling is going to be tough here into Florida, whether you're flying or if you're driving. So do keep that in mind if you are making your way here towards the area. There have been numerous flood reports. Again, we have had that persistent and consistent onshore flow and those wave heights anywhere from 10, 15. Yesterday, we saw them over 20 feet, and that surge still could be problematic today. So let's go back to Jen and talk about that, because Jen, you know, we're still going to see this onshore flow, even though the system's moving northwest, pulling everything right into the Florida coast, right into the Georgia, the South Carolina coast. So our threat really is not over along the coastal areas, even though the storm is now inland.
Right, and Steph, I think you're spot on. This is going to be remembered for the coastal impacts. A lot of erosion. We're lucky here in Brevard County. They did a big dune renourishment project after Irma. There was a lot of damage here from Irma 5 years ago, and even the hotel that I'm staying in had to be completely redone after Irma. And, you know, the dunes especially, though, what they did really helped. And so outside of our hotel, the beach was still in good shape. The dunes were doing what they do, is protecting the hotel and properties here. The areas where the dunes aren't as good, we're going to get some water, and we'll have to watch for that today at the time of high tide, which comes in about 8:40 this morning. That's the time frame-ish up and down the eastern seaboard. And I would say from me, points northward is where we're going to be running into that. The winds have changed direction down to Vero Beach, where Mike Seidel has been reporting from. Their wind has changed in from the south as opposed to onshore. And so that should help a little bit with the coastal erosion. But they've had their fair share of issues down there with just the coastline getting chopped off by the pounding of the water and the waves breaking on top of that there on the shoreline. You know, it has been we're on, what is it, Thursday now. So it's been about 4 days of this onshore flow that we've been dealing with. And even just the gusty winds, because there's such a big wind field with Nicole, even when it was subtropical. I mean, had winds in excess of tropical storm force out hundreds of miles from the center of circulation. That's meant strong gusty winds on the coast all week long. And yesterday we had tropical storm force gusts all day. And so that just kind of thing just takes its toll, especially on beach areas. But trees coming down on power lines, that's going to be a concern. Inland areas, maybe some flooding in some of the inland canals. I did see some reports earlier around Port Orange of some flooding happening there. That's from last night around the time of high tide. And so anyone that flooded yesterday at high tide should be watching that again today at high tide, because I think that nothing's really changed in terms of wind direction or in terms of the water getting pushed on in. So Jordan, I'll send it back into you. You know, it's November. People were done with hurricane season. I know the season goes to November 30th, but just 2022 had to put one last little storm in there, huh?
Just
or
one last
big storm.
Dagger. You mentioned the wind field, Jen, and the coverage and the footprint, and I want to show everybody how the wind is shaping up over, let's say, from the central part of the peninsula to the west side out towards the Tampa area. And one of the big numbers you're going to look at when we take a look at, the map we have here is what's going on in Orlando. All right, you've got 36 mile an hour sustained winds gusting to 56. The wind is cranking. I know that's closer to the center of circulation itself, but I wanted to definitely point that out there. I mean, it's no picnic here this morning, waking up in St. Petersburg with gusts of 40. The wind is whipping all over the place. And so you got to think of this footprint and, you know, the arm span that this thing has. And we talked about it yesterday. We'll continue to talk about it today, how you could get these wind speeds 35, 40, 50 plus miles an hour, 400 miles from the center. So, I mean, even up into the coastal areas of Georgia could see impacts this morning. And, of course, we're going to watch this thing work its way over the Sunshine State, really impacting the Tampa area most of the day. Even going into the second half of the day, we're starting to see more of that onshore flow. And I'll get to the wind in a second because that's going to be key for all you locations near the bay. And then we go into your day tomorrow and we'll begin to finally see everything taper out. But it's going to be a while before the rain and, of course, the wind lets up. With that blowing wind, it's not looking like we're going to be talking about too much flooding in this area. Hopefully, knock on wood, we are looking to pick up a couple of inches, though. But here's that wind. Again, starting off coming out of the north. And then look at the time here. We go into 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and now we shift it. It's straight on shore. So depending on what areas you are within the bay area, the bay, that's going to be determined on where that water is going. And of course, the tide charts are going to be specific into that. But just know things are going to be switching throughout the day today as the storm moves. And that'll be the big story because the water is going to be all over the place. Now, if we look up in the panhandle, this is an area where we can see prolonged rain, which means we might see some spots that pick up anywhere from 2 to 3 inches up and across that I-10 corridor. We now have, some of the rain entering into this area as well, Stephanie, with some of those wind gusts getting upwards of the tropical storm force winds. And of course, that will likely just intensify throughout the day.
That it will. So let's show you where it goes from here, because it's not only Florida. This then sweeps into the southeast. Tomorrow will be a wet one for places like Georgia, the Carolinas, Tennessee, and then all the way into the northeast for our Saturday. The one positive with this is it is moving very fast. So it's not going to hang around for too long. Right now we have that more northerly wind for us here, but our winds are already gusting. Look at that, Jacksonville 37 into Charleston. We are gusting over 25 miles an hour. We do have that surge potential because you're still going to get that onshore flow with the positioning of our storm. And so that's something we have to watch for. We also have to watch for the threat of stronger thunderstorms coming down with this. And of course, maybe a few spin-ups of tornadoes. That's something we'll watch for. But everything will be on the increase as we head today into tonight. And then look at tomorrow morning. It's going to be very wet and it will still stay breezy here into the southeast. Maybe a few power outages, but the biggest issue will be the threat for severe weather and that flooding. Now, there's one little positive with this. We actually need the rain in a lot of places here along the East Coast. So we'll take it, but that's going to come with the potential of some flooding too. So it's kind of a double-edged sword here. We will see the storm roll out though and make its way into the northeast as we head into our Saturday. But notice where we have elevation, we're able to squeeze a little more moisture out of the atmosphere. So 3 to 5 inches there into the Appalachians. Otherwise, soaking of 1 to 2, 2 to 3. But again, there are those storms that I was concerned about and thinking about here on the east side. That potential today for a few tornadoes to spin up and some of those bigger boomers to come on in. We do have wind advisories actually inland here. That means, again, Jordan, that we still could see a few power outages.
Yes, we can. And, if we continue to kind of trek into this location around the southeast and kind of break down some of the coastal areas here, Charleston, the Savannas, the Tybee Islands. Right now, we've got, if you look at the wind direction, it's all coming in out of the north. And today, it'll likely stay into that direction so that, think about any of these rivers that run out. That might help pull some of that water out into the Atlantic, but it will switch. These arrows will then go this way as the storm lifts up in that direction. So we, again, are going to be an area where the wind is going to be kind of flipping and flopping depending on where the storm is. And it could take all day to do so, but, your trees blowing one way this morning could technically blow another way as we head into tomorrow morning. I just want to make sure people are aware of that in case they have any weak or, trees that look pretty rough near your home. So here's a look at where the gusts go. We've already seen gusts this morning between 30 and 40 miles an hour. Looks like as we get into, the late morning hours, we can now begin to see some of that 40 and 50 mile an hour wind speeds pick up along the coast. And now we're starting to see that wind becoming more onshore as we head into tonight. All right. And then, of course, it'll just come out of the south once we head into tomorrow. And that's where the wind field goes. But we're going to be breezy for a while. All right. This is going to be kind of sticking with us as we close out the week and get into the upcoming weekend, which the weekend looks looks nice, but it does look cold. We'll get to that story a little bit later. All right, Fort Pulaski, Georgia, let's look at you for a second. You guys are right on the border of South Carolina. Looking at your tide chart, because this is going to be very key for us. High tide this morning is going to be at 8:55, and then we'll go through another high tide cycle as we head into tonight around the 9 o'clock hour. So those are going to be both times that we want to make sure we're aware of what's going on out along the beachfront and looking at what it does to our coastal potential erosion. Speaking of coastal erosion, I know that's been a big story in Florida. We go back to Cocoa Beach with Jen Carfagno out there, who's been getting hit pretty hard all through the overnight hours. The wind is whipping. Jen, good morning. I'm sure you're exhausted by now.
Good morning. Yes, it's been quite a night here. I'll tell you what, the wind has been very steadily over 50 or 60 miles per hour here in Cocoa Beach, right on the Space Coast in Brevard County, where we've got the peak power outages now. And overall, we're up to close to 110,000 customers without power. Really jumped up in like the last half hour or so. And, you know, certainly Brevard County. We're watching, though, all the way down through Indian River and Martin County, too. A lot of concerns there with the wind, some power outages coming in. The wind field is just so big. I was just checking observations. Near Lakeland, near Lake Alfred, we've got winds gusting to tropical storm force, about 41 miles per hour. Tampa, out towards Raymond James Stadium, they're gusting to 40 miles per hour. MacDill Air Force Base, they're gusting to 41 miles per hour. So it's just a big wind field, and a lot of folks are going to feel the impacts. 40-mile-per-hour winds might not cause power outages if it's just 1 hour of it, but if you have it for a full day, that certainly can take a toll on some trees, especially the weak ones coming down. I've been watching the wind, feeling it, actually more than watching it, trying to not look right into it, but I can really see it in that rainfall as it comes into the light by this light pole, and it's been nonstop, no break. We still have hours to go with it. Continuing coverage on what is now Tropical Storm Nicole right here from Cocoa Beach after this.
Currently in our area, 48 degrees under fair skies. Today, plentiful sunshine, high 65. Winds southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Tonight, partly cloudy skies early will give way to cloudy skies later at night. Low 57. Winds south at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Friday, rain likely. High 68. Chance of rain 90%. Rainfall around a half an inch. Higher wind gusts possible. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Stronger winds, stronger surge, and stronger storms makes a stronger hurricane season. You know what else is getting stronger? The #1 most trusted TV news network, the Weather Channel. Now available for anyone to stream on the new and improved TV app.
This is epic!
With real-time radar and maps to track all the action. Trust the strength in numbers. The Weather Channel, available on these platforms. Go to streamtwc.com to start your free 7-day trial.
All right, Daytona Beach now getting some of the brunt of the strongest of the winds. Winds have now started gusting to 62 miles per hour at Daytona Beach International. Potentially stronger right there on the coast. And we will have live reports from Jim Cantori at Daytona Beach Shores coming up this morning starting at 6 a.m. That's where they have significant coastal erosion. There was a lot of damage done by Ian when it came through, but it's really almost as much done now by the days of the onslaught of the push of water from Nicole on the shoreline there. And there are structures that are threatening to drop into the ocean because of the erosion that is happening. So we'll get a live report from him coming on up. We're lucky here in Brevard County that I haven't seen anything like that. Our dunes, well, renourished after Hurricane Irma actually 5 years ago, and they really have grown back strong, and they've done a good job with that. And so the dunes look pretty good here in terms of holding back the water and keeping the shoreline close. But we've had strong winds here, up over now, still over 60 miles per hour. We peaked at 67 just about a little less than an hour ago. And here at Cocoa Beach, the wind continues to be a big part of that story, and the power outages are continuing to mount across Brevard County. Now we've got more than 109,000 customers without power. A lot of those are in Brevard County. Unfortunately, I think that number is going to just keep going up, because with the weather like this, with winds gusting in excess of 40, 50, 60 miles per hour across a good chunk of Florida, we're really not going to see power crews able to get back out there and get power restored. The winds are 40 plus all the way over to Tampa, Lakeland. So, and up towards Jacksonville, they've been gusty. Well, can actually get gustier as this lifts to the north. As Nicole tracks just to the north and west of where I am, we'll start to see our wind shift around. And I've already started seeing that happening. We had a northeast wind for the brunt of the storm, and really for the last several days leading up to this. We were east for about a half hour, and Steph, now we're east-southeast. So that's telling me that the circulation is lifting up to our north.
Yeah, that's a way that we can tell what's happening by just looking at the wind reports and not actually needing to see your radar. Jen, we do see a few lights on behind you. Do you actually have power at your hotel? And I'm assuming water is still flowing with no problem in everyone's residences.
As far as I know, we have power here. I know they have a generator, and we've seen the lights flicker a few times, but we do still have power. Now, we've seen some lights go out in the buildings either side of us, but I see a few sporadic lights on in those buildings. So I don't know if it's power out for the whole building or maybe just some of the outer lights. But yeah, so far so good right here for us with power, Steph, here. But fingers crossed, because I'm
and water as well
optimistic.
Too. Jen, when you're right there, can you actually feel the building sway a little bit? I know sometimes you can do that during a storm. You can actually feel it moving.
Yeah, I haven't. Maybe it's not strong enough. I mean, I could feel myself swaying, Steph.
Yeah,
yeah, that is good. The trees are really bent. I'm watching these palm trees, and some of them, I know palm trees can take the wind, but it seems like they should go over. I mean, they're bending and swaying for sure.
All right, Jen, go take a break. We know you've been going pretty hard here for the last several hours, and we want to show everyone how Nicole is going to go into the Northeast as we head into our weekend. And yes, the cone stops into the Carolinas, but it doesn't mean it stops there. It continues on into the Northeast. Thanks to our big trough that is causing our big snowstorm, that is sweeping eastbound and pulling Nicole northbound. And so as we head into tomorrow and even into our Saturday, we are still going to see the lingering effects from this system into the Northeast. Loads of moisture, but again, we need the rain. We're pretty dry here in a lot of places along the East Coast. 2 to 3 inches for us here from the Great Lakes all the way to the Atlantic. And there is that possibility of flooding again from our Friday into our Saturday, Pittsburgh, Charleston, Syracuse, and points in between. Tomorrow, we also still have to worry about the bands coming off the water and causing severe weather. We could see some spin-ups here. We have a torcon of 3. That means that there is the possibility of seeing tornadoes. And of course, some of these thunderstorms will also produce very strong downdrafts. So you have the thunderstorm winds, and then you also have the tropical storm force winds. There's Nicole tracking northbound here, and you see it smack dab into the Northeast for our Friday evening, and it just lingers around into our Saturday morning, and then it clears out. Then we are going to see, look at that, the colder air move in. Notice the snow on the map for us here. So we go from the tropics to winter real quick here, and we will see some of those winds. I mean, right on the coast, you could see 50, 60 mile an hour winds with the less friction that we have. But of course, inland, you get a little bit of friction. It slows everything down. Things are going to slow down as we head into our Saturday. But along I-90, 86, I'll tell you, Friday is going to be a real mess here if you're trying to do any driving or traveling. So keep that in mind. And the same as we look into Pittsburgh and Ohio. Let's leave you now with a live look at Daytona. And man, that camera is rocking. Look at that thing.
And continuing coverage of Tropical Storm Nicole as it continues its push across the Florida Peninsula. The worst of the weather right now is approaching Orlando. Just saw wind gusts of 63 miles per hour in Orlando, and we are continuing to get the rain come down pretty heavy here as well. Things are obviously not great for driving this morning, so if at all possible, stay home, wait this one out. We'll show you what it looks like outside. We have live reports from Justin Michaels in Orlando coming up here in just a little bit, just about an hour or so. on the Weather Channel. I'm meteorologist Jen Carfagno. I'm live in Cocoa Beach, Florida, where we've been getting just relentless winds up over 50 and 60 miles per hour. We were pretty much in the 60-plus range now for the last hour with the winds. And even though now we do have Nicole onshore, it's on land. It made landfall about 3 a.m. just south of Vero Beach. It's been trekking across the Florida Peninsula, and actually now looks like that circulation is going to move just off to my west or northwest. We're never really get in the center of circulation here in Cocoa Beach. We kind of missed that boat. We're now seeing a wind change coming from the east-southeast, and so we're not getting a break in this wind. Vero Beach got a break a little bit. They got about an hour or so where winds had calmed down to about 10 miles per hour, but that's not going to happen for us up here. Now, as we see this continued onshore wind, the time of high tide will be getting closer. That's about 8:40 this morning, and that will be the next concern for coastal problems along the eastern seaboard. The wind is a nonstop problem, whether it's high tide or low tide. The wind is going to be a problem. And you know, Steph, it's really not cutting us a break. If anything, I feel like it's getting stronger.
Yeah, Jen, that's impressive. And we are going to continue to see that onshore flow. And that's what I want to talk about and give you a break, because I know you've been standing out there all day yesterday and all night. Jen's been holding it down. For those of you who have been watching all night long since 1 a.m. this morning, she's been getting battered by the storms, and she was live yesterday. And here is a look at Tropical Storm Nicole moving at 14 miles an hour, very fast. That is the only positive thing I can say about this, is that it is moving quickly, and that means there's less of a chance that we are going to get significant flooding. We won't see those 20, 30-inch rainfall totals out of the system. So far, we've seen up to a little over 2 inches of rainfall. Our winds have been 60, 70 miles an hour with this system. So there are your wind reports that we've had so far. Melbourne, Port Canaveral gusting 70, 71 miles an hour. And just offshore, we have seen the winds a little bit stronger in that 74, 75 range, but don't forget that there's less friction, and some of those maybe have a little bit of height to them, so you have to keep that in mind. All right, this is a storm right now. Look at the heavy rains, and we are going to see some flooding with this. Just because I said we're not going to see 20 or 30 inches doesn't mean you're not going to see flooding. It's going to come down. It's going to come down heavy. I feel really bad for everyone in the Fort Myers, Naples area who is dealing with this storm. Naples, we're dry, but we'll get some of those showers to come in as we're recovering from Ian. Really, the whole state still recovering from Ian. Everything's going to rotate in. Look at Daytona Beach gusting to 62. We have buoys here gusting to 45. But it's these cells coming off the water that will be coming in that will bring the threat of severe weather for those of you here in Georgia, South Carolina. Huge wind field. We're talking winds 450 miles from the center, gusting up to tropical storm force strength. That's why we have tropical storm warnings across the board here, Florida, Georgia, into South Carolina. Wave heights, you still want to stay out of the water. You need to still stay out of the water. I know a lot of people get curious. That wind is going to continue to push that surge here as we head through the day, another 3 to 5 feet. It will keep it up. So the big issue with this is going to be the erosion. And we saw this several days before the storm was coming in. So let's go back to Jen to talk more about that erosion. And Jen, before it was a pressure gradient thing between the low and the high. Now it's just really kind of that onshore flow from this system. Yeah, a little pressure gradient, but really the storm has taken over.
Yeah, the storm has taken over, and it's worse, it feels like. I mean, it was bad enough the last several days with that onshore wind, and now this definitely feels stronger, and it seems like it's not giving up around here. Now, Steph had mentioned about the waves. Wave heights near shore are going to be up over 15, 16 feet. Waves offshore up over 30 feet measured by buoys out there. So it's another day to stay out of the ocean. And Steph will appreciate this, but we had Wyatt Wernick on the show yesterday. He was on with me on the beach just talking about how chaotic it is out there. It's not even good for surfers, actually. So hopefully everyone stays out of the water. Beaches are closed, as you would expect, but it's hard to enforce. You got to take some personal responsibility for that safety and stay out of the water, of course, today. And honestly, stay home, hunker down. We'll be dealing with this across the Florida Peninsula. Tropical Storm Nicole is on the move.
Oh, hey, it's the Donovans. You know, legend has it, the Donovans had a barbecue that fed half a town.
You know what I heard? They drove cross country just to walk their dog.
Welcome to the National
Apparently, they climbed a mountain to save some wild horses. That's what they say.
That's what they say. Toyota, let's go places.
Shop Macy's Black Friday specials now. Like sweaters, starting at $24.99. Boots and shoes, 40 to 50% off. And get 60% off holiday decor. Plus, download the app for more great deals at Macy's.
My father didn't know his dad.
She knew that I always want to know more about my family history.
With Ancestry, I dug and dug until I found some information.
I was able to find out more than just a name.
And then you add it to the tree. I found ship manifests.
Birth certificate.
Wow. Look at your dad.
I love it so much to know where my father worked, where he grew up. It's like you discover a new family member.
It's the greatest gift.
Now on sale at Ancestry.
Hi.
Happy anniversary.
For what?
Every year you're with us, you get $50 toward your home deductible. It's a policy perk for being a Farmer's customer.
Do I have to do anything?
Nothing.
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 Nothing?
Nothing.
That really is something.
You get a whole lot of something with Farmer's policy perks. See ya.
May I have a balloon too?
Sure. Your parents have maintained a farmer's home policy for 12 consecutive months, right?
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Here's Liz, whose bladder leaks dropped in uninvited. But instead of period pads, she brought Poise Ultra Thin, so she can bounce on with clean, dry, fresh protection from Poise.
Our craftsmen begin each day perfectly seasoning our Hillshire Farm smoked sausage so that you can end each day crafting a perfectly delicious dinner. Hillshire Farm, made right on the farm.
Who wants burgers?
Ooh, it's the DQ Signature Stack Burgers menu. That is 5 tasty burgers right there. There goes a spicy flamethrower and loaded A1 Signature Stack Burgers.
Go, Mom?
You're still the cool mom.
Thank you.
DQ, happy tastes good.
Age is just a number, and mine's unlisted.
Try Boost High Protein with 20 grams of protein for muscle health versus 16 grams in Ensure High Protein. Boost High Protein also has key nutrients for immune support. Boost High Protein.
This holiday season, give your family the gift that keeps on going.
Our very own Energizer Bunny.
Energizer Ultimate Lithium. The #1 longest lasting AA battery.
Cruise with Norwegian and enjoy free unlimited open bar, free specialty dining, and now free airfare, and much more. Be free at sea with Norwegian.
2 new IHOP lunch and dinner menu items for twice the goodness, twice the flavor, and twice the choice. Sirloin Salisbury steak and all-natural salmon. Perfect for lunch or dinner. Only at IHOP. Download the app and earn free food with every purchase.
With thousands of live and on-demand classes to fit any schedule.
If you just added speed, you're my people, Peloton.
And world-class instructors, Peloton is the gift to get you moving.
Keep working, Peloton family.
Rent the Peloton Bike or Bike Plus, month to month, no commitments. Terms apply.
I recommend Nature Made vitamins because I trust their quality. They were the first to be verified by USP, an independent organization that sets strict quality and purity standards. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand.
Tropical storm Nicole not offering any breaks out here. This wind, if anything, it's getting stronger, not less, as it crosses over the Florida Peninsula. It's over land right now, that center circulation, and it made landfall as a hurricane, a Category 1 hurricane just south of Vero Beach about 3 a.m. this morning. But now it is a tropical storm with peak winds of 70, and we've been seeing plenty of reports close to that. We had wind gusts of now 63 miles per hour at the Orlando airport. Winds have been gusting up over 60 in Daytona Beach. I've been dealing with winds gusting with 67 about an hour ago. Here now still in the 60s with the wind gusts. And winds in excess of tropical storm force all the way over to Tampa, where at MacDill Air Force Base they had winds gusting over 40 miles per hour. Nicole is a big storm. That's always been its story from the very beginning. It's large, it has a big wind field with it, and that wind field has been a big part of the story, pushing the water onshore, causing some very destructive erosion, especially along the first coast. down getting towards Volusia County, where we have some structures that are on the verge of falling into the ocean because of all the erosion that has been taking place between Ian and now from Nicole. Jim Cantori will be live there for us later this morning, here coming up actually at the top of the hour, and we'll get a sense of what's going on there with what's happened at last night's high tide till now. But we're getting towards another high tide this morning, which with the onshore flow pretty much from my location points northward all the way up the Florida coast. We will have concern for that coastal erosion. The wind itself, Jordan, the biggest problem I think is going to be some damage and I think some power outages. It's been mounting, getting worse and worse every 15 minutes. I'm seeing updates and it's going up.
Yeah. Well, this morning, Jen, for perspective on that, I came in and I think I did a post on Twitter around 4 o'clock in the morning, and at that point there was 11,000 customers without power. And literally within an hour to an hour and a half, what do we have? 100,000 plus customers without power. So yes. Yeah. Thank you for being out there. We appreciate it. It gives us a visual and an idea of what conditions are like. From where Jen is, I want to give you more of a map perspective and, of course, just seeing how chaotic the wind is. I know someone on Twitter just hit me up and said, hey, man, it is intense. It woke me up. So, and the wind is far-reaching. So looking at some of these gusts from Daytona at 62, you got Orlando that was just at 60. They're now seeing gusts at 58. But even, I mean, look outside of that for a second. We go from Jacksonville, even up and around the Georgia coast, we've got gusts of 40. So that's the footprint we're talking about, okay? A 400-mile stretch here of tropical storm force gusts possible, and more of that will be creeping north into even like Alabama and Georgia as we work our way throughout the day today. So the rain field and that torrential rain is now crossing over the Sunshine State, really hammering places like Orlando. There's a reason why we have the tropical storm force or the tropical storm warning stretching all the way to Apalachicola and across that I-10 corridor and even north. It's just because of the territory and the size of this thing. So we're still going to be looking at coastal impacts. And of course, a lot of that happened yesterday on the Atlantic side. Today's going to be a day where we see more of that on the Gulf side as the storm moves over and the wind switches directions and we see more of an onshore push once it lifts to the north. So you can kind of see the idea. We see by late morning it's into the Gulf. Does it stay, into a tropical storm status? It potentially could. And then as it lifts north, all of that water will go up into that direction as well, which is why we have that storm surge warning. So, Stephanie, I want to make sure folks out in this area don't let their guard down either, because this is a spot where we could see more of that coastal impact and influence.
Yeah, I mean, listen, in Florida, we could still see 50, 60 mile an hour gusts. As it moves into the southeast, we could see wind gusts up to 40, 45 miles an hour. So there still could be power outages here with our system, and it doesn't stop. It doesn't all of a sudden just fall apart here into the upstate of North and South Carolina. It continues on into the northeast, where it will bring a lot of moisture. It gets pulled northbound by the southerly flow ahead of this jet stream, and we are going to see tropical moisture crank into the northeast. And I'll tell you what, we're going to go from summer straight into winter once this trough pushes through, but there are your low-level winds coming in. So I do think it will be breezy. I think we could see some delays when you're talking about traveling, but 2 to 3 inches, 1 to 2 inches of rain still to come for us here, and the possibility of flooding exists. Now, we need the rain. A lot of places along the East Coast are actually on the drier side, but so this is a good thing, but we just don't want it all at once. So we are going to see some flooding. We're going to see that threat for some of these stronger storms. We could see tornadoes as we head into tomorrow with that onshore flow bringing these bands in. We could see little spin up, something that you always have to watch out for when you're following these storms. There's your rain coming in. So we get up to Pennsylvania, New York as we head into the early morning hours. It is just covering the entire Northeast really for the day. So I think travel is going to be an absolute mess for us here. And then it clears out, and then, oh, look, it's cold enough to snow. I mean, are you kidding me? We are going to see quite a drop in temperatures behind this system. Watch the winds right along the coast. You could see them 40, 50, even 60 mile an hour winds here along the coast. Less friction over the water than you have over the land, and that is going to clear out very quickly. That is the real plus with this, is that it moves in and moves out that fast. How much rain for us here into the Cuse, Rochester, Buffalo? We're going to be all along I-90 in that 2 to 3 inch range. Pittsburgh, we're also going to see it. Wheeling, Washington, Butler, Youngstown, all these areas will be experiencing those 2 to 3 inches. All right, let's leave you now with a live look at Daytona Beach. We've gusted over 62 miles an hour. Look at that spray coming over the wall. Wow.
Some people like to talk into microphones. We prefer dropping them. The MDX Type S. A new era of premium performance.
You'll always remember buying your first car and buying your starter home, or whatever this is. But the things that last a lifetime, like happiness, love, and confidence, you can't buy those, but you can invest in them. We believe that your investments should work harder for the future you imagine. And that's where our strategic investing approach can help. T. Rowe Price. Invest with confidence.
Hi, Susan. Honey.
Yeah?
I respect that, but that cough looks pretty bad. Try this Robitussin honey.
The real honey you love, plus the powerful cough relief you need.
Mind if I root through your trash?
Robitussin, the only brand with real honey and elderberry.
Did you know Google makes a phone? Sure, it's beautiful, but it does things other phones can't do, which is how it helps take annoying items out of pictures. Introducing our newest Google Pixel phones. Switch to Verizon and get Google Pixel 7 Pro on them with select trade-in and 5G unlimited plans.
This year, we're not waiting for Black Friday. Get the best prices right now at LL Flooring's Better Than Black Friday sale, with up to 25% off over 300 floors and no interest for 36 months. The Better Than Black Friday sale ends November 15th. LL Flooring.
It was my son Jaden's 5th birthday, and he wanted Chick-fil-A.
My husband was a Marine. Her husband's a Marine. Her husband had been gone for almost 6 months at that time, and I just knew that we had to do something extra special for him.
When I get to the door, actually, I was very surprised.
We brought the cow out and delivered to them.
Do you know who that is? Jaden was really excited about it.
I wanted to be the extra family for them that night.
Oh, thank you.
Yay.
The future of connectivity is here, where the flexibility and ease of mobile works hand in hand with the reliability, security, and speed of the internet. One unified network that moves information at unimaginable speeds and works like a shield to block threats before they ever get to you. That's powerful enough to run smart cities, yet simple enough to manage all the things that matter to you. This is Spectrum One. Internet, advanced Wi-Fi, and mobile working together as one to give you more speed, more reliability, and more security. That's seamless connectivity. That's Spectrum One.
I travel the world to carve a path for those who aren't afraid to get a little bit dirty.
That is the craziest thing I have ever done in my life.
Let's go on an uncharted adventure.
Currently in our area, 48 degrees under clear skies. Today, plentiful sunshine, high 65. Winds southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Tonight, partly cloudy skies early will give way to cloudy skies later at night. Low 57. Winds south at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Friday, rain likely. High 68. Chance of rain 90%. Rainfall around a half an inch. Higher wind gusts possible. Here's our 7-day outlook.
A November hurricane making landfall in the U.S. It's pretty rare. The last time it's happened was in November of 1985. That was Hurricane Kate. Well, now we have Hurricane Nicole that made landfall, and that happened just around 3 a.m. just south of Vero Beach here on the east coast of Florida. I am Jen Carfagno live in Cocoa Beach, where here on the Space Coast we've been on that north side of circulation the whole time, and now as Tropical Storm Nicole continues its push across the Florida Peninsula, we are not going to get in that center of circulation or the center of the eye. We're going to stay on now the eastern side of it. Still getting that onshore wind. It has been relentless, gusting over 60 miles per hour now for several hours. And the same thing is now spreading to Orlando, where they've been gusting over 60 miles per hour. Up to Daytona Beach, where Jim Cantori will be joining us live from Daytona Beach shores. They've been gusting over 60 miles per hour. And it's not like it's just one gust like you might find in a thunderstorm. It's really been all night long here that we've been dealing with these very strong tropical storm force winds. And that's taken a toll on the power outages. We're now up to 125,000 customers without power. And a lot of those in Brevard County. And so certainly that's going to be a big task for today. Once the winds calm down, the crews can't go out in the weather like this, not when the winds are up still gusting to 60 miles per hour. The coastal concerns will be the other problem, and we think at the time of high tide coming in just after 8:30 this morning, we will again see more erosion happening, more problems with that, more flooding because of the coastline getting eroded away. Steph, I'll tell you what, it has been quite a night out here with this wind, and my phone has just died. So I feel like that's telling me something.
Yeah, I think it's time for you to wrap it up, Jen. Get some rest. Yeah. We all really appreciate you really walking everyone through the height of the storm overnight. Jen's been on air since 1 o'clock this morning. So, Jen, go get some rest. We have other crews that will be taking over and showing us what's happening from the coast all the way inland, because this is not just a system that is at the coast. If you live in Orlando, I think I just saw a gust. Did I see just a gust, guys? 60 miles an hour in Orlando. Yeah. Is that right? So we're still gusting 60, 65 miles an hour here in central Florida. And as it goes into the southeast, they could gust up to 45 miles an hour. So we're still talking about power outages. I would still know where your flashlights are. I would be, careful about the food you're eating, keeping the fridge closed if you lose power, things like that. Made landfall as a hurricane. Jen was talking about some of those stats. This is the latest in the year that we have ever seen a hurricane make landfall on the east coast of Florida. So this thing is historic. It is record breaking. It is moving at 14 miles an hour. Thankfully, into South Florida, we're really already starting to clear out, though I know school has been canceled already in South Florida for the day today. And then tomorrow is Veterans Day as well, so there's no school. 50, 60, even 70 mile an hour winds are what we've been seeing with it. And look at that rain coming in. We have seen some potential for flooding, and we will continue to see that as we go through the day today. And there's your center of circulation just cranking along here for us. And watch these bands coming in. You could see severe weather with those, and I'm talking damaging winds and tornadoes. Right now, look at Daytona Beach, 59. Even Tampa gusting to 38. I know there were schools canceled around the Tampa Bay area as well. Vero still at 30 miles an hour. And Jen was mentioning with the wind shift out of the southeast, she knows that the system has now passed off to her west. And this is just something interesting that you can look at. And this is how you become a meteorologist, right? Hopefully this will spark someone's interest in meteorology. Look at our winds. You can see the counterclockwise flow. You can actually see those winds coming up and around. So we know our center of circulation just by looking at the winds. If we had no radar, we know where that would be. And so here's Jen on the coast saying, oh, I have that southeast wind. I know the system is now off to my west. So just something to look for, something different, something you can only really get here on the Weather Channel. We talk about the nitty-gritty details. Tropical storm force winds extend out 450 miles from the center. This thing is massive, and we still have that surge potential because you still have that onshore flow. As long as you have that, you're going to get erosion, and I think that's really what's going to be the headlines with this system, will be the erosion. And then, Jordan, as we head into tomorrow, the southeast is going to be getting wet. We could be losing power, and then this races off into the northeast and actually meets up with a system coming from the west.
Yes, and that system's already putting down a lot of wintry weather out here along the northern tier, and so that's where we're going to start things off. This is what is actually going to be cooling so many folks down. But let's talk about the precip first and the dangerous travel impacts across parts of Highway 94. You have the ice storm warning, which will be with us for a little bit longer. We are seeing that transition, though. It started off as, rain, then the ice, and then, of course, now seeing the snow overtake that. But either way, even down in parts of South Dakota, travel is going to be slick because even snow on top of the ice could cause problems. The blizzard warning is there for good reason, and we've got pockets of very heavy snow just beginning to kind of pile up now, and you have all day of it. So from International Falls through Bismarck, and then it does look like we'll get some of that down into parts of South Dakota as well. But the footprint here is going to be more aligned to that northern tier at an angle, all right, because we have the thunderstorm activity up towards the Twin Cities, and because of the warmth out ahead of it, we got a severe weather chance that we're going to be watching out towards parts of the Missouri River. But just looking at the snow impacts here this morning, be careful if you're traveling along this northern tier. This is still tracking eastward.
Did you know Google makes a phone? Sure, it's beautiful, but it does things other phones can't do, which is how it helps take annoying items out of pictures. Introducing our newest Google Pixel phones. Switch to Verizon and get Google Pixel 7 Pro on them with select trade-in and 5G unlimited plans.
Age is just a number, and mine's unlisted.
Try Boost High Protein with 20 grams of protein for muscle health versus 16 grams in Ensure High Protein. Boost High Protein also has key nutrients for immune support. Boost High Protein.
Our craftsmen begin each day perfectly seasoning our Hillshire Farm smoked sausage so that you can end each day crafting a perfectly delicious dinner. Hillshire Farm, made right on the farm.
When we were a motorized bicycle company, they said that's fine for the streets, but you'll never win a race. They said motorcycles are one thing, but you can't make cars. All right, you're a car company, but you won't win Formula One in a hybrid. Well, you'll never compete off-road. What about when there is no road? No gas. They've challenged us to do a lot of things. What will we do next? Honda, the power of dreams.
A Kohler home generator never misses a beat. It automatically powers your entire home and keeps your family connected. And a Kohler home generator with Power Boost technology does it all in seconds, keeping your food fresh and everyone comfortable. A heavy-duty commercial-grade engine with no refueling and power to spare. It's ready whenever you need it. And it's quiet, even if you're not. When you've got a Kohler generator, if the power goes out, life rocks on. Right now, get a free 10-year extended warranty and up to $750 off.
It's Macy's Veterans Day sale with our lowest prices of the season, like the Jolene Sectional $12.99 and Hosting Essentials 20 to 40% off. Plus, get a free adjustable base with qualifying mattress purchase. Now at Macy's.
Spicy buns, spicy sauce, spicy seasoning, spicy jalapenos, ooh, spicy fries. Boy, Arby's getting loose with the spice on the new Diablo sandwiches and fries. Arby's, we have the meats.
And good morning, everybody. Rough morning here at Daytona Beach Shores. Some of the deeper power outages down to my south in Brevard County. We're, of course, in Volusia County here, where it just continues to howl. We just got out of a very intense band of very, very heavy rain, and it's going to be real interesting at first light just how much more of a beating these beaches have taken up. now that Nicole is on shore, joining only a couple of hurricanes in our past that have come ashore in Florida in the month of November. So pretty amazing when you think about it like that. And certainly the latest we've had hurricane-wise in 37 years near Hutchinson Island last night, making landfall at about 3 a.m. As I mentioned here at Daytona Beach Shores, we have the luxury, I think I'd call it, of having power, but we've lost a couple of street lights. We've seen what looks like signage kind of ripped apart, broken in the streets on our way out through here. And one of the other things we've seen all night is the Florida Power and Light trucks. Okay, they've been sitting out there as well, making sure that whatever issues that come up, they're right on top of it. But needless to say, in terms of operations and getting up in that bucket truck, that's not happening here as winds are gusting 40 to 60 miles per hour at times. We've had gusts already as high at Kennedy Space Center of 85 miles per hour. So a rough morning here. Glad to be out of the heaviest rain, but we're certainly not out of the wind by any stretch of the imagination. We got another high tide this morning around 9 o'clock. And, so the potential for chewing away at the beaches as the wind is coming right on shore is very, very high here. All right. Our coverage, obviously, Nicole is going to continue throughout the morning and the afternoon as all this wet weather and wind and rain and flood potential moves across the central part of the state through Orlando. And then we'll see where the center goes. Coming up into southern Appalachia tomorrow. Steph and Jordan are going to tell you all about that and where it's going to be going here on America's Morning Headquarters. So busy morning here on the Weather Channel. Again, guys, waiting first light to get out there and see, what unfortunately has been given back to the sea. Steph and Jordan, let's go back to you in the studio.
Jim, has the wind been like this all night? Is this the worst it's been? Because Jen was just saying she feels like it really has picked up in the last hour or so.
Yeah, it was actually even worse, Steph, coming in with the rain. Oftentimes, the convective rain bands help to bring down some of the stronger winds. And Steve and I were driving in, and the whole vehicle was like shaking. I actually thought we were going to have a window blowout. No joke. I really did. It was that strong.
Wow. Well, it only takes one little rock, too, blowing in that wind to hit in a sweet spot in the window, and the whole thing can break there. Jim, all right, get into cover. Take a little breather there for you, and we'll get everyone updated on what is happening with Nicole. And if you're just joining us, just waking up this morning, Nicole made landfall as a hurricane. Now, Jim was mentioning how rare that is. We have never had a hurricane make landfall along the East Coast this late in the season. So this thing is record-breaking. It's historic. Winds are at 70 miles an hour right now, and you still see those bands and that onshore flow bringing the erosion to a lot of places here into Florida. There's a landfall. It was just south of Vero Beach, and it was a Category 1 with winds at 75 miles an hour. I know it doesn't look super organized at the moment, but there was a clear eye with this system, and we did have clear skies. You could see the moon, the whole 9 yards. Very strong winds, gusting 50 to 70 miles an hour. And by the way, this is not just a coastal system. We've seen winds in central Florida gusting to 60 miles an hour. And you could see power outages and trees down in the deep south as well as this moves north. So we'll get to that. But first, what's it doing to Florida? Still, we're seeing that onshore flow. You can find the center of circulation. I know it's a little messy right now because it's come ashore, but notice our winds here, counterclockwise winds. So there's your overall big circulation for you. Your center circulation is moving towards central Florida. We have a crew that will be there giving us a live report of how they're faring in Orlando. Speaking of Orlando, some of the theme parks are actually going to be opening later this afternoon. That tells you how quickly this system's going to be moving through. Tropical storm force winds extend out 450 miles from the center of this. It is wide reaching, and it's going to be with us as we head over the next couple of days. It doesn't really clear out until we head into our Sunday. There are your power outages. They just keep jumping and jumping and jumping. All right, so we will see more of these into places like probably Georgia and the Carolinas. Traveling is going to be a mess. Multiple airports are closed here. Otherwise, flying into these airports is going to be really bumpy if they can even get into them. You'll have a lot of delays, a lot of cancellations. Waves still cranking out there for us. We still have the storm surge warnings, the storm surge watch. And I want to show you, as this center, does it pull fully offshore and make yet a third landfall into the panhandle of Florida? Time will tell. We'll watch that. But as we head into our Friday, it's going to be a mess at the world's busiest airport here in Orlando. Let's go back now to Jim Cantore and talk about all the homes, the condos, the hotels on the verge of collapse, Jim. I really think the headline with this system will be the erosion it caused along the coast.
absolutely. Steph, we know that Ian did a lot of the damage kind of right out of the gate, right? So yesterday was just kind of, you've got this open wound, the Band-Aids come off, and now the wound's getting ripped apart even more. And so that's what Nicole is doing. And that's not going to stop. We're going to go through this other tide cycle. And then what I'm hoping is the winds start shifting around a little bit. All right, they start coming around a little bit from the south. Then they come over land. Because right now they're coming right off the water, and we're getting hammered. But yes, the big story here at Daytona Beach Shores was the 12 condominiums and the one hotel that they evacuated people out of. And the public information officer told us yesterday about 200 people that they got out of here that didn't leave with the mandatory evacuation that we had yesterday. Obviously, nobody's going anywhere today here. The bridges are still closed due to the high winds, and there's officers out there making sure nobody goes across. And we didn't see one car coming in. All we saw was the Florida Power Light Crew. Not surprising. I'm out here where I was last night. I had Matt Schaefer turn the light back onto that building here that we saw pretty much falling into the water yesterday. It looks like it's cracked and down a little bit more than it was, but I really can't tell. It's going to take a second before we can obviously get out there and show you what's going on. Either way you slice it, the beaches are going to take another beating this morning. Except, I don't know, there's this other place called Wilbur by the Sea, which is about 2 miles to our south, that they were the ones yesterday where it was literally just whatever leftover sand there was, and on top of that was the structure. So I don't know how those fared overnight. I've been trying to get that information. Nobody's getting back to us, and I get it. Everybody's on shift and stuff like that. But once we get to light, we will start heading to those spots and show you how much more erosion we had this last night's high tide and prepare you for what's going to happen with this morning. All right, that's the kind of stuff that we're looking at. Otherwise, again, we're well north of 150,000 customers statewide without power. We're good here, and it was good pretty much from Daytona Beach all the way down toward Port Orange, which is where we are here. So we came through Daytona Beach Shores, and we're almost, if you will, at Port Orange. So that little stretch of about 8 miles or so, there were lights everywhere. Did not see any power outages on the trek in through here. All right, how are they faring, though, in Orlando? Because the same band of very heavy rain that came through me this morning is now sweeping over into Orlando. And from what I understand, into places like Seminole County, starting to get some power out there. Justin Michaels joins us. Justin also on double duty. I left Justin last night in Orlando, and I'm starting up with him again this morning. Justin, how are we faring with the power outage situation in Orlando Metro?
I can tell you right now here in downtown Orlando, Jim, power seems to be just fine, though we are gusting over 60 miles per hour as far as the winds coming across the state from Tropical Storm Nicole. In fact, at the airport this morning, they clocked a 63-mile-per-hour gust. And speaking of the airport, we just checked in with that, with their social media there and their most recent update on their closure. Remember, MCO closed down at 4 o'clock yesterday afternoon to all flights in and outbound. No word yet on when they're going to be reopening. We'll stay on top of that. But, of course, as the tropical storm persists for the rest of this morning and into the afternoon, you have to believe no flights are coming in and certainly no flights are leaving until these conditions die down. We are in the thick of it here, and it's going to last like this for the rest of this morning and into the afternoon. As far as Disney, all the Disney parks in some way, shape, or form are closed at least through noon, if not till 1 o'clock. So make sure if you are here on vacation from points all across the globe, you're watching the Weather Channel, look at your particular park, and then you'll kind of be able to know when it's going to be reopening. They might be adjusting that a little bit. It's hard to say because we're going to be experiencing these tropical storm force conditions into the afternoon, but I believe Walt Disney World itself is expected to reopen at noon as scheduled right now. Schools here are closed today and tomorrow in Orlando and really much of Florida, the impacted area at least when it comes to this storm. Looking around, you can see what looks like a tropical storm. The palm trees blowing, the other trees blowing. Luckily, where we are right now, we're a little protected by our hotel and also some of the surrounding buildings. But again, gusting over 60 miles per hour, torrential rains coming down. Now, it's important to remind you, if you're looking at this, you're looking out your window, you might be a little concerned about what happened during Ian just a few weeks ago when you got nearly 20 20 inches of rain here in Orlando. Jordan, as we go back into you in the studio, that's not the case here. We're not expecting 20 inches of rain. We're not expecting the lakes to overflow. They did lower all the lakes here, Jordan. Of course, as you well know, this entire landscape is speckled with lakes. They did lower all of them in Orlando out of an abundance of caution, but we're not talking about 20 inches of rain. We're talking about 3 to 5, a very different storm, but still reason to be careful, be concerned,
sure.
Stay inside. Today's a good day, Jordan. I think even at Disney might be a good day for indoor activities until tonight, until this thing really gets out of here.
And just for some perspective, Justin, we're looking at the airport, and our wind gusts are between 50 and 55 miles per hour. Are you somewhat protected from some of the buildings?
We are.
Or is it somewhat open where you are?
No, we are definitely, we found ourselves a nice safe spot near our hotel to be outside, but yes, there are large buildings around us, still large trees, but you can hear, Jordan, especially in our hotel, where when one of those massive gusts goes across the roof of the hotel, the whole building kind of rumbles and you can kind of feel it. So we're still dealing with the thick of it here, and we're going to for several more hours.
All right, so let's kind of bring in the map here, ladies and gentlemen, to give you guys some perspective on where Justin is. If you look on this map, he's on the right side of the screen. I'll kind of draw that here, where we've got reports now at 52-mile-an-hour gusts coming out of the airport. And remember, it was only within 30 minutes ago we were getting 60-mile-an-hour gusts. So let's hope that maybe you're through the thick of it. And I'm assuming it was this band right here that was whipping through and causing rain to go sideways, and of course helping that wind get that nice gust of 60. Now, if you take a look out on the western side of the state, right in the eastern Gulf, we've got wind gusts of tropical storm force in this part of the country as well, or this part of the state. You look at St. Petersburg, you look at Tampa, right? And right now that wind is going to be shifting throughout the morning hours. So we're kind of seeing the wind do this, and then as we head into the evening or the afternoon, we're going to see the wind do that. And so the water in the bay is going to be going in different directions. Want to make sure everyone's aware of that. By the time we head into the overnight, we're still seeing some of these bands hanging around our neck of the woods. It doesn't look like we completely clear everything out until we get into the second half of Friday, but more likely into the weekend when we finally get the remnants of all Nicole out of here. So here's the wind conversation for a moment. Again, looking at that direction coming out of the north, so places like Sarasota feeling that wind coming out of the north and seeing that water rise in the bay from that direction. And then you go into the afternoon, and now we got a complete onshore flow, so pushing the water back up through the bay. And then, of course, you go into later on this evening, and we'll eventually kind of see it shift coming into the south-southwest or the west-southwest, and just giving you guys some perspective there. Rain amounts going to be looking to be a little bit more on the bullseye section, around 3 inches around the I-10 corridor. All of that going to be lifting north, and then, of course, bringing rain to other locations in the south. We got to watch out for a chance to see an isolated tornado. And so as we kind of take a look at this new tornado watch that has been updated, it does look like we got a chance to maybe see some of this on the northern side of Florida. All right, Jim, so we haven't yet seen any of that take place. We're talking about the severe storms and any kind of tornado outbreak, but it is very common. We could see some spin-ups like this coming in off the Atlantic.
Yeah, I mean, it's unbelievable. It's such a difference between, like Justin, who's inland, got a little bit of protection from the friction of the land, and also a chance, obviously, for us to pretty much take it right off the water. And that's why I'm hoping for those winds to shift around. As the center goes farther west, we will come around from the south and then southwest. And then our winds will be across the land. That'll also dampen the ocean impacts as well. And that's all going to happen mid-morning, we think, maybe even as we get into early this afternoon. But either way, again, the damage has been done with Ian. The damage has been exacerbated with Nicole to these beaches here. And, what we witnessed yesterday, I've never been a part of, where you're talking about evacuating 12 condominiums with the residents in it because you were worried about structural failures. That's a really big statement. These condos were built back in the 70s, all right? The question is, as we come back, do we just replace the sand or do we build back smarter? We got to think about that, and I get it. I'm just like you. I want to be at the beach too. But we got to be smart about how we come back after these things. We'll be right back.
This
the biggest bounce of the summer.
Hey, 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 hey. If you're coming in, come down, play, play. If you feel too shy, then watch for me. Watch for me, watch for me.
Shake it. This the biggest bounce of the summer. If you ain't coming, that's a bummer. Watch for me. This the biggest bounce of the summer.
First came Google, then came Fitbit. What if the two forces joined together to transform the way we live? Again, Fitbit by Google.
This holiday, make no mistake, everything here is Philadelphia cheesecake.
Cheesecake is everything.
Make your own.
Age is just a number, and mine's unlisted.
Try Boost High Protein with 20 grams of protein for muscle health versus 16 grams in Ensure High Protein. Boost High Protein also has key nutrients for immune support. Boost High Protein.
Put an end to the dreaded dust cloud every time you empty your vacuum with the revolutionary Shark Wand-Vac self-empty system. It empties itself after every clean, trapping the mess for up to 100 times less dust in your home. The Shark Wand-Vac self-empty system.
Some people like to talk into microphones. We prefer dropping them. The MDX Type S, a new era of premium performance.
More truck owners are switching to Ram, which means more people behind the grill are switching to Ram.
Can you flip that?
And more people behind the grill. More first leg of the road trips. More uncles who take Thanksgiving football games too seriously. And more people who can't resist telling you that the leaves are changing.
Leaves are changing.
Are switching to Ram.
During the Ram Black Friday sales event, get 0% financing plus $2,000 total bonus cash on the 2022 Ram 1500.
COP27, the United Nations Climate Change Conference. Get complete coverage starting now on the Weather Channel and Pattern.
It's a cat. It's an old cat. It's an old cat bat.
Some things leave you guessing, but not MailChimp. MailChimp takes the guesswork out of email marketing by analyzing millions of data points from the billions of emails we send to offer personalized suggestions for how to improve engagement and revenue. Guess less and sell more with the #1 email marketing and automation platform. Intuit MailChimp.
Here, have a Triscuit.
Bring on the zest with fire-roasted tomato and olive oil. Bring it with Triscuit.
When nature and science get together,
pretty sweet things can happen.
Like our Senecot laxative gummies. To relieve occasional constipation, Senecot starts with the natural Senna plant.
That science transforms into a yummy gummy.
Sweet!
Senecot laxative gummies.
Stay tuned for your local on the 8th, brought to you by Cosentyx, Secukinumab.
Psoriasis really messes with you. Try, hope, fail.
No one should suffer like that.
I started Cosentyx. 5 years clear.
Real people with psoriasis look and feel better with Cosentyx. Don't use if you're allergic to Cosentyx. Before starting, get checked for tuberculosis. An increased risk of infections, some serious, and the lowered ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor about an infection or symptoms, or if you've had a vaccine or plan to. Tell your doctor if your Crohn's disease symptoms develop or worsen. Serious allergic reactions may occur.
Best move I ever made.
Ask your dermatologist about Cosentyx.
Currently in our area, 49 degrees under fair skies. Today, abundant sunshine. High 65. Winds southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Tonight, partly cloudy this evening, then becoming cloudy after midnight. Low 57. Winds south at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Friday, rain, high 68. Rainfall around a half an inch. Higher wind gusts possible. Here's our 7-day outlook.
I'm Mike Corey. I travel the world to carve a path for those who aren't afraid to get a little bit dirty.
There's a cocktail of excitement and terror.
Long way down.
That is the craziest thing I have ever done in my life.
Come on, let's go on an uncharted adventure.
All right, guys, let's start you off with some pictures here. Some new video out of Melbourne Beach. Brandon Clement and team out there this evening watching everything. This isn't you know what's awful about this is, let's say you're driving along and that flash, that signal light is swung up in the wind, and then the wind just decides to die down quickly, and then boom, here comes the traffic light. Very dangerous to be out on the roads when you've got that going on. And this was with that same squall that moved through here. By the way, we had a max gust at 70 miles per hour. Kennedy Space Center, by the way, that still has that Artemis rocket sitting out there, they had 86 and 83 respectively with the wind gusts. Power flashes, not surprising, lights coming on and off. Incredible watching this thing come in and still seeing the winds that are gusting to hurricane force even after the center came ashore right around 3 o'clock. So some of these wind gusts I'm telling you about have occurred essentially between 4 and almost 6 o'clock. And that was with that one band that's kind of rotating to the north. So if you follow that band, that's the one where the new tornado watches come out. And that's up in toward the first coast, Jacksonville, St. Augustine, and into southeastern Georgia. So keep an eye on that. All right, you can see behind me here the building that we're talking about. And what's really interesting to me is the fact that some of the wave run-up here well before high tide is as high as it was just before high tide last night. So it makes sense, doesn't it? The stronger winds, the storm coming ashore, kind of getting that maximized surge coupled with the strong onshore flow. So it's keeping the water up. And that spray coming off the, look at it, right there. See the run-up coming by the building? And we've slowly but surely watched that facility just kind of drop a little bit more and a little bit more into the water and through here. I was looking around at the backside of this, and we're starting to get a little bit more light now. It doesn't look like we've lost any more of the corner that was missing yesterday. That's good news. Again, as we get more and more light, we'll be able to show you that, and that's going to be coming up in the next half hour. There you see that tornado watch that we talked about. St. Augustine looking at the pier, dealing with the onshore flow. Again, it's a tropical storm, but that's a really low pressure. 981 millibars is very, very low. And the fact that we still have that strong high up into the northeast, you've still got this large pressure gradient. At one point yesterday, folks, we had a wind field from the center out 500 miles with the tropical storm force winds. I mean, you got to go back to Sandy to get a wind field like that. So all these waves are moving up the coastline, and it will continue to do so as the storm even weakens and moves up with it. And then we'll get the rain. As Steph and Jordan talked about earlier, this is not just going to be Florida. By the time we get into tomorrow, we will watch things obviously improving here, but they will not be so much fun in places like Atlanta. So if you've got a flight tomorrow in Atlanta, keep that in mind. You may have some delays. Steady tropical storm winds aren't very much fun for a pilot coming in, especially when you're on the higher part of that approach coming in. The winds are actually even a little bit stronger. So, Steph, we'll keep you posted here, but for now, a little bit of dry weather. And the winds maybe coming down a little bit.
But that's not even going to be the calling card, Jim. It's that erosion you're showing us behind you, which is jaw-dropping to see that building tilted in. And I know that's just one of many there along the coast. And that run-up is also quite impressive, Jim. Thank you for showing us that. Let's talk about what Nicole does as it moves through the southeast, eventually into the northeast, wreaking havoc on central Florida, 60-mile-an-hour gust. As we head into the southeast, we could see winds gusting 40 miles an hour, could still take out power, and then it doesn't stop there. It actually makes its way all the way into the northeast. It does that because our trough in the west is going to pick this up and move it along the I-95 corridor. So we will see the rain, we will see the wind, and that potential for those power outage numbers to go up, because it's not just the storm itself, but also the thunderstorms within it that could cause some power outages. So 2 to 3 inches of rain, we need it in a lot of places along the East Coast, but we don't want it all at once. There is that possibility of flooding for us as we head into our Friday and even into our Saturday. But as we head into our Sunday, you watch out, because behind this system, much colder air is coming in. Before we get to that, we have that warm, humid air that could produce severe weather in the form of tornadoes here along the East Coast tomorrow. And here's your forecast hour by hour. By tomorrow morning, the Mid-Atlantic, deeper into the Northeast, travel is going to be a mess for us here along the East Coast. And then, Jordan, look at that. We go from the tropics right to the snow.
Yes, we do. And speaking of cold weather, it's in -8 in Great Falls this morning. Brrr. All right, so we're going to get to your Veterans Day forecast here, give you guys an idea of what we're looking at. Obviously, we're tracking Nicole heading up the eastern seaboard. That was a snapshot at Friday. Today. Here's Friday. Notice more rain spreading up the Mid-Atlantic and even in the East Coast. That snow kind of vacates the region. Most of the country behind that's dry.
Veterans Day forecast brought to you by the Holiday Buffet at Golden Corral, the only one for everyone.
But all you got was ham? And all you got was turkey?
With gravy.
But it's an all-you-can-eat holiday buffet. A smorgasbord of all you want, all you need. Did I sit at the wrong table?
Did you know Google makes a phone? Sure, it's beautiful, but it does things other phones can't do, which is how it helps take annoying items out of pictures. Introducing our newest Google Pixel phones. Switch to Verizon and get Google Pixel 7 Pro on them with select trade-in and 5G unlimited plans.
You'll always remember buying your first car and buying your starter home, or whatever this is. But the things that last a lifetime, like happiness, love, and confidence, you can't buy those, but you can invest in them. We believe that your investments should work harder for the future you imagine. And that's where our strategic investing approach can help. T. Rowe Price. Invest with confidence.
There will always be bumps in the road, but we got guts, America. We got freedom. We got power. We got future. So let's drive on and make the future we want to see together. Because your new Ford vehicle is just the start of a journey. So stop by your Ford dealer today and claim one of the thousands of new Ford trucks and SUVs on their way. We've been building this country for 119 years, but we're just getting started.
I don't have any updates.
Still haven't closed. Larry, are we still on for 3?
I'm on the phone.
When you and your team need space to work.
I didn't get that attachment. I'm sending it.
And a place to eat.
Carl, is that mackerel?
No, it's trout. Does anyone see my mayonnaise? Oh, found it. False alarm.
It matters where you stay.
Fish tacos?
Carl. Oh, yeah.
Hilton for the stay.
From the back to the middle and around again. I'm gonna be there till the end, 100%. Your love, you'll never have to run away. You'll always have a friend to play. You'll never go out on your own. In you will find a home. From the back to the middle and around again. I'm gonna be there till the end, 100%. Your love.
Buying a home? Rocket Mortgage will cover 1% of your rate for the first year at no cost to you, saving you hundreds, even thousands with Inflation Buster. That's more mini vacations, a lot more lattes, more date nights. Plus, if rates drop within 3 years of your home purchase, you get exclusive savings when you refinance with Rate Drop Advantage. That's more cash in your pocket. Save when you buy today and refinance tomorrow. Visit inflationbuster.com to get started.
Unstoppable Shark Hydrovac. It powerfully vacuums and high-speed mops at the same time. From the wet to the dry. Even the Hydrovac conquers all of life's messes. Shark Hydrovac, the unstoppable power of clean.
Here's Liz, whose bladder leaks drop in uninvited. But instead of period pads, she brought Poise Ultra Thin, so she can bounce on with clean, dry, fresh protection from Poise.
Do you like chocolate bars?
All right, got some new video into us. As we get it, we're going to bring it to you, taking you down to Cape Canaveral. Boom! That is a surge in a transformer. And that's what happens. And believe it or not, when you see that, that is actually a self-protection mechanism. So it's basically cutting the charge right there. So it doesn't, blow up the actual transformer itself. So it's essentially just cutting the charge. So it looks a lot worse, obviously, than it is. But that's what saves, Florida Power and Light a lot of time. If they got to replace those things, they weigh a ton. They got to be lifted by a crane. That takes a lot more time. So the fact that this thing has a self-protecting mechanism on it is a very good thing. Sadly, you lose power as a result of it. Really watching the water come in here, this has been amazing. Of course, you never get the waves that you had just before the shot opens up. But we just had one of these waves run right up the road here. And this is about as far as it got last night at high tide. All right? We were watching that very tube out there pretty much get pushed up here with each increasing wave. That got pushed, that got left when the tide went back out. And now, here we are about 2 hours from high tide, and we're already getting this. So this is going to be a bad tide. This is going to be a really bad tide. The other thing I'm worried about is when you see those tubes like that, oftentimes when you build a structure, you will put at the cement base stone and those pipes so that air and water can get around the building instead of just sitting there in water. And I have to wonder if some of that is from a structure. I mean, seriously, is it a water drain? I don't know, or is it something that was sitting on the side of one of the structure? We're starting to get more light now, so at some point here, we're going to probably break, take off, and try and see what we can see, because I don't think anybody really knows. I mentioned the homes at Wilbur by the Sea. A dozen structures here were evacuated because they were worried about them falling into the ocean. And I don't have any idea how they fared tonight. But here we are watching another tide coming in, which is higher than it was last night at this time of the tide cycle, if you will. All right. I'm sorry, Kate, where am I going? I'm sorry, I thought. Justin. Let's go to Justin in Orlando. Justin, we maxed out here with gusts of about 70 miles per hour here at Daytona Beach. Stronger gusts to my south. We've had over hurricane force, so that's going to verify. What are you getting? I know you said you're a little protected, but obviously the airport shut down for a reason. You start going up in some of these buildings, the winds are a lot stronger.
Right, we moved around the corner, Jim, to get a little more exposed to kind of give a sense of the winds here. And on Roslyn Avenue, which is a main thoroughfare through downtown Orlando, it is quite windy. And this is what you're going to be experiencing. This is why Duke Energy in this part of the state is tracking 28,000 customers without power right now. They're in little pockets all over the greater Orlando area. So we also know that Duke Energy has crews pre-positioned, ready to start the power restoration as soon as these winds die down. I can tell you at the airport earlier this morning, we did clock a 63-mile-per-hour gust. Now, what's causing these power outages? Well, I can show you a small example of it. Looking right down Roslyn Avenue here, you can see that branch down. Now, not a very big branch, but it's still a pretty decent-sized tree branch. That comes down to your power lines with these tropical storm force winds, and that is what can take the power out at your house or in your neighborhood. So This is why we're telling you to stay in, Steph, and this is why we're keeping safe around the other side of our hotel. But we wanted to give you this perspective about how windy it actually is. Not raining too much right now, Steph, but we know more rain is on the way. We've got a long way to go, certainly in the thick of it here in Orlando. Steph, into you.
So let's now, thank you, Justin, for that, and also Jim as well. Let's show you the very latest with Nicole if you're just tuning in, and what we are dealing with. 70-mile-an-hour winds with Nicole, a tropical storm at the moment, but there is all the rain that's moving on in, still seeing erosion along the east coast of Florida. And Justin was mentioning power outages. We could see winds gusting 60 miles an hour in central Florida, 40 miles an hour into the southeast. So you could lose power in the southeast as this system rides up the I-95 corridor. And look at that. There's our center of circulation. Tampa gusting to 41. I know we had schools closed there. Still wave heights cranking. Look at that, 20 footers. That's about the size of a two-story home. And watch the progression of this coming off the west coast of Florida and making perhaps a third landfall here. But notice on Friday in the deep south, we have the potential for power outages, we have the potential for flooding, and we have the potential for severe weather. This then goes on into the northeast. We'll talk more about that when we come back.
When we were a motorized bicycle company, they said that's fine for the streets, but you'll never win a race. They said motorcycles are one thing, but you can't make cars. All right, you're a car company, but you won't win Formula One in a hybrid. Well, you'll never compete off-road. What about when there is no road? No gas. They've challenged us to do a lot of things. What will we do next? Honda, the power of dreams.
This is the sound of better breathing. Fasenra is an add-on treatment for asthma driven by eosinophils. It helps prevent asthma attacks, improve breathing, and lower use of oral steroids. Fasenra is not a rescue medication or for other eosinophilic conditions. Fasenra may cause allergic reactions. Get help right away if you have swelling of your face, mouth, and tongue, or trouble breathing. Don't stop your asthma treatments unless your doctor tells you to. Tell your doctor if you have a parasitic infection or your asthma worsens. Headache and sore throat may occur. Ask your doctor about Fasenra.
Did you know Google makes a phone? Sure, it's beautiful, but it does things other phones can't do, which is how it helps take annoying items out of pictures. Introducing our newest Google Pixel phones. Switch to Verizon and get Google Pixel 7 Pro on them with select trade-in and 5G unlimited plans.
Thank you, Nature Made, for seeing that life is a little chaotic and creating new targeted blends to help. So when our sleep, stress, and immune health are thrown off, new Nature Made Well blends can help us find balance.
Hi, I'm Capri, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Grilled Spicy Deluxe is the chicken. You can tell they actually put it on the grill, cooked it in the sauce, marinated it. You're definitely getting a good grilled spicy sandwich.
Shop Macy's Black Friday specials now. Like sweaters, starting at $24.99. Boots and shoes, 40 to 50% off. And get 60% off holiday decor. Plus, download the app for more great deals at Macy's.
How does Apartments.com create the most eye-tingling virtual tours around? Watch this. Activate shrink suit.
Wait.
Kevin.
Hello?
Let's start by getting that wood grade.
Capturing.
Oh, nice. Oh!
Nice kitty.
Kevin. This one's also pet-friendly. Apartments.com, the place to find a place.
Looking for something like this?
Superheroes are everywhere, in our movies, communities, and running our small businesses. And they can grow online securely with MasterCard tools, extending their reach far beyond the storefront. Because when you see the superhero you can be, that's priceless. MasterCard is proud to support Black Panther Wakanda Forever.
Do you like chocolate bars?
Ain't nothing like the real thing, baby. Ain't nothing like the real thing.
Kevin, where are you?
Kevin! Hey, what's going on? I'm right here.
I was busy cash backing for the holidays with Chase Freedom Unlimited. I can't believe you lost another Kevin.
It's a holiday tradition.
Earn big time with Chase Freedom Unlimited. How do you cash back? Chase, make more of what's yours.
She's eating the rocket.
Lunchables, built to be eaten.
All right, guys, coming at you from Daytona Beach Shores, but taking you to New Smyrna Beach. Look at this. This is live coming in this morning. You can see this tide coming in. The cement wall certainly looks like it is holding, but there is no beach left. No beach left. And I mean, as far as the eye can see, looks like there's some chunks of land a little bit down there on the beach that are gone. Not surprising. This is where it is everywhere. This is going to be a rough tide. All right, it's going to be a rough tide for Brevard, Volusia, up the first coast, as we're only going to see this water get higher, we think, as we go on in time, all right? And it's as high, like I said, as it was last night, much closer to the high tide time, and we've still got at least a couple of hours to go. All right, you can see the radar off to the right. We're kind of juxtaposing the New Smyrna Beach video with the radar. The center of the circulation now, almost in the central part of the state. But there's such a huge wind field still, and on the northern side of this very heavy rain, which is coming in just to the south of St. Augustine. Look at the lightning associated with that. That is almost impossible to drive in that kind of rain. That's what we drove through this morning on our way here, okay? And that's what's lifted off to the north now. You can see we're a little bit drier at Daytona Beach. Within that band, and this is what they're playing for, there could be an isolated spin up. And that's why the tornado watch has been posted for this area as it spins from St. Augustine north to Jax into the beautiful Golden Isles of Georgia. So we need to keep an eye on this. Right now, we are north of 175,000 in terms of power outages. All right, you can see where they are. Right there, the coastal counties. Not surprising, right? We're taking the strongest winds because it's onshore. And we've had gusts, especially around Kennedy Space Center this morning, of 86 and 83 respectively. It's going to be real interesting to see how that Artemis rocket has fared in time. All right, again, this is the facility we've been watching. The wave run-up has been pretty extraordinary here. We had one huge wave that brought with it quite a bit of sea foam, and I want to show you what the wind did with that. Come here, Save. I want to show everybody. It pretty much took the sea foam and just pushed it all the way out here to A1A. I mean, look at this. It's almost on the other side of the street. So that's just from that one rogue wave that came in, kind of between the two shots that I gave you in through here. But you can see we've lost the street sign, or signal sign, I should say, signal up ahead. So it's just kind of, the wire's just hanging there. I don't even see it laying around, so I don't know where it's blown to. Either way, dangerous to be out here still on the roads. You saw that video earlier that I showed you from Brett Adair, where, he pretty much had a signal light hanging down right in the middle of the street. So you got to watch out for that. That's why we want you to stay off the roads as a result of that. All right, guys, Jordan Steele, let's go back to you and talk about where this thing is going, because we got a long day ahead of us, certainly in Central Florida, eventually the Panhandle, and then the Southeast. Places like Atlanta could be real interesting tomorrow.
Right. I mean, we're not going to be done with this thing for several days going into the weekend for folks in the Northeast. And, you can imagine just getting safely through a hurricane like Nicole, start to finish. It can be really tricky. Meteorologist Paul Goodlow has tips for you and your family from State Farm.
This is a sight often seen with an approaching hurricane. Thousands of coastal residents evacuating inland. Here's some things you can do to make it go smoothly. First off, only evacuate when told to do so by local officials to help reduce the volume of traffic on the roads. And try to fill up with gas before an evacuation order is given. Plan a primary evacuation route along with a backup and double check your supplies. You'll want to have a first aid kit, snacks and beverages for the drive, and everything you'll need for where you'll be riding out the storm. And since you're leaving harm's way, make sure you pack your important paperwork and take that with you as well.
The hurricane seems to be strengthening with landfall later tonight.
During the storm, make sure your vehicle's in a safe spot. It should be on high ground, out of flood danger. If you can't get it under cover, park it away from trees that can blow over. Wait until local officials give the all clear before traveling home. Driving after the storm can be dangerous. Avoid flooded roadways and be on alert for down power lines. Never drive over one. Not only could they still be live, but driving over them could bring more poles and equipment crashing down. And for several days after the storm, be on the lookout for all types of debris, some with nails and even screws, and these can easily puncture tires. It's a good idea to have a working spare tire with your vehicle. Now, putting all these tips into practice can definitely help you stay safe this hurricane season. And whether you stay at home or ride out the storm from a safe distance, don't forget to check in on one another and do your part to be a good neighbor.
All right, so really giving us some good perspective there as we see a bunch of debris on the ground. I mean, you just saw it from Jim Cantori's live shots. Likely going to be that way all across the state. And if you just take a look at what we're seeing wind speed and wind gusts right now, we still have gusts coming in at 40, 50, and even earlier this morning had some 60-plus mile-an-hour wind gusts. So here's a look at this outer band, one of the bands that's moving through. We do have a tornado watch for areas on the north side. Think of the first coast here, and that'll stick with us through this morning, and that heavy rain is kind of whipping around. Also still looking at that storm surge threat and the storm surge threat on the Gulf side. We'll leave you with a live look and be back after this.
This hurricane coverage presented by State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
When the unthinkable happens, good neighbors show up. For 100 years, State Farm has been among the first to arrive. With the latest technology and tools to help you recover faster. State Farm has been there before, and will be there again and again. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Heart-pounding design, intelligent technology, courageous performance. Discover a new world of possibilities in the all-new Lexus RX. Never lose your edge.
This the biggest bounce of the summer. Hey, 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 hey. If you're coming and come down, play, play. If you feel too shy, then watch for me. Watch for me, watch for me. Shake it. This the biggest bounce of the summer. If you ain't coming, that's a bummer. Watch for me. The summer.
The holidays were lonely for the Yeti, but after saving big with early Black Friday at Amazon, Yeti became more social. Shop legendary deals at Amazon.
A Kohler home generator never misses a beat. It automatically powers your entire home in seconds and keeps your family connected. With a heavy-duty commercial-grade engine and no refueling, even when the power goes out, life rocks on. Right now, get a free 10-year extended warranty and up to $750 off.
At the Home Depot, you'll find appliances to fill every holiday need, in-store and online. From festive sweater washing to keeping your holiday favorites fresh, so you can do more together. Shop Black Friday savings on select Samsung kitchen packages at the Home Depot.
There's never been a better time to switch to Spectrum Mobile, America's fastest growing mobile provider. Now, when you buy a Spectrum Mobile unlimited line for just $29.99, you get another unlimited line free. Spectrum Mobile delivers reliable service coast to coast with unlimited talk, text, and data, plus nationwide 5G included. Get a Spectrum Mobile unlimited line for just $29.99 and get another unlimited line free. Call 844-897-5232. Visit SpectrumMobile.com or your local Spectrum store.
New Denny's All-Day Diner Deals Value Menu. 10 delicious meals starting at $5.99, like our cheeseburger and fries or the Everyday Value Slam. Your wallet and your stomach will thank you. Only at Denny's.
Here, have a Triscuit.
Bring on the zest with fire-roasted tomato and olive oil. Bring it with Triscuit.
No other news network out there is trusted more than the Weather Channel.
This is epic!
Trusted to be there, where and when you need us. Trusted to work around the clock until every threat is over.
I want you to show you how powerful the winds are.
Because America doesn't trust hurricane season to just anyone.
Currently in our area, 49 degrees under clear skies. Today, abundant sunshine. High 65. Winds southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Tonight, partly cloudy this evening, then becoming cloudy after midnight. Low 57. Winds south at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Friday, rain. High 68. Rainfall around a ½ inch. Higher wind gusts possible. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Good morning, and thank you for staying with us live as we track what was hurricane, what is now tropical storm Nicole. It did make landfall as a Category 1 hurricane right around 3 o'clock this morning near Vero Beach. I'm Justin Michaels live for you in Orlando, Florida, where we are dealing with the thick of the storm right now, gusting over 60 miles per hour here. In fact, at MCO, the Orlando International Airport, they had a peak gust so far of 63 miles per hour earlier this morning. The expectation is this is going to persist all morning long and even into the afternoon, maybe even into early evening. Schools are closed today and tomorrow. Disney is closed right now. All of its parks. Universal Orlando is closed. The airport is closed. Yes, everything is closed, folks, which means you have every reason simply to stay home. Being outside in these conditions is not always the wisest thing. Between live shots, we are taking cover at our hotel, which is right behind photographer Austin Anderson behind the lens there, out of an abundance of caution because we are having downed branches. Power lines are coming down so far. Duke Energy, who runs the power here in this part of Florida, they're talking about 28,000 customers without power, and they have pre-positioned crews all over the place getting ready for these winds to die down, the storm to push off to the northwest, giving them the time to get all those 28,000 or potentially more by the time it's all said and done, more customers without power back up and running as quickly as possible. Those gusty winds, as you can see from my movement and also Austin's movement, they're intense. The types of branches we're talking about, a great example is right down here on Roslyn. You can see that branch down. That branch comes down on your power lines with the force of these tropical storm force winds. It will likely bring out your power. You can see first responders are certainly doing their good work, being out. No way to know where that crew is going, but we're grateful for them, each and every one. Heroes, Steph, one and all, as the first responders are still doing their good work despite the fact that we have the tropical storm coming to town right now. Steph, into you.
All right, we certainly appreciate that, and we actually have a new advisory we were just looking at here, and now the winds have come down a little bit, and we anticipate this because when these storms are over the water, that is their fuel that they get. Now it has been over land for several hours. It made landfall about 3 in the morning, if you will. So it's been several hours now over the terra firma, and that means the winds have come down to 60 miles an hour, moving at 14 miles an hour. So it's moving very, very quickly. And the positive with that is you don't get loads of rain to accumulate on the ground, and also you clear out a lot faster as well. Look at our wind gusts. 70 miles an hour. Melbourne, also into Port Canaveral and Daytona Beach, gusting to 70 miles an hour. Orlando gusting to 60. Here is our center circulation right there, and that is going to continue moving west. And, oh, look at Flagler Beach there. You can see it on the screen. Let's take it full real quick so people can get a better view of what's happening. I have seen some piers, by the way. Lauderdale by the Sea, the pier has been, yeah, Jordan's freaking over the waves. Lauderdale by the Sea, the pier has been cut. Several piers have sustained damage. And this one looks like it's rocking there, Jordan, right at the end.
Yeah, look at the end. It looks like there is some damage out there.
Yeah.
I mean, those are some large waves.
This is not good surfing waves.
No.
So let's all just stay out of the water because I'll tell you what, these things you can die in the water very quickly, very easily with this. But there's that onshore push. You see that the water is still really coming ashore into Flagler because we have those winds that are bringing in the waves, the rain. Look at Tampa gusting to 45, Daytona 44. Even Charleston, by the way, Chucktown's in on it, gusting to 30 miles an hour. Wave heights. 10, 15, 20 feet. A one-story building is about 10 feet. So we're talking 20 feet. A two-story building is what some of these wave heights are like. Still, surge is going to be an issue. I do think when all is said and done, the headlines are going to be the erosion that we experienced on the east coast of Florida. Yes, we'll see flooding with this. We could see even a third landfall if this gets far enough offshore, pulls in again. And then I'll tell you what, we do have the rain that's going to come into Atlanta, some gusty winds. We could still see power outages here into the deep south tomorrow with winds to 40 miles an hour. All right, we want to go back now out to Jim Cantore, who's actually been following all of this erosion, Jim. And tell us what the morning has been like for you when it comes to the rain, the wind, and the erosion.
Yeah, we're driving. Wow. Driving over here was no picnic, okay? We went through that big rain band that's moving up towards St. Augustine, and that's the one, you know, that the tornado watch is now for. And I mean, look at this water coming in. This is just incredible here. That building, if you were watching us the last couple of days, we watched it literally be torn apart. All right, breaking piece by piece by piece. Safe, right here, I want to show everybody this. This is the kind of structural damage. Look at the structural damage we got here. So this whole thing could come down. You've lost cement, slabs, you've lost obviously the piece of this asphalt. I don't know how much of this has been undercut that we're standing on, but we're staying far enough back, obviously, in case another slab falls. Either way, guys, this kind of structural damage is what you're seeing all along the barrier islands of the east coast of Florida.
COVID-19. Some people get it, and some people can get it bad. And for those who do get it bad, it may be because they have a high risk factor, such as heart disease, diabetes, being overweight, asthma, or smoking. Even if symptoms feel mild, these factors can increase your risk of COVID-19 turning severe. So if you're at high risk and test positive, don't wait. Ask your healthcare provider right away if an authorized oral treatment is right for you.
If Mark, Mr. Cartoon Machado, didn't have the fighting spirit to draw out his passion, he never would have turned chrome into a canvas. If he let a lack of tools stop him, he never would have started tattooing using a homemade machine. And if he listened to those who said you need an art degree, he never would have perfected the street look that made him a street legend. That's the fighting spirit. That's what makes a lion. Modelo, root for those with a fighting spirit.
Jeez.
Ironic. Edelman's struggling with reception.
Two things I hate dropping. Balls and calls.
Well, you need a better network. And Verizon's new Welcome Unlimited plan for just $30 a line.
Verizon for $30?
Yeah, it's their best unlimited price ever.
I'm switching now.
And getting the network you want for $30?
Touchdown!
Oh! Touchdown!
Everyone can get Verizon for just $30 a line. And now's the time to switch, because you'll get up to $960. Only on the network America relies on. Verizon.
You'll always remember buying your first car. And buying your starter home. Or whatever this is. But the things that last a lifetime, like happiness, love, and confidence, you can't buy those. But you can invest in them. We believe that your investments should work harder for the future you imagine. And that's where our strategic investing approach can help. T. Rowe Price. Invest with confidence.
There will always be bumps in the road, but we got guts, America. We got freedom. We got power. We got future. So let's drive on and make the future we want to see together. Because your new Ford vehicle is just the start of a journey. So stop by your Ford dealer today and claim one of the thousands of new Ford trucks and SUVs on their way. We've been building this country for 119 years, but we're just getting started.
My moderate to severe plaque psoriasis, the tightness, stinging, the
pain.
Emerge Tremfiant. With Tremfya, most people saw 90% clearer skin at 16 weeks. The majority of people saw 90% clearer skin even at 5 years.
Serious allergic reactions may occur. Tremfya may increase your risk of infections and lower your ability to fight them. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, or if you had a vaccine or plan to.
Emerge Tremfiant. With Tremfya. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today.
Just incredible watching that intro video. A lot of times we will open our shows at the top and the bottom with these kind of video montages, and just seeing the destruction there in a few of those pictures that Fred Adair shot for. I mean, I can't even tell you how much money. We're literally watching wash into the sea, and that is continuing this morning as we're getting closer and closer toward high tide. Nicole on shore now, for just joining us, coming ashore near Hutchinson Island. That is the Palm Beaches area, if you will, at about 3 a.m. this morning. And even after that, we still had wind gusts over 75 miles per hour. Two of them, as a matter of fact, at Kennedy Space Center, 86 and 83 respectively. Those are the highest that I've seen. We've had 70 here at Daytona Beach shores, several others in the 70 range, and no question that has caused some issues with power outages. 177,000 and counting customers without power as we speak right now. Okay, guys, just an example as we're getting, we're about 2 hours from high tide here, of what is going on with this ocean. It's incredible. Remember yesterday, we were looking at some of the buoys, 20-foot waves offshore. Those are all rolling in. We still have very much an onshore flow here. And even since we talked to you last, if you looked under this little parking area deck, that asphalt has dropped. Okay? That's the shot we just left you with, and it was there, and you can see that it's just dropped since then. So we're continuing to lose structural, and that's why, again, one of the reasons they evacuated this building. We don't know what's going on underneath the Pirates Cove. That's where we are right now, at Pirates Cove. This was one of the buildings yesterday that was evacuated. That was the big story here out of Daytona Beach shores. 12 buildings, 1 hotel, 200 people that didn't leave with the mandatory evac. They got out of that building because they were not structurally sound. Again, when this all comes down, Steph, it's going to be interesting to see just how much damage is done.
Yeah,
and there's stuff, obviously, we're not going to be able to see until the water goes out.
Yeah, it is. All right, thanks for that report. We'll check back in with you very shortly, but we want to give the people the overall of what's happening with Nicole right now. Our winds are at 60 miles an hour. As you see, it's now inland, so you might think, okay, it's losing a little steam. Yes, but this thing is still powerful. Power outages are going to continue to go up, not only into Florida, but as this goes into the southeast, as we see winds into central Florida still gusting to 60 miles an hour, and deeper into the southeast, we will see those winds gusting up to 40 miles an hour. These are the landfall points. It was just south of Vero Beach around 3 in the morning here, and it was a Category 1 with winds at 75 miles an hour. Look at our wind gusts, though. Melbourne, 73. Port Canaveral, 71. Daytona Beach gusting to 70 miles an hour. And right now, the heavy rain is pouring into north central Florida and into Georgia as well. We do have to worry about these bands coming into North Florida, causing the potential for tornadoes. Winds in Jacksonville to 29, Daytona 41, even Tampa now gusting to 53 miles an hour. I think that's the highest I've seen all morning. Tropical storm force winds extend out 450 miles from the center. So this is a wide-reaching system, and that's why we have so many alerts covering the state of Florida, Alabama on into South Carolina, I should say Georgia, Florida, Georgia into South Carolina. And these numbers are going to continue to climb as we go through the day. So if you live in central Florida, if you live in the southeast, know where your flashlights are. Airports are closed, and even traveling into the ones that are open, they're going to have a lot of cancellations due to the weather. Numerous flood reports. Look at all of these flood reports with that onshore push into East Florida. Wave heights are still cranking 17, 20 feet here. And I just want to show the forecast real quick. We're going to see that surge continue. But Jim, I just want to show before we get to you how this looks like it's going to pop offshore and then perhaps make a third landfall in the panhandle of Florida and wreak havoc in the deep south as we head into our Friday. Jim.
It could, Steph. You're absolutely right. It all depends on how high, or how much of that center, as you know, gets offshore. But this is amazing to me. This is as high as the water was last night at high tide already. And we're still 2 hours before high tide today. I'm amazed that that building across from me is still standing. But we've sustained major structural damage on several buildings here. Several buildings. On the Volusia County shoreline and many other counties for that matter. And this high tide is not going to be pretty by the time all is said and done. And you just kind of wonder where either a home or one of these condemned buildings now they're going to have to be because they're not safe. If they evacuate it, it's probably not going to be safe to go back into until you get an engineer out here to look at the structures and look at what's happening. But, I mean, look at the waves rolling in here. I mean, just incredible. It is just like a push, like a tsunami, a push of water coming in, and sometimes when one of the waves rolls out, it kind of stacks up the approaching wave or swell, and then that's what comes in and busts on top of us. But again, we're losing pieces of this kind of lower end parking lot as we speak, just with the new wave action that's coming in. So this is just one spot. This is one spot in this area. As Justin was talking about, airports are closed. Daytona, Melbourne, Orlando. I'm sure others will follow. We'll certainly have some delays getting on into the Tampa Bay area later on as the winds pick up. You got to slow. And then tomorrow, all this heads up into the southeastern part of the country, where we'll be watching places like Atlanta, busy hub for many airlines, and of course the Delta hub. We're going to be watching some delays come up in there as this rain moves in. The good news is it's been dry in North Georgia, so we'll take a little bit of that. But when we start getting 2, 3, 4 inches of rain, even up in North Georgia, believe it or not, we could get some flooding up there. So wow, this is just incredible. I was trying to think last night. This is my 110th tropical system, Steph and Jordan. I've never been this far away from a center coming to shore and having this much action. All right, let's go to Justin Michaels. He is in the Orlando metro area this morning, dealing with the rain and the wind. Justin, we may not get the rain that we got from Ian, but certainly, when you think about the economics involved of shutting down Disney World for even a short period of time, shutting down the airport, that's good. That's not good because you've got kind of a constantly moving, well-oiled machine there.
Right. Well, I'll tell you what, Jim, you well know this is an international city if there ever was one. People coming here because of Disney, people coming here because of all the theme parks. And right now, all of the theme parks are closed until about midday today. There's a staggered reopening throughout the course of the afternoon. So if you have loved ones, friends, family, or if you yourself are here, make sure you're checking with your particular park to find out when it's reopening and what their plan is for your safety. Because all throughout the course of this day, being outside is probably not what you want to do. Today is a good day for indoor activities, at least through the late afternoon, maybe early evening. So far today, we've had 2.8 inches of rain is the official total at MCO. That's Orlando International Airport. Also, the peak gust earlier today was 63 miles per hour at the airport. So we are certainly feeling the effects of Tropical Storm Nicole here in Orlando. Power outages are going up. Duke Energy controls the power infrastructure here in this part of Florida, and Duke is reporting a little more than 28,000 customers here without power. Expect that number to go up. The good news is Duke Energy has been able to deploy crews and preset them, so as soon as the winds die down and conditions are safe enough to go out, they will be able to get out and put up those lights and that power yet again. Of course, people are coming out. Dogs will always need to go outside, and we love that little puppy dog over there. But of course, as soon as they're done, of course, you need to go back in because it really is a little dangerous still out here. Being outside is not the best idea. The airport is still closed. We did check, and we continue to check to keep you up to date. No reopening time yet listed on any of their social media or their official website as far as the airport reopening. It eventually, obviously, will likely open again today, but it's a very slow process. Think about it. They're going to have to get planes in before they can start getting planes back out, and that's going to take time. So if your flights were delayed or you got canceled yesterday because the airport closed yesterday at 4 p.m., just pack your patience. Remember, I always say with traveling as much as we do on the Weather Channel, one thing I learned a long time ago that made it a lot easier to travel, Jordan, is the fact that I am not in control. None of us are. We're at the will of the airlines, and especially when we're dealing with tropical weather, there's not much you can do except be patient. Jordan, again, though, by mid-afternoon, early evening, hopefully this is pushing out. And by every indication, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, looks like a heck of a weekend here in Central Florida. Jordan,
it's going to be nice. We're at the will of the airlines. We're at the will of Mother Nature. Justin, thank you for the update. Looking at the map now, we are at, over 180,000 customers without power, and that's on the east side of the state. So now we go into what's happening as it's traversing across the peninsula, really putting some heavy rain just near Lakeland. Notice this big batch up here just to the north of Interstate 4. We're going to likely see more power outages, unfortunately, sprinkle across the Tampa region. And that's where we have the most intense rain coming down right now. All the oranges and yellows. Let's not forget the rain coming in sideways. Looking at the gust in Tampa at 51 miles per hour. St. Pete, not too far off. St. Petersburg at 48. And again, models actually kind of showing, a good chance or a good kind of reflection of what we're seeing on radar, where the highest rainfall is up on that northern side and here on that southwest flank as we kind of look at it from that north, south, east, west trajectory. So by the time we head into midday, it's going to be offshore. And then it's going to be potentially making that second landfall up in the Apalachicola area, Clearwater. We'll kind of see where it goes up around the Big Bend. But we're not done with the rain through the overnight hours tonight. We're still going to have these bands that are going to be working its way through, since this thing is so large in territory that we won't clear out the rain completely until we go into the weekend. And then Justin hinted at the idea that it will be a nice weekend, and it will. But again, it's going to take some time for everything to kind of subside. We know the wind has been problematic this morning. We're going to see that onshore push of the wind by the time we head into the midday / afternoon hours. And then tonight, it'll kind of come out of the west-southwest. We'll still be breezy through the overnight and into Friday, but then that should also subside. Highest rain amounts are going to be up towards the I-10 corridor. We're seeing a lot of it near I-4 right now. We're quiet-ish rain-wise in Perry and Tallahassee, with that wind coming out of the north with 20 to 25 miles per hour. And I want to make sure I get to this because one of the outer bands is so intense that we could maybe see some isolated spin-ups. There's a tornado watch right now just north of Daytona Beach all the way up into coastal Georgia. All right, let's get it back out to Jim Cantori, get an idea of what he's looking at because the conditions just look so rough out there and the seas are just extremely choppy. Jim, out to you.
Look at this. I mean, Justin, look at this. I mean, this is incredible. The wave action coming in. We just lost this stairway, which was on the other side of the hotel. You can hear it bump and then fall off. So now it's just a piece of loose debris, Jordan, to hit whatever it wants to and do more structural damage. But it's just going to get broken apart with the wave action. I actually can't believe that building across the roadway here is actually standing. Remember, you can drive on the beaches here, and this is one of the access roads down to the beaches. And obviously not accessible today. It hasn't been for the last 2.5, 3 days, but just incredible structural damage here. And we just continue to lose bits and pieces around this building. So this whole corner has essentially been torn off. This was part of a parking lot which went all the way out and then took a right where you would park under this overhang here. And even this overhang, incredibly compromised, where you can see just this morning, this hole in the asphalt, this just happened within the last 10 minutes. This just happened, as did the walkway down the beach come off as well. So you've just got tons of loose debris here, continuing to just batter these beaches. And guys, we're still 2 hours and 19 minutes from high tide. okay? 2 hours. I mean, that's incredible. So we still have a chance of getting even higher water and these higher rogue waves that come in and even do more and more damage. So, wow, this is just a thing to watch. Really, really incredible how the ocean is saying, look, this is my spot, and I'm going to take some of it back, and that's exactly what it's been doing. It started to begin, and now it's continuing, obviously, with Nicole, even though it's on shore. It's in the central part of the state. But this, remember, the wind field on this was almost 500 miles from the center. So you just had days of building up these huge waves. We saw buoys out there with 20 to 30 footers, and that is all making its way in here with the the wind direction still very much on shore. So there's no reason this should dampen at all as we get toward high tide. It seems like at times, instead of having the steady wind that we had earlier, it's not gusting as high, but it takes a second for these waves to dampen down. So that's why I'm saying we're going to go through this high tide, and it's going to be a destructive high tide. No question about that. Maybe this afternoon things start to calm a little bit. We'll have more of an offshore component with the wind, but it's still very much onshore at this time. So the lifeguard stand is still standing. The outbuilding, obviously heavily damaged. That's going to have to be torn down. I'm waiting when the interior buildings and more of this building, Pirates Cove, that's got holes in the asphalt now, finally give way to the sea.
When we were a motorized bicycle company, they said that's fine for the streets, but you'll never win a race. They said motorcycles are one thing, but you can't make cars. All right, you're a car company, but you won't win Formula One in a hybrid. Well, you'll never compete off-road. What about when there is no road? No gas? They've challenged us to do a lot of things. What will we do next? Honda, the power of dreams.
The world used to be unsearchable. Then came Google. Our body's rhythm used to be invisible. Then came Fitbit. What if the two forces joined together? What if you were more in tune with your body and with the world around you? What if Fitbit transformed the way we live? Again, Fitbit by Google.
Do you like chocolate bars?
This the biggest bounce of the summer.
Hey, 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 hey. If you're coming and come down, play, play. If you feel too shy, then watch for me. Watch for me, watch for me.
Shake it. This the biggest bounce of the summer. If you ain't coming, that's a bummer.
Watch for me.
This the biggest bounce of the summer.
But all you got was ham? And all you got was turkey.
With gravy.
That's an all-you-can-eat holiday buffet. A smorgasbord of all you want, all you need. Did I sit at the wrong table?
Age is just a number. And mine's unlisted.
Try Boost High Protein with 20 grams of protein for muscle health versus 16 grams in Ensure High Protein. Boost High Protein also has key nutrients for immune support. Boost High Protein.
Our craftsmen begin each day perfectly seasoning our Hillshire Farm smoked sausage so that you can end each day crafting a perfectly delicious dinner. Hillshire Farm, made right on the farm.
I'm Mike Corey.
The cocktail of excitement and terror.
Let's go on an uncharted adventure.
You didn't live this strong, this long, to get put on the shelf like a porcelain doll. But 1 out of 2 women over 50 will suffer a fracture from osteoporosis. You should know you can build new bone with Evenity for postmenopausal women with osteoporosis at high risk for fracture. Ask your doctor if you can do more than just slowing down bone loss with Evenity. Want stronger bones? Then build new bone. Evenity can help in just 12 months. Evenity is proven to reduce spine fracture risk by 73%.
Evenity can increase risk of heart attack, stroke, or death from a cardiovascular problem.
Do not take Evenity if you have low blood calcium or are allergic to it. Serious allergic reactions and low blood calcium have occurred. Tell your doctor about jawbone problems, as they have been reported with Evenity, or about pain in your hip, groin, or thigh, as unusual thigh bone fractures have occurred.
Don't let a break put you on a shelf. Talk to your doctor about building new bone with Evenity.
Tuned for your local on the 8th, brought to you by Cosentyx, Secukinumab.
Psoriasis really messes with you.
Try, hope, fail.
No one should suffer like that.
I started Cosentyx. 5 years clear.
Real people with psoriasis look and feel better with Cosentyx. Don't use if you're allergic to Cosentyx. Before starting, get checked for tuberculosis. An increased risk of infections, some serious, and the lowered ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor about an infection or symptoms, or if you've had a vaccine or plan to. Tell your doctor if your Crohn's disease symptoms develop or worsen. Serious allergic reactions may occur.
Best move I ever made.
Ask your dermatologist about Cosentyx.
Currently in our area, 49 degrees under sunny skies. Today, sunny, high 66. Winds southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Tonight, partly cloudy this evening, then becoming cloudy after midnight. Low 57. Winds south at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Friday, periods of rain. High 68. Chance of rain 90%. Rainfall around a half an inch. Higher wind gusts possible. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Stronger surge and stronger storms makes a stronger hurricane season. You know what else is getting stronger? The #1 most trusted TV news network, the Weather Channel. Now available for anyone to stream on the new and improved TV app.
This is epic!
With real-time radar and maps to track all the action. Trust the strength in numbers. The Weather Channel. Available on these platforms. Go to streamtwc.com to start your free 7-day trial.
Guys, welcome back. Our continuing coverage of now Tropical Storm Nicole coming ashore as a hurricane, 3 a.m. around Hutchinson Island. That makes it 1 of 3 on record here on this very lopsided, crazy season where we couldn't even buy an area of interest in August, and now all of a sudden November has been nonstop with 3 hurricanes. 3 hurricanes in the basin. Of course, this one is the problem one as it's come ashore. Again, right here at Daytona Beach shores, you can see the action just rolling around. I've been kind of watching this black tube down here and wondering if that's the one we've been looking at all night. But then I walked up here to the street where all the sea foam and everything else is blowing. Oh my gosh, say, it's already blown. It's already blown past where we were going to go up here. And I don't want to walk into other people's shots. Actually, you know what? We can do that. Head under here. There you go, brother. I want to find this big, there's a huge black tube up here. It's rolled all the way up into the street, which is just amazing to me. Look at the sea foam, too. This has come up, and just the wind has pushed huge amounts of sea foam all the way up here. Oh, there it is, Safe. See it on the other side of the street? Guys, look at the winds done to this thing. It's taken it all the way up this road. It just kept rolling and rolling and rolling. Heck, it may make it across the bridge to the mainland before not too long. Just crazy, crazy stuff. Let's look at it from this angle. Again, deep sea foam here coming in. You know, last night I got a big chunk of that in my mouth, and that was not fun. I got to think this dumpster right here was here after Ian to help clean up some of the damage. That's what this dumpster's for. They never got a chance to do a lot of it because here comes Nicole, right? Coming on through. We still have power here. All the street lights are working. But on our way in this morning, holy smoke, I had to wonder because we had such a rain band, that same band that's moving up through St. Augustine and Jacksonville, which is the reason why you have the tornado watch, by the way. But, it has really just been all about the power of the ocean here. Just absolutely incredible. Kind of looking at it a little bit from a different angle. You can just see these boiling waves and this angry sea with all sorts of debris. We don't know where it came from. Think about it. You could with the way the current's going down the beach from north to south, you could have damage at, let's say, in St. Augustine at a pier, and that could go all the way down to Miami with the longshore current. All that the debris could just float all the way down there. And along its way, it's going to bang into things and cause even more structural damage. So incredible. There's another one of those tubes. There's another one of those tubes coming in safe. You see that? This is just amazing watching this.
Yeah, we got it.
This is horrible. Horrible looking at this. Steph, we'll go back to the studios here because we still got a long way to go.
Yeah.
250,000 customers now without power. 250,000 and counting.
So, Jim, where were you yesterday relative to where you were now? Were you just on the other side of that actual building?
So here's the deal. We came out here this morning because we knew what we would find, and we had a place to park. Where we were, Stephanie, which was just up the road, maybe about 3 miles or so, I don't know what's going on behind that building. So I have my producer, Steve Pederak, go and look at that. And we may actually break for a second and go up that way. But you know what? Here, let's do this. We're going to do this on the fly here. Chief Mike Fowler's here to talk to us about what happened last night. I just used my mic because I don't have another microphone to talk about. So you can just talk right into there. We're going to get a little close here. Give me a report. What happened overnight?
So far, we have not had any reports of structural collapse. We are very happy about that. Yeah, but we're just getting out with sunup and doing our initial assessments. Hopefully, it'll be safe enough that we can get our chief building official out here, the real expert, and see where we stand with some of these properties. I personally went to one before I stopped here, and it lost about 10 feet last night. That's a huge loss.
Well, and we see more structural damage here, so we know there's been additional structural damage. So for you guys and your engineers, you come out, you say, all right, you know what? Is there a possibility that with these 12 structures you could let people back in?
Well, we'll wait until this storm is gone before we make that assessment on those. What we're really hoping for, Jim, is that we don't have to evacuate anymore. I mean, the damage is significant. You see how much has come off of this right here where you're staying.
Right.
And we hope there aren't additional properties that we're going to have to remove folks from.
Jeez, this is crazy. Well, this is our last big tide, and then hopefully winds shift a little bit offshore. You can already feel them kind of calming down a little bit, and eventually the seas will follow. But again, the water's going to stay high for at least another day. And I'm with you. I've had enough of this.
Yeah, Jim, we're still a couple hours until we hit the high tide.
Right, and this is as high as it was last night.
Yeah.
Chief, appreciate that very much. Thanks for talking to us, brother. All right, guys, you heard it from the chief. No collapses thus far.
Some people like to talk into microphones. We prefer dropping them. The MDX Type S, a new era of premium performance.
Toys R Us is now open at all Macy's stores. Find the season's hottest toys and everything on their wish list. Toys R Us, now playing at Macy's.
If Physicians Mutual were a friend of yours, we'd be like Eddie here, loyal, dependable, and always there for you. We'd be the one you'd talk to about retirement, the complexities of Medicare, and the coverage you'd need. We'd listen and give you straightforward answers. Think of us as your devoted retirement friend. At Physicians Mutual, we'll help you find the coverage you need so you can have the retirement you deserve. Oh, good boy.
Physicians Mutual, Physicians Mutual.
Congratulations, you're having an out-of-apartment experience because these cramped confines aren't going to fit your rapidly expanding family. But with more rental listings than anybody else, Apartments.com can help you trade this love nest for
an actual nest.
Baby names. For a boy, Brad. For a girl, Brad. Apartments.com, the place to find a place.
For too long, spicy fast food has been anything but. No more. Spice Nirvana awaits at Arby's. Just say, I'll have a Diablo sandwich and loaded fries. Arby's, we have the meat.
You'll always remember buying your first car.
and buying your starter home. Or whatever this is. But the things that last a lifetime, like happiness, love, and confidence, you can't buy those, but you can invest in them. We believe that your investments should work harder for the future you imagine. And that's where our strategic investing approach can help. T. Rowe Price. Invest with confidence.
My father didn't know his dad.
She knew that I always want to know more about my family history.
With Ancestry, I dug and dug until I found some information.
I was able to find out more than just a name.
And then you add it to the tree. I found ship manifests.
Birth certificate.
Wow. Look at your dad.
I love it so much to know where my father worked, where he grew up. It's like you discover a new family member.
It's the greatest gift.
Now on sale at Ancestry. With lightweight Rubbermaid Duralite bakeware, you're able to go oven to table, or even 550-degree broiler to counter to freezer to microwave to table to dishwasher. Upgrade your bakeware with Rubbermaid Duralite.
Dry, cracked lips? Burt's Bees Lip Balm moisturizes for 12 hours, made with responsibly sourced beeswax for a difference you can feel. Swipe after swipe. Seriously good stuff from the naturally loved lip care brand, Burt's Bees.
All right, guys, looking at wind and waves from Daytona Beach Pier here, where you can see, again, exactly what we're dealing with here, that boiling ocean just rolling on through with, like, feet of sea foam. As a matter of fact, my cameraman, Matt Safer, goes, look at this thing. We got a foam NATO out here because the foam was, like, spinning around in a counterclockwise fashion. Now, Steph and Jordan, I want you guys to come and look at this. What we've done, essentially, is move away from Pirates Cove, which was one of the buildings, by the way, that was condemned, and I want to show you why. So we're looking back under that asphalt. Look at this. Look at that whole top decking is just hanging there. The only reason it's standing is because the edges of it still have enough support, but you can see it sagging. And look at how much it's been undermined. Just incredible amounts of dirt taken out from under there. So you can see where the cement was just kind of sitting on dirt. I think, guys, these buildings were built in the 70s. They never thought they would have to deal, with no beach left because the beach was 250 yards out. And we got more waves coming in. It's only a matter of time before that part of that structure comes down. Wow. Just incredible watching all this. We lost the side stairway that went down to the beach. That's what you see rolling around right in front of this sign here, this entry point onto the beach. But to walk over here and see it from the other side now, where we continue to lose sand underneath it, there's going to be another support area that goes. But there's 1, 2, 3 that are still on the cement. All right, if any of the cement goes, this whole thing's coming down. But you can see what's happened already by losing the support underneath the middle two. All right, and half of the other one. Incredible. And this is all, seriously, this has all just occurred this morning. This is all this morning. Not even at high tide. Like the chief was talking about, we're 2 hours from high tide. So you wonder how much higher it's going to get, how much more destructive waves are going to come in. Even though the winds, I will say that the winds are coming down a bit. They really are. That's what we've got going on in terms of the weather. We're starting to see the ceiling lift a little bit. The dry air that's been, hindering this thing at times, and thank God, not allowing it to develop into something even more than it was, has gotten wrapped into this, and that's certainly on the eastern side of it, while the heavy rain continues to move off to the north. But this is what we're talking about. All right, and you heard from Chief Fowler just a second ago where he said, not only, have we evacuated those 12 buildings as of yesterday, but will we have more to do today because of situations like this that have developed overnight and now continue to develop. So this is still an evolving story, without question, here on Daytona Beach Shores. All right, let's take you over toward Orlando. Tough day as a parent, Justin Michaels, to tell your son or daughter, hey guys, that breakfast we were supposed to have with Mickey and Goofy, it's been postponed. Yeah. That's going to be tough. I'm not kidding.
Well, that's happening probably for several families right now over at Disney World, Jim, and I'll tell you what, that's going to, I don't know what's worse, Nicole coming to town or having to deal with your children the morning that they were expecting to have breakfast with Cinderella or Mickey or Goofy or Minnie or whatever their favorite character is. But yes, they did have to cancel the character breakfast at Disney because Disney is actually closed right now. Disney World is not opening until noon today. Other parks have a staggered opening throughout the course of the afternoon, 12 or 1 o'clock. Different things are canceled or not happening throughout the course of the day because we still have to deal with Tropical Storm Nicole. In fact, the peak wind gust earlier today, pretty early this morning at MCO, the Orlando International Airport, was 63 miles per hour. We can actually show you the direction of the winds right now coming in over Lake Eola. Do you see the fountain over there is blowing kind of in this direction, blowing this way? Well, that's because that way is east, that way is west, there's north, south behind me, and it's pushing everything this way. In fact, I'm even seeing some white caps out there over Lake Eola. And to give you some perspective, this is the center of the city. This is the heart of Orlando. Most people around the world only think of Disney. But if you live here, this is the heart of the city. All the city buildings, the county buildings are all right around Lake Eola here. So that is the centerpiece of this beautiful Central Florida city. Power outages continue to go up. In fact, at last check with Duke Energy here in Central Florida, we're at 44,000 customers without power. We do know they have pre-positioned teams all across the area. So as soon as these winds die down enough and the rain dies down and they can get that power turned back on, they will be doing that. So the Weather Channel is going to have you covered. We've got teams out all across Florida and up into the Carolinas to keep you informed and safe. As always, stay tuned to us as we go to a commercial break here tracking Nicole, Lake Eola in downtown Orlando.
Here, there's no shortage of beautiful things. But when you have the capability to go anywhere and do anything, you realize there's nothing more beautiful than freedom.
Shop and buy online with Jeep eShop. And now during the Jeep Black Friday sales event, get $1,000 bonus cash allowance, plus no monthly payments for 90 days on the 2023 Jeep Grand Cherokee.
The Great Big Tree Spree is going on now at Michael's. All trees are on sale. Get 50% off trees in-store and online and get Black Friday prices now on select trees. Plus, earn up to 6% in Michael's Rewards. Hurry in. Sale ends November 12th.
Age is just a number, and mine's unlisted.
Try Boost High Protein with 20 grams of protein for muscle health versus 16 grams in Ensure High Protein. Boost High Protein also has key nutrients for immune support. Boost High Protein.
Looking for something like this?
Superheroes are everywhere, in our movies, communities, and running our small businesses. And they can grow online securely with MasterCard tools, extending their reach far beyond the storefront. Because when you see the superhero you can be, that's priceless. MasterCard is proud to support Black Panther Wakanda Forever.
Better luck next time.
Who said that?
I did.
But I haven't even thrown yet.
You threw good money away when you bought those glasses. Next time, go to America's Best, where 2 pairs and a free exam start at just $79.95. It's a quality exam worth $59.
Can't beat that.
Can't beat this either. All right, I'll give you that one. And apparently that one. 2 pairs and a free exam starting at just $79.95. Book an exam today at americasbest.com. Somebody sign this kid.
Hey, Peloton, step into your power. Let's go.
Ah, you didn't come to work out. You came to outwork. Let's get it.
Yo. Boom. Come on, you got this. Everyday man's on the block. Beats.
No challenge, no change.
The ting goes. Let's go.
Fitness that stays with you. Now you can rent the Peloton Biker Bike Plus. Terms apply.
I'm so thankful to you, to you, to you, to you, to you.
This holiday, where can you save time getting everything off their wish list and even more time checking everything off yours? Lowe's, actually. Find everything you need and more this holiday at Lowe's.
It's Macy's Veterans Day sale with our lowest prices of the season, like the Jolene Sectional $12.99 and Hosting Essentials 20 to 40% off. Plus, get a free adjustable base with qualifying mattress purchase. Now at Macy's.
This holiday season, give your family the gift that keeps on going.
Her very own Energizer Bunny?
Energizer Ultimate Lithium. The #1 longest lasting AA battery.
This holiday, make no mistake, everything here is Philadelphia cheesecake. Cheesecake is everything. Make your own.
Our craftsmen begin each day perfectly seasoning our Hillshire Farm smoked sausage so that you can end each day crafting a perfectly delicious dinner. Hillshire Farm, made right on the farm.
Just incredible here, guys. Looking at the Pirates Cove, what was an area where cars would park under. You can even see, you can watch this happen as we're doing the live shot. So the sand's just falling from underneath the concrete or the asphalt, and once enough of it goes, then pieces of asphalt fall. All right, and you're losing any support in the middle part of this. Pulling out a little bit, you can see the sag that's going on right in the middle. So it is only a matter of time. And remember, we are still over an hour, well over an hour from high tide here. All right. Of course, as soon as I have my cameraman pull away to show you this amazing amount of sea foam that we have in through here, the buildings that have collapsed. But look at all the sea foam that's coming in right here. Incredible. It's just spraying everywhere. Up onto the road, across the road, and even debris. Some of these big, large, either water tubes or air vents that they put around the base of buildings have been torn, and we've seen several of those come up. One of them went all the way across the road, for goodness sake. But this is incredible, and if you just missed it, about 15 minutes ago, I had Chief Fowler live with me, right here on camera. He's over by that dumpster with me, and we were talking about, how none of the buildings that they had evacuated yesterday have any kind of lean right now, but there is some structural damage, okay? In other words, the Hawaiian that we were at yesterday morning, Steph was asking me about, does have a crack in it. So what does that tell you? You've got support for that building undermined. The cracks show you that first, and then the question is how long before the building itself may go over. I just had my producer Steve Pederak go over there and look as close as he could to what is actually going on there. And if it's worth moving to show you even more, we will go. But right now we're keeping an eye on this overhang, this kind of outer porch, if you will, that is just hanging. Remember, you've got gravity coming down on the top of that. You've got this wave action pulling away even more and more sand, and you kind of wonder, can the 2 or 3 supports that are left there without, wow, you see that, Sid? Yeah, just losing more asphalt, just losing more. And now look too, now we're back to the edge of the building itself. So we're getting the sand up from underneath that, even starting to dissipate and move away. I mean, you can literally watch this before your very eyes. Just incredible sights, the destruction, the power of the waves coming in. If there's any kind of a silver lining, pan up a little bit for a second, Save. You can see that our ceiling has lifted. We're not into the steady rain. The dry air kind of on the eastern and south side of this has come around it, and our winds in some cases are starting to die down a little bit. But again, that doesn't mean the waves are going to die down. It takes a second, all right, for all this agitation to stop. And unfortunately, the damage has been done. Incredible amounts of damage to this structure. This is what we call Pirates Cove right here in South Daytona Beach shores. All right, let's go back to Jordan Steele. Jordan, as we watch the power of the water just continue to amaze us, and not in a good way, my friend, not in a good way.
And Jim, I'm not going to be surprised if we see that part of that building crumble while you're live out there this morning. It's unfortunate, but it's a matter of time before that thing sinks in. Let's go ahead and give you guys some forecasting as we kind of move forward, because we know what it has been doing to the east side of Florida. We are now seeing power outages stretch across the peninsula and even on the west side. We still have to get through the Panhandle, Georgia, parts of Alabama, South Carolina, North Carolina, Virginia, and then I can continue to list states as we go up the eastern seaboard, because it will impact all of you in some way or another. Notice the wind circulation, what's happening right now. We still are seeing gusts above 40 miles an hour. The seas are extremely choppy. And in fact, these bands of extremely heavy to even torrential rain have been putting down some numbers in terms of how much precip we've been getting in the rain gauges. Some of us surpassing 4 inches now of rainfall since this thing started. And that band is actually working its way north of I-95 as it kind of works around the whole system itself. So some of this heaviest rain is now, approaching not just North Florida, but western side into the eastern Gulf. And then, of course, where it's not raining, places like Tallahassee, it's only a matter of time when some of that heavy rain works its way into your neck of the woods. Think midday through the evening hours. It's going to be cranking, lots of rain. Of course, that wind then coming out of the north, and then it quickly shifts out of the south once we get maybe another landfall after it moves into the Gulf and then works its way back north, likely continuing to be that tropical storm force condition. So here's a look at overall wind gust and just kind of showing where it's going. We'll point out Tallahassee here for a second, since I pointed you out earlier, and just getting an idea of what the wind is going to do throughout the day today. We'll pick up into that midday time frame when the rain is coming through, and that rain's going to be going sideways. Then we go into tonight. The breezes are still there, but the main core of it is now to our north. So overnight tonight into tomorrow is looking much better for us along the I-10 corridor. If we're in Savannah, if we're in Charleston, we're just seeing that rain knock on our doorstep. Yes, the wind is already here. We've been seeing gusts 40 plus, even 50 miles an hour. That'll continue. That's not going anywhere. We're just now going to get into the more the rainfall side of this thing, which is actually good for Savannah. You're running 10 inches below average. So that will continue through tonight. Tomorrow, this all lifts northward. And remember, after that, we get cold, all right? Once we clear out, temperatures are going to get chilly. I want to leave you with a look outside live right now. This is St. Augustine, and you can see the rough seas continuing to batter the coastline.
A thin painted line. The only thing between you and a life-changing accident. But are these lines enough? A Subaru with eyesight watches the lines for any danger. And can automatically stop itself.
Is everyone okay? I'm okay.
Your family is safer in a 3-row Subaru Ascent. Love. It's what makes Subaru, Subaru.
You got KFC, mijo.
This drum and thigh combo is only $6.
Good deal. For you. But you bring nothing home for your abuelita.
You okay?
No.
Hurry, this $6 deal ends soon.
Because your lives are forever entwined.
Darling, please be mine.
Love entwined, exclusively at K.
Did you know Google makes a phone? Sure, it's beautiful, but it does things other phones can't do, which is how it takes stunning photos in the dark, can edit annoying items out of pictures, and unblur faces. Why, it'll even put some of that genius in your ears, or on your wrist. Beautifully, of course. Introducing the new Google Pixel Watch, Google Pixel Buds Pro, and our newest Google Pixel phones. Switch to Verizon and get Google Pixel 7 Pro on them with select trade-in and 5G unlimited plans.
The holidays, I love it, love it, love it.
We go all out with the lights.
Food, we live for food.
I love Mama's dumplings.
We go through boxes of Hanukkah candles.
Of course, smell like likamaka for Christmas.
He goes one way and I go the other.
To not have to be an adult for a few hours.
It makes you feel like you're part of something bigger in this huge world.
That, to me, is everything.
I'm so thankful to you, to you, to you, to you, to you.
The people here at Age Well say it best.
Every day I go to work knowing that we're helping those who really need it.
we are a smaller plan, I feel like we can connect better with our members.
And we treat our members like our family.
We will assist you every step of the way to help you navigate the healthcare system and get the services that you need.
Extra attention, extra benefits, extra care. Feel well, live well, age well. Age Well, New York.
Giving the perfect gift is one of my favorite things, so it has to be great. That's why I turned to FTD for all my flowers and gifts. They've been at it for over 110 years. So I lean on their expertise for any birthday, wedding, baby shower, you name it. You think this is all just me? It takes a village to make this all happen. So the next time you give with meaning. Give with FTD.
Corey. I travel the world to carve a path for those who aren't afraid to get a little bit dirty.
That is the craziest thing I have ever done in my life.
Let's go on an uncharted adventure.
Currently in our area, 50 degrees under sunny skies. Today, sunny, high 66. Winds southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Tonight, partly cloudy this evening, then becoming cloudy after midnight. Low 57. Winds south at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Friday, periods of rain. High 68. Chance of rain 90%. Rainfall around a half an inch. Higher wind gusts possible. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Back live tracking Tropical Storm Nicole from Orlando, Florida. You're taking a live look at Lake Eola right now and the fountain there blowing from east to west. That's because that's how this storm is moving right now. Nicole, of course, moving off to the northwest around 14 miles per hour. I'm Justin Michaels live for you in Orlando, and we have seen our whole host of different types of tropical weather this morning, including a wind gust out at MCO, the international airport here in Orlando, gusting up to 63 miles per hour. We have just shy of 3 inches of rain that has fallen. Power outage numbers continue to go up. Right now sitting just shy of 60,000 customers just in the Orlando metro area, and those numbers go up every single time we look. We do know that Duke Energy, that is the power provider here, they have pre-positioned teams ready to go. As soon as, Steph, the wind dies down, the rain dies down, they can safely be out there. They're going to get that power turned back on as quickly as possible. Also, Steph, most importantly for all those international and domestic travelers coming to Disney, Disney will start their reopening plan today at noon.
And, you know, Jordan, where you are, it's calm, but we were just showing, say it again? Justin, sorry. That's Jordan. You're Justin. There's a lot going on. I've been awake since, 2, 3 in the morning. So sorry about that. My apologies. Justin, thank you. Where you are, it's calm. But I was hoping we could bring that Orlando camera back up because there was one that was really rocking and rolling. And this is what this storm is. It's going to depend on exactly where you are. You can see this bouncing around. Look at that. Look at that bouncing around. So, we are going to see different conditions depending on where you are, if you're in some of those heavier bands or in some of those lighter bands. So let's have a look. Look at that thing. That is rocking and rolling up there. Now, of course, it has a little height to it also, so that's going to help the situation when it comes to stronger winds. Speaking of the winds, 60-mile-an-hour winds here, moving west-northwest at 14, and then this is going to scoop around. And right now, there is Orlando. Again, depending on where you are, you could have heavier showers if you're just outside of town. Tampa, getting in on the rain. Fort Myers, of course, still recovering from Ian that came ashore not too long ago. And this center of circulation is going to make its way westbound, maybe even make a third landfall here into the Panhandle as it sweeps west and then makes its way northbound. I want to go back to that real quick. Sorry, I jumped through that. frame for you, because we did see our winds here over in Tampa gusting up to 50 miles an hour. But wave heights, they're still cranking out there. 10, 15, 20-foot wave heights for us here along the Atlantic coast, as we still have that onshore flow that's going to continue. So therefore, we still have that surge, 3 to 5 feet. I do think the headlines with this tomorrow in the newspapers are going to be about the erosion. You're going to see the pictures of those homes that Jim has been showing us falling into the water. But look how this goes offshore. Okay, there's our center. Offshore, do we get then a third landfall with this? Because, of course, we already had that landfall in the Bahamas. That's why it would make it a third. You could still have rain, and you could have some power outages here in the Atlanta metro area. Rainfall 3 to 5 inches in those higher elevations. Because what happens is the water, just like us, the rain, it can't just walk right through the mountain, right? You have to go up and over, and so does the rain. So as that rain goes up, it's cooler, and it can condense and rain out. That's why we have 3 to 5 inches in the Appalachians. There are your wind alerts again. We could see gusts up to 40 miles an hour. So do watch out for some of those power outages and watch it come in. The coast will have stronger winds because you have a little less friction over the water. And that's why you could see maybe 50-mile-an-hour winds at the coast. But, you know, be careful for some of those power outages. And then that races off into the northeast as we head into our Friday and Saturday. So 2 to 3 inches here into Pennsylvania. And that could cause flooding. We need the rain. That's one of the good things. We just don't need it all at once. So you will have some of those showers. But watch our winds here along the coast. 30, 40, 50, even 60-mile-an-hour winds potentially. Ocean City, look at Boston. I think travel is going to be a mess for us here on our Friday getting out of the Northeast. Even the Southeast, we're going to have problems Friday morning. Let's go back to Jim Cantori, who is in Daytona Beach shores, and talk about that erosion here. And Jim, I mean, do you think this is going to go in the water? I mean, it's hard to tell where we are, how undermined it is.
I do, Abrams, and let me, since we came to you last, Safe, let's go to the crack. I want you to see the crack that's developed in the top of that. So there's so much weight right now in the middle with those 3.5, 4 pilings that have been undermined, that weight now is taking its toll on that top slab. So there you see the big crack there, the big fracture. You never want to see that, whether you have a foundation or obviously a situation like this. But this is visible because you can literally see the sagging that's going on. We have just learned, by the way, that one of the homes down by Wilbur by the Sea, we have had partial collapse of it into the sea. All right? We have had partial collapse of it into the sea. Not surprising. Again, we are still going and moving toward high tide. And it's only a matter of time before gravity and more undercutting finally take its toll on this building. And I mean, as we watch this, you can literally see any support, which is only sand in this case, hold this thing up. Incredible.
When we were a motorized bicycle company, they said that's fine for the streets, but you'll never win a race. They said motorcycles are one thing, but you can't make cars. All right, you're a car company, but you won't win Formula One in a hybrid. Well, you'll never compete off-road. What about when there is no road? No gas. They've challenged us to do a lot of things. What will we do next? Honda, the power of dreams.
Toys R Us is now open at all Macy's stores. Find the season's hottest toys and everything on their wish list. Toys R Us, now playing at Macy's.
Dry skin is sensitive skin too, and it's natural. That's why Aveeno Daily Moisture Lotion and Body Wash are formulated to be gentle on dry skin, with nourishing prebiotic oat and rich, soothing emollients. Together, this duo locks in moisture all day for softer, healthier-looking skin, proven on skin like yours. Aveeno, healthy, it's our nature.
Welcome to Stormy Heights, where the windows are always Pella, because the weather is always changing. Pella's fiberglass is the strongest material for windows and patio doors. They're tested from minus 40 degrees Fahrenheit up to 160. The fiberglass frame is even scratch and dent resistant.
Hurry, replacement windows are on sale now. Schedule a free in-home consultation for details.
The unknown is not empty. It's a storm that crashes and consumes, replacing thought with worry. But one thing can calm uncertainty. An answer. Uncovered through exploration, teamwork, and innovation. An answer that leads to even more answers. Mayo Clinic. You know where to go.
Buying a home? Rocket Mortgage will cover 1% of your rate for the first year at no cost to you, saving you hundreds, even thousands with Inflation Buster. That's more mini vacations, a lot more lattes, more date nights. Plus, if rates drop within 3 years of your home purchase, you get exclusive savings when you refinance with Rate Drop Advantage. That's more cash in your pocket. Save when you buy today and refinance tomorrow. Visit inflationbuster.com to get started.
Age is just a number, and mine's unlisted.
Try Boost High Protein with 20 grams of protein for muscle health versus 16 grams in Ensure High Protein. Boost High Protein also has key nutrients for immune support. Boost High Protein.
You'll always remember buying your first car and buying your starter home, or whatever this is. But the things that last a lifetime, like happiness, love, and confidence, you can't buy those, but you can invest in them. We believe that your investments should work harder for the future you imagine. And that's where our strategic investing approach can help. T. Rowe Price. Invest with confidence.
For the last 2.5 days, Nicole's waves have reopened the massive cut from Ian here on the east coast of Florida. And just this morning, as you look across at the Pirates Cove condominium, one of 12, by the way, which was asked to evacuate, this has occurred. All right, this little asphalt parking area has completely collapsed, and as a result of that, you've now got nothing to support the weight of that decking. And there is a stress fracture in it, and I'm thinking, you know, maybe once we go one more of those pilings, that may be the tipping point of this. Also, if you look back to the left here, where near the door is safe, you can see the gas meter. That's the gas meter there. And so it looks like the gas line actually is that black piping that's down below that. So, you know, you got multiple problems here developing in terms of not just a collapse, but maybe even eventually a gas leak out and through here. Look at that. Let's look at this. Just incredible. Just incredible. We're not even at high tide yet. But the waves, this broiling Atlantic just continues to roll in. And this is just one location. It has come to our understanding now that there is a home down, and I've seen the pictures, over by the sea, down in that area there, that there is a partial collapse of one of those homes into the sea. And we told you about that last night. There was nothing left to support the bank or those homes. So there's actually several that could suffer the same fate, unfortunately, as that one did. So the stress fracture, the fact that we, you know, are watching this thing just slowly sag while the sun, believe it or not, tries to come out, is just incredible. Just incredible watching this. We were talking to Chief Fowler about an hour ago, maybe an hour and 15 minutes ago, and he had told us that there may be further evacuations of some of the buildings. because of what we're seeing right here, this continuing barrage of waves that continues to come in. What we're noticing too, Stephanie asked me, what's the condition of the Hawaiian that we were at yesterday? And I'm looking at it, and basically where we were standing yesterday, if you look out there, there's nothing. It literally is sand right up to the building, and I was talking to a police officer who was out there earlier looking, and there's a stress fracture in the building itself. So like you're seeing across from me, what that means is that there's nothing supporting that building underneath, or there's not enough to not allow that stress fracture to occur. So again, wise moves obviously by the county, city officials here, get people out of these buildings because they're just not safe. They're just not safe. And guys, remember, where the center came in was over 100 miles to my south. All right, so we're nowhere near the center. This is an offshoot of what is a 500-mile wind field that has produced just massive waves for the last 2.5 days, Stephanie. And like you, we're just kind of waiting. What's the final piece that has to be pulled from this before it collapses?
Jim, here's the thing, too, is I don't want to blame this even all on Nicole, because there were several days before Nicole arrived that we had that pressure gradient between Nicole and our high pressure that really started this whole process, and now Nicole seems to be finishing it off.
Right, so, Ian was the wound. The wound was reopened with Nicole, and it was getting reopened, Steph, long before Nicole got here. So you're absolutely right. These waves started coming in about 2.5 days ago. And as you can see, even with a storm now past the central part of the state, the kind of wind that's still coming over the water is still very much on shore here, has not allowed these waves to come down. So we're dealing with another very, very destructive high tide this morning here on Daytona Beach shores. Just incredible.
All right, Jim, we're going to come back with you in just a minute, but we want to give the very latest on Tropical Storm Nicole if people are just tuning in or if you've been watching, because things are changing. This is a fluid situation. That's how weather is. Tropical Storm Nicole winds are at 60 miles an hour, quickly moving off at 14 miles an hour. Listen, there's nothing ever good to say about these storms. They are all bad, right? But it is moving very quickly, and this is the best thing that we could get from this, because it's not going to just sit and continue to cause more and more problems than it already is. I mean, some of these systems move 2-3 miles an hour. You think of Hutchinson Island, reminds me of Jean and Francis. Those, back in the 2004, Francis was a Cat 2, Jean was a Cat 3. They made landfall like 2 miles from each other, but one of them, I believe it was Francis, was moving at like 2 miles an hour, something absurd like that. And so this is moving along. That is the one kind of good thing with it. Jim mentioned the center of this making landfall well south of him, just south of Vero Beach, technically is where it made landfall, bringing winds 60, 70 miles an hour. Now we have a new 77 mile per hour gusts at Playa Linda Beach. Kennedy Space Center, 75. All I know is I want to see Artemis. Someone's got to get me a picture of Artemis and the Orion capsule that is sitting there on the pad. Now, you think to yourself, okay, 70 mile an hour winds, when they take off, they're going a lot faster than that, right? And they have to burn through the atmosphere and everything. So hopefully it's okay. There's lightning and severe weather on the east side of this system. It does look like Tampa gusting to 52, so we're starting to see our power outages here now on the west coast of Florida. Now we're jumped up to 242,000. There's Hillsborough County, 21,000 customers, many more people affected. I know schools are closed. We've got airports that are closed. Jacksonville, I did see, was still staying open today. Loads of flooding with that onshore push of water for us here, and that really will be the headlines tomorrow. When we all look at the newspapers, those will be the headlines. And 17, 18, 19, 20 feet here, so that surge is going to continue. We're going to go back to Jim in just 1 second, but I just want to show you guys the forecast real quick as we go through the day. I'll tell you what, Florida's going to be clearing out. We're going to be clearing out. By tomorrow, you'll be good to go. Even by this evening, really, you'll be good to go. We will see the rain, though, move into the deep south and then eventually on into the northeast. And, Jim, I know you're down there in Florida, but this is a wide-reaching system, and we can see power outages in the south due to this with our winds still gusting 40, 45 miles an hour.
Yeah, Steph, maybe Atlanta Metro. Now, I know we've lost a lot of leaves, so that may help us a little bit, but, we're talking about rain moving in, could be some major problems, in a major metro area, and obviously a very busy airport, still, teetering on the busiest of the world, if it's not on any given day or other day. But what we're watching here is unbelievable here with this overhang outside Pirates Cove. Safe, zoom into that crack again. Steph, you've been watching this, you and Jordan have been watching this. Look at the new little piece now that's come off. So you've got a lot of weight just sitting there, waiting, to come down. And it may or may not. There may be enough on the edges to kind of hold the whole thing, but it's trying. It's trying to sink on down, and we're losing more and more of the sand underneath, what is behind that is a parking garage, and just a kind of a vacant area there. We don't really know what's going on under there. Are we losing ground even underneath that, behind what's going on there? But we know there's a gas line sitting there. There's a gas meter over there, so obviously there's got to be gas somewhere out there to that decking, and that line has certainly been more and more exposed. Literally every minute it is more and more exposed. So this thing is slowly sagging, and eventually it's just going to kind of fall. You remember, we got gravity on the top of that, and you've got the wave action from underneath it. Kind of a 1-2 punch here, just continuing to eat away at this entire area. I mean, just pan out to that ocean for a second, Safe. I mean, look at this. This is all coming in, and remember, we are not at high tide yet. We're not at high tide yet. Even as the sun tries to come out with now the tropical. Oh my God! Look at that wave. So the converging waves, the one going out and the new one coming in. Wow! This is really, really something to see. Really, really something to see here. I don't know how that thing's still standing. I really don't. It's only a matter of time. Only a matter of time before it comes down. But this is exactly why they evacuated this building, because it's not structurally sound. Does the building stay? It could. They'll get an engineer in here, but any of this decking out here, no way. No way. Very, very unsafe. All right. So again, guys, I am one small portion of the east coast of Florida. All right. We're covered all the way from the Treasure Coast up to the First Coast. That's where we find Reynolds Wolf. Reynolds, I don't know if you can see any of this that's going on here, but buddy, I hope that Jack's Beach isn't dealing with the kind of wave action that we've got down here. But I think you are.
It is pretty extreme to say the very least, Jim. I'll tell you, it's very different from what we had yesterday. We've had quite the Svengaliac, compliments of Mother Nature. Yesterday, the beach was incredibly visible. You had maybe 70 to 100 yards or so of beach, but that's all disappeared. Water now coming up, and at times actually overspilling, again, these dunes. Now, we're standing on the head of a trail that bisects a couple of dunes. We've got sea oats on both sides, obviously not standing on that, but right here, we just had moments ago, just one of the waves that actually came up right over this escarpment and then just funneled right past it near Mark Weiss, our photojournalist. But this has been the situation that we've had. So the big issue that we have, Jim, is high tide, less than an hour away, expecting the water to be anywhere from 3 to 5 feet higher than what we normally anticipate. But the story does not begin or end right here on the water's edge. It's going to affect so many people. Now, in the city of Jacksonville, where in the metro area you've got 1.7 million people, one big concern is going to be not just what happens here, but what happens there on the St. Johns River. Now, back in, 5 years ago with Irma, you had the worst flooding they experienced in 250 years. And there is certainly the chance we could see some of that happen once again. So, yeah, inland and right along the water's edge. The other issue that we have is the threat of tornadoes. We have a tornado watch that is in effect for this region until 1 o'clock this afternoon. Now, with a state like Florida, we have a population that's going up by leaps and bounds. A lot of people may not be familiar with tropical weather, but yes, it's very common that when you have a landfalling tropical system, even in a dying phase, you can have the dynamics in the atmosphere that can produce tornadic activity. Now, good news and bad news for that. Bad news, obviously, tornadoes. But the good news is that they are often very, very weak. But still, you've got to have a plan in place of where to go and what to do if severe weather comes calling. Now, again, we're on the First Coast, but we've got a lot of more problems that are well inland. We're going to make our way down to Orlando, Florida, and right along the shores of Lake Eola, you'll find Justin Michaels. Justin, I tell you, I'm sorry, Oh, I guess we're going to send it back to the studio. Stephanie, let's send it back to you.
Yeah, that's all right. There's a lot going on there, and I know it's very hard to hear when that wind is just cranking right in your ear. Reynolds there. But you can see the damage and destruction this system is causing not only at the coast, but it's also an inland system. So you have to keep that in mind. And by the way, hey, if you live in the southeast, if you live in the northeast, listen up, because this is headed in your direction. Look at the rain coming in there to Jacksonville, where Reynolds is located. Officially, winds at 35 miles an hour, even over into Tally, the state capital, gusting to 22. And with that onshore push, we are going to see that pull of water 2 to 4 feet for some of us. And this is also where we have that threat for severe weather on the east side of the system. This is going to occur as we head into tonight, into the overnight hours, which is not great. That we're still going to see these bands get wrapped in. Heavier showers here for us into the south. We also could see some power outages with winds gusting 40, maybe 45 miles an hour for some of us. Then it gets swept up into the northeast. We get it for our Friday and Saturday. That means there is a flood potential anywhere from the Gulf Coast all the way up really towards the Great Lakes and the Atlantic coast. We are going to see 3 to 5 inches into the Appalachians, higher elevation. We can squeeze a little more out. And then I'll tell you what, behind this, it is going to get a whole heck of a lot colder for a massive chunk of the country, almost the entire country. Let's go back out to Jim. And Jim, it's going to be pretty remarkable that we're going to go from the tropics to winter in a matter of a day or two.
Yeah, not just winter, it was a blizzard. Hey, I want to show you what's developed here. Safe, let's go to the piling first, where you can see a new crack that's developed. You see it on the top part of the piling? Right there, all right? And then to the edge where the pipe is coming down, the drain pipe. Look at that crack on that corner there. So we continue, the weight of this thing just continues to show. Plus, if you look at the top where people would normally be walking, if that was safe, how flat it would be. Look at how far back you can see. So it's leaning. It's all leaning this way. And it's only a matter of time, again, before that moves. So start from the edge, left edge, and then go back. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, and now 5 of the pilings completely exposed underneath. There is nothing supporting that at all. And that is eventually what's going to be taking its toll on this, and I think allowing it to eventually fall. We've literally been watching this thing slowly sag more and more and more and more. But this is the story. This is why 12 buildings were essentially evacuated yesterday in one hotel because of situations like this. And this, by the way, guys, this has all happened this morning since we got here. So this is like the last 3 hours this is what's occurred. And we're not even at high tide yet. Incredible pictures, incredible amounts of sea foam, just rolling up through the road and through here, back toward a dumpster. If you look out at that dumpster was there probably as a result of what Ian did. So they were cleaning up some damage from Ian, which they never got to obviously conclude because we've got ourselves a new storm called Nicole. And as you can see, it is reopening one hell of a wound from Ian.
Some people like to talk into microphones. We prefer dropping them. The MDX Type S, a new era of premium performance.
The Great Big Tree Spree is going on now at Michael's. All trees are on sale. Get 50% off trees in-store and online and get Black Friday prices now on select trees. Plus, earn up to 6% in Michael's Rewards. Hurry in. Sale ends November 12th.
Age is just a number, and mine's unlisted.
Try Boost High Protein with 20 grams of protein for muscle health versus 16 grams in Ensure High Protein. Boost High Protein also has key nutrients for immune support. Boost High Protein.
Were you scared of him?
Yes, we all were. Harvey wanted people to submit to him. He could destroy someone in seconds. People have tried to write this story. He kills it every time.
We're not going to let that happen.
This is bigger than Weinstein. This is about the system protecting abusers. I was silenced. I want my voice back.
She Said. Rated R. Only in theaters November 18th.
Did you know Google makes a phone? Sure, it's beautiful, but it does things other phones can't do, which is how it takes stunning photos in the dark, can edit annoying items out of pictures, and unblur faces. Why, it'll even put some of that genius in your ears, or on your wrist. Beautifully, of course. Introducing the new Google Pixel Watch, Google Pixel Buds Pro, and our newest Google Pixel phones. Switch to Verizon and get Google Pixel 7 Pro on them with select trade-in and 5G unlimited plans.
This is the reason for the season. It's a time for joy, so forget the compromise. At HomeGoods, you can spend less and find more to level up your holiday cheer. Because your favorite things about this season don't cost a fortune. They're found.
Welcome home! I wasn't expecting this.
Fast Home Rescue, Saturday nights, 8, 7 Central, only on the Weather Channel.
Hey, girls! Hi.
Hello,
Are you kidding me? Is that for me? How? Oh, can't wait to see what you got your mother.
The BMW Road Home Sales Event, on now. Hurry in to lease a 2023 BMW X5 xDrive 40i for $889 per month.
So is this stuff really fresh?
Yes. I mean, yeah, we don't have freezers, we don't have microwaves, and we always have fresh stuff coming in. I mean, this is the best guac that you can get.
Fresh is what you stand for.
Definitely.
For every holiday, for everyone. Ritz, a taste of welcome.
Tuned for your local on the 8s, brought to you by Cosentix, Secukinumab.
Psoriasis really messes with you. Try, hope, fail.
No one should suffer like that.
I started Cosentix. 5 years clear.
Real people with psoriasis look and feel better with Cosentix. Don't use if you're allergic to Cosentix. Before starting, get checked for tuberculosis. An increased risk of infections, some serious, and a lowered ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor about an infection or symptoms, or if you've had a vaccine or plan to. Tell your doctor if your Crohn's disease symptoms develop or worsen. Serious allergic reactions may occur.
Best move I ever made.
Ask your dermatologist about Cosentix.
Currently in our area, 52 degrees under fair skies. Today, abundant sunshine, high 66. Winds southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Tonight, partly cloudy skies this evening will become overcast overnight. Low 57. Winds south at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Friday, periods of rain. High 68. Chance of rain 90%. Rainfall near a half an inch. Higher wind gusts possible. Here's our 7-day outlook.
I'm Mike Corey. I travel the world to carve a path for those who aren't afraid to get a little bit dirty.
There's a cocktail of excitement and terror.
Long way down.
That is the craziest thing I have ever done in my life.
Come on, let's go on an uncharted adventure.
All right, guys, if you just left us, we were talking about the new fractures that we're developing, and of course, as fate would have it, during commercial break, we've lost the deck. All right, it's sunk down in a couple locations. It may not be done, by the way, but look behind it. You've got a couple of exposed things. There's water coming out of a pipe, so that pipe's gone. Off to the left safe, it looks like a container for maybe what would be chlorine or pool supplies, which is sitting right next to the meter for the gas. But this is the wave action finally compromising one of the parts of this structure. just amazing. Let's take you back. You can watch it happen because my cameraman, to his credit, Matt Safer, has literally been standing here for 2 hours with a camera on his shoulder watching this go down. And sure enough, right place, right time. We hate to see it, but you knew it was going to happen. You could see it happening. The fractures, and then boom, it just dropped. So now the pilings kind of on the outer side of that are still supporting the front edge of this. Should those be undermined enough with the wave action and pulling dirt out from underneath it, we could see the whole thing kind of fold. All right, like you fold a lawn chair. So we'll see. Either way, the damage has been done. And again, this is just one structure. We understand that down the road a bit, maybe about a mile or so, there has been a home, or at least partial parts of a home, that have fallen to the sea as well. And we're still, again, away from high tide, and we've got a boiling ocean that continues to roll in and through here. So if you mentioned, if you heard me earlier with Chief Fowler, he was talking about, Jim, we may have to get a couple more buildings to evacuate just because of concerns like this and all that's developed overnight and continues to develop during this high tide. I mean, we're still seeing this getting eaten away. And that's the problem. We're not at high tide yet. So the fact that we still have the onshore wind, it takes a second, Jordan, as you know. You've got an agitated sea, and once you even stop the strongest winds, that doesn't mean the sea just stops immediately. We had 20-plus foot waves coming our way, buddy. And those riding in with that wind and the surge have taken their toll on the Pirates Cove. Back to you.
All right, and I want to try to get this forecast in real quick, and then we'll get it back out for more live coverage. If that front pillar goes, I could see that whole thing come tumbling down. So let's not forget, it's not just the Florida coast that's going to get eaten up. I mean, we're talking about some of the coastline up towards South Carolina. We will see the moisture surge on the Gulf side as well. If you kind of look to where this thing is going, it's going to do a bit of an angle like that as it turns north and eventually to the northeast, bringing the moisture up with it. So rainfall is going to be coming with it. The wind is going to be coming with it. We already have tropical storm force winds up into parts of the Carolinas this morning. But because of that strong low-level flow coming in, you've got a good moisture surge. So now we bring in very healthy rainfall totals and some isolated flood threats up here into the northeast. You look at places like Pittsburgh, where you could pick up 2 to 3 inches. We're going to see that up. Any kind of mountain influence will enhance that ring out. Okay, so think of areas around the Tug Hill Plateau or even up in the White and the Green Mountains. There's your flood territory, or the potential of the flood territory from tomorrow morning through Saturday. We've already had a tornado watch issued for the north side of Florida on the Atlantic side. We're going to see our Torcon numbers at 3, which if you look at our scale at 10, it's on the lower side, but these outer bands that come through can whip up tornadoes, and these short, lower end tornadoes, they can still cause some problems. So be aware of that. By the time we head into tomorrow, the rain is filled in this entire area. It will dry out by the time we go into Saturday. We could be looking at lake effect up there off the lakes as we work our way into the weekend as cold weather moves in. All right, more live coverage coming to you guys now. We're going to get it out to Reynolds Wolf live in Jacksonville Beach, Florida. Reynolds, good morning.
Hey, good morning. I got to tell you, we've moved from our last location. Our last location, if you were with us, was actually right there between those dunes. Now, there's a pathway that leads out to the ocean. However, the Atlantic has been sweeping right through this spot, just bisecting those two dunes. And that is why we're at our present location, just for the sake of safety, and our camera tucked away in the same spot. Something else to notice, I don't know if it's discernible through camera, but if you look up towards the heavens, every now and then you'll notice there's a little bit of a break in the cloud structure. What we're beginning to see is a little bit of dry air intrusion that's starting to come in. So I would not be surprised if at some point before the morning is over, at least by midday or into the afternoon, we may actually get a few glints of sunshine in here. But still, we're in the northeast quadrant. Again, it made landfall about more than 100 miles to our south, but still getting this huge wind field and the wave action out along the coastline. But still, a lot of effects are going to be experienced, and we're talking about the widespread power outages that can be expected. It's going to be a mess for so many people. Full coverage on the Weather Channel continues in just a few moments. I'm going to step out of the way, and there's a shot of the Atlantic still anchoring.
When we were a motorized bicycle company, they said that's fine for the streets, but you'll never win a race. They said motorcycles are one thing, but you can't make cars. All right, you're a car company, but you won't win Formula One in a hybrid. Well, you'll never compete off-road. What about when there is no road? no gas. They've challenged us to do a lot of things. What will we do next? Honda, the power of dreams.
Age is just a number, and mine's unlisted.
Try Boost High Protein with 20 grams of protein for muscle health versus 16 grams in Ensure High Protein. Boost High Protein also has key nutrients for immune support. Boost High Protein.
If Philly Garcia didn't have the fighting spirit to drive his ambition, he never would have left home for LA with only his car to sleep in. If he listened to those who rejected him, he never would have sold that car to pay for his dream. And if he lacked the will to improve his craft, he never would have made a name for himself, lining up some of the biggest names in pro sports. That's the fighting spirit. That's what makes a lion. Modelo, root for those with a fighting spirit.
Take a picture.
I'm stuck! Is that a new iPhone?
Yep, I just got the new iPhone 14 with its amazing camera at T-Mobile.
I don't know what to do!
Just switch to T-Mobile and you can get iPhone 14 with Apple TV Plus included. And so much more. I'm talking over $225 in benefits every month.
Wow!
At T-Mobile, get iPhone 14 on us with Apple TV Plus included. Part of over $225 in benefits every month on Max family plans.
It seems like places are giving you less and less food these days.
Yes, Mama, it's called shrinkflation. Oh, shrinkflation, that's just another word for robbery. But this is shackflation. What? Dang, that's huge. Extra pepperoni, extra cheese on that thing.
We make sit-down chicken, stand-up chicken, backyard chicken, oops chicken, lots of time chicken, no time chicken. If there's one thing we know, it's chicken, chicken, and chicken. More choices, more wow, more to love. Tyson.
You got KFC, mijo.
This drum and thigh combo's only $6.
Good deal. For you. But you bring nothing home for your abuelita.
You okay?
No.
Hurry, this $6 deal ends soon.
Here's Liz, whose bladder leaks drop in uninvited. But instead of period pads, she brought Poise Ultra Thin. So she can bounce on with clean, dry, fresh protection from Poise.
It's Macy's Veterans Day sale with our lowest prices of the season, like the Jolene Sectional $12.99 and Hosting Essentials 20 to 40% off. Plus, get a free adjustable base with qualifying mattress purchase. Now at Macy's.
You'll always remember buying your first car and buying your starter home, or whatever this is. But the things that last a lifetime, like happiness, love, and confidence, you can't buy those, but you can invest in them. We believe that your investments should work harder for the future you imagine. And that's where our strategic investing approach can help. T. Rowe Price. Invest with confidence.
Some breaking news. We do have a tornado warning to show you here, and you can see St. Augustine there on your left. And we want to take you up right into this vicinity. That's where we do have a tornado warning. And by the way, I was looking at this. It is moving 55 miles an hour. That's insanely fast for a cell like that. So here's a look at our reflectivity, zooming you down. Yeah, we do have a little bit there for you. Let's see. So right in this vicinity is where that rotation is. This is just radar indicated, but it is moving so fast. These things will come up on you during these types of situations, hit you and move out like you didn't even know it was coming. But do know if you live in this vicinity, it is heading westbound. Watch on this I-95 corridor. Hopefully no one's on the streets, though, because we're experiencing a tropical storm and everyone is home. Go to your safe place. It's always the lowest level of your home, away from windows. Tornado watch here extending along I-95 until 1 o'clock. That means conditions are favorable for tornadoes. And of course, within that, you have a smaller square, and that is a tornado warning. It again is radar indicated. We don't have confirmation it's on the ground. This is until 9 a.m. local time for St. Augustine and St. Augustine Beach. Again, the red means your winds are going away from the radar, and the green means that it's going towards. So you see this green here, and you can see this red here. And so that's where you're going to get spin. If you take your hands, you take a pencil, one hand's going away, one's going towards, you get a little spin. Now, that's a very rudimentary explanation, but I'm such a visual learner. that I think that this can just help make sense of what you're looking at on the radar is one's going away, one's going towards. Take a pencil. It's easier than a clicker like this, and you can see that spin there. So what we want to do now is head to Jack's Beach, as they call it here, into northeastern Florida, the First Coast, and join Reynolds, who is with us. And Reynolds, if we do have these tornadoes, not only they're going to be quick to spin up and go down, hard to see with all that rain. What's the rain been like for you guys? You've been on the heavier side, I feel like, of some of the showers.
As you might imagine, it's kind of like an organism, right, Stephanie? It's like an inhale and an exhale with these tropical systems. So when it comes in sheets. I mean, sometimes it's not just straight up and down. It's horizontal at times as it's governed by the wind. But I'll tell you, to your point, Stephanie, you're absolutely right. I mean, when you have these bands come on shore and you have these rain-wrapped tornadoes, they're very small, but they can be, of course, deadly. So you have to use extreme caution. One thing that's interesting that we can shine some light on is, well, the light. I mean, look at it. We're seeing things begin to break up a little bit, some of that dry air intrusion that we were talking about. And what's interesting is that a lot of things with these systems, even though we're more than 100 miles from the center of circulation, you've got to think of this system almost like a right-handed boxer with a strong right hook. All right, so a lot of your power is in the northeast quadrant, and that's what we're experiencing here this morning. But maybe a little bit of the breakup is what we're seeing high above. The problem with that is that even though we do not have possibly some issues with some of the rain here, flooding can and will still occur by what we're feeling. That is going to be some of the strong wind. And I'll tell you, it is causing those waves to pile up. If you look off in the distance, Mark White's doing a bang-up job as he always does. I'm going to step out of the way, and you can see right between those dunes, there is no discernible pattern. It is just a wash for the time being, and every now and again you'll see just this sledgehammer effect where it pounds the shoreline and then it sweeps its way between these dunes. Now I believe we're going to send it back to Jim Cantori. Jim, quite a show nature putting on display this morning. Let's send it back to you, buddy. I guess we're going to keep it here for a minute. All right. Well, you'll notice that we see a couple of other things here. You're never supposed to be on these dunes. The reason why is what we're seeing, these sea oats and the root systems. One of the things that actually holds the integrity of these dunes in place. So even though we're on a barrier island, and a barrier island holds a bit of defense for the shoreline, certainly the dune is part of that natural fortification system. All right, now we are sending it back to Jim Cantori. Jim, farther to the south. Jim, again, quite the show we're seeing here this morning. Compliments of Mother Nature.
Yeah, and then not the show we want to see here, Reynolds. I'm talking destruction. Whether you look at, what was done yesterday to this building and continues to get exacerbated, or what we just saw live, or not live, but we saw live in person. We just weren't live on the television. But you can see this kind of overhang decking area here, which is just succumbed to the sea. This all happened this morning. Okay, there was blacktop underneath all that. All right, and it had been undermined a little bit, but this is what's been accelerated by these brutal waves, just absolutely bashing surf that has been going on here really since we got here this morning before the sun came up. So, with the storm coming on shore, you've got the water rise. We never really lost that at all. And as you can see, this is just one of potentially many injuries to these buildings here in Daytona Beach shores. We'll be right back. Sorry. Good.
Out here, there's no shortage of beautiful things. But when you have the capability to go anywhere and do anything, you realize there's nothing more beautiful than freedom.
Shop and buy online with Jeep eShop. And now during the Jeep Black Friday sales event, well-qualified lessees can lease the 2023 Jeep Grand Cherokee 4x4 for $431 a month.
A thin, painted line. The only thing between you and a life-changing accident. But are these lines enough? A Subaru with eyesight watches the lines for any danger. And can automatically stop itself.
Is everyone okay? I'm okay.
Your family is safer in a 3-row Subaru Ascent. Love. It's what makes Subaru, Subaru.
Toys R Us is now open at all Macy's stores. Find the season's hottest toys and everything on their wish list. Toys R Us, now playing at Macy's.
Huh. They look different online.
Jeez. Wow, that's a lot of rolls.
When you prefer dream vacation over a rental nightmare.
Gesundheit. Let's get you checked in.
It matters where you stay. Hilton for the stay.
Kevin! Kevin! Oh, nice.
Kevin, where are you?
Kevin! Hey, what's going on? I'm right here. I was busy cash backing for the holidays with Chase Freedom Unlimited. I'm going to cash back on the gingerbread house.
Ooh, it's got little people inside.
And a snow globe.
Oh, I wish I lived in there.
You know, I can't believe you lost another Kevin.
It's a holiday tradition.
That it is. Earn big time with Chase Freedom Unlimited. How do you cash back? Chase, make more of what's yours.
Hey, Peloton, step into your power. Let's go.
Ah, you didn't come to work out. You came to outwork. Let's get it.
Yo. Boom. 2 + 3 is 4. Come on, you got this. Everyday man's on the block. Beats,
no challenge, no change.
The ting goes. Let's go.
Fitness that stays with you. Try Peloton risk-free with a 30-day home trial. Terms apply.
Spicy buns, spicy sauce, spicy seasoning, spicy jalapenos, ooh, spicy fries. Boy, Arby's getting loose with the spice on the new Diablo sandwiches and fries. Arby's, we have the meats.
Here's Liz, whose bladder leaks drop in uninvited. But instead of period pads, she brought Poise Ultra Thin, so she can bounce on with clean, dry, fresh protection from Poise.
Age is just a number, and mine's unlisted.
Try Boost High Protein with 20 grams of protein for muscle health versus 16 grams in Ensure High Protein. Boost High Protein also has key nutrients for immune support. Boost High Protein.
With lightweight Rubbermaid Duralite bakeware, you're able to go oven to table, or even 550-degree broiler to counter to freezer to microwave to table to dishwasher. Upgrade your bakeware with Rubbermaid Duralite.
I recommend Nature Made vitamins because I trust their quality. They were the first to be verified by USP, an independent organization that sets strict quality and purity standards. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand.
And we now want to show you back to that tornado warning that we were watching here in St. Augustine. Look at the wash, though, the spray coming up here. We've seen several piers. Lauderdale by the Sea is a pier that was damaged. There was another one in Dania that was damaged as well, south of here. Right now, it looks like the St. Augustine Pier, from what we can see, is intact, though we cannot see the end of it. On the right-hand side of your screen, we have a tornado warning, and this cell is moving at 55 miles an hour off to the west. Looking at the winds, the reflectivity here, overall it's a weaker circulation relative than being stronger, but we will continue to keep an eye on this. If you're in a tornado warning, however, you should seek shelter, lowest level of your home, away from the windows, and do that as this continues to move off to the west, again at 55 miles an hour. Well, 45 Florida counties remain under both state and federal states of emergency this morning as Nicole churns across the peninsula.
Yeah, we're going to bring in Kevin Guthrie, Director of Florida's Division of Emergency Management. Good morning. You guys in Tallahassee. You know, Kevin, we were with you just last week. You were talking all about things you were kind of prepping for and worried about, such as buildings and different debris going into the water. We're seeing that this morning. How are you guys faring so far?
So far, the damage that we were expecting to have is exactly what we are having. We are having some trees down, some power lines down, road washouts. Obviously, as you guys have been reporting for the last 2 or 3 days, numerous buildings are right there on the teeter point of potential collapse. Certainly foundations being completely washed out from underneath homes right there in the Volusia, St. John's, Flagler, Brevard area. So we're going to be watching that really closely. We do have urban search and rescue structural collapse teams on standby, ready to go into that area as soon as the weather clears. We have FWC working some flooding right now on the St. Johns River, and they're standing by, and it's in the area of Satsuma, which is Lake County, Lake County, St. Johns, Palaca, Putnam counties, right in that general area of the St. Johns River. So flooding, debris, and beach erosion is what we expected, and that's exactly what we're getting.
Okay, so those are the biggest takeaways. What is your concern as we go forward here? I mean, you know, people coming out and maybe assessing the situation. What do you want the people to know as the storm quickly moves away?
So those that are ahead of the storm right now, the Big Bend area, there's a lot of desolate places once you get out of the Hernando County, Citrus County area. As you move up into Dixie, Taylor, Suwannee counties, some less populated areas. So there's going to be some trees, random trees down, random poles down. But what I'm really concerned about moving into the later evening hours tonight is how close is this going to come to Tallahassee? Tallahassee has a wonderful tree canopy that many people here who live in Tallahassee enjoy, but unfortunately they don't usually do well with windstorms. And so we're looking at the situation where we may have a more significant power outages in Leon County, Tallahassee area, and we'll just have to wait and see what that's going to be. If you remember back to Hurricane Hermine, portions of Tallahassee were without power for about 10 to 14 days.
Ooh, that's rough.
And that's about 70-mile-an-hour winds back with Hurricane Hermine.
And it's a good reminder, too, just because the storm is kind of weakening in general, it is still very powerful and will potentially make another landfall in some of these areas. Got to ask you a question from, any help from the state. Has the governor deployed the National Guard or anything as we work forward now to potential cleanup and recovery?
Yeah, the governor, as soon as he finished his victory speech on Tuesday night, he was on the phone with me. So he is a constant here. He's been here with us since yesterday morning after he got back into town and been with us through the entire thing. He does have the National Guard deployed, about 600 soldiers and airmen that are deployed, along with thousands of law enforcement officers, state law enforcement officers, our urban search and rescue teams standing by, and then, of course, federal urban search and rescue teams on alert if we should need them.
Would you say that Ian really weakened things? Do you think we'd be having the same results if we didn't have Ian come through?
I think we'd still have the same results. A hurricane is a hurricane, and each hurricane is its own different signature. But we would still have beach erosion. Would it be as bad as what we have right now from Ian? Obviously not. Would we be more susceptible to wind damage and falling trees in Central Florida, Orlando, Lake Orange, those areas? Probably not. But it's still a significant storm. It's a Category 1 hurricane at landfall. It's still a pretty strong tropical storm right now. So, yes, we would still have some problems. They're exacerbated quite a bit by Ian, but we would still have problems.
Well, Kevin Guthrie, we thank you for your time. I know you're extremely busy, and we still have a long way to go with this system. We want to get it back out to Jim Cantori, and he's at one of those locations where one of the structures is actually kind of deteriorating in front of our eyes. Jim, what's the latest?
Yeah, this has been incredible over the last couple of hours to watch this. Literally since we got on site this morning, all of this has occurred. It was blacktop. It was fine. Everything was standing. But we started noticing cracks, moved across the side and started watching this thing slowly get undermined, and is now, you kind of see it start to fold up like a lawn chair. You wonder if the rest of it goes at one point. But we're still losing blacktop. I mean, we're still getting this, this part of the structure undermined. So all that is just sand, and there's actually a stress fracture in the other part of this out area, which is probably the pool that's starting to develop. Once you weaken the structure, it's open to the mercy of whatever.
The right Medicare plan for you may help you save money and get more out of life. So do yourself a favor. Call now to speak with the team at Medicare Enroll. They'll give you a free Medicare coverage review. Plus, they can see if you qualify for a plan with additional benefits like dental, vision, and hearing coverage, a flex spending card for covered expenses, and a Part B premium reduction on some plans in certain areas. It's a free service, so don't wait. Call Medicare Enroll for a free coverage review today.
By Friday. Now let's head over to the tower cam for hey, folks, we seem to have a visitor. Oh, it looks like
you paid too much for your glasses.
Who?
Anyone who isn't shopping at America's Best, where 2 pairs and a free exam start at just $79.95. It's a quality exam worth $59. Now, let's take a look at traffic.
What are you doing?
Looking at traffic? 2 pairs and a free exam start at just $79.95. Book an exam today at americasbest.com. Hi, Mom.
For COPD, ask your doctor about Breztri. Breztri gives you better breathing, symptom improvement, and helps prevent flare-ups.
Breztri won't replace a rescue inhaler for sudden breathing problems. It is not for asthma. Tell your doctor if you have a heart condition or high blood pressure before taking it. Don't take Breztri more than prescribed. Breztri may increase your risk of thrush, pneumonia, and osteoporosis. Call your doctor if worse in breathing, chest pain, mouth or tongue swelling, problems urinating, vision changes, or eye pain occur.
If you have COPD, ask your doctor about Breztri.
Age is just a number. And mine's unlisted.
Try Boost High Protein with 20 grams of protein for muscle health versus 16 grams in Ensure High Protein. Boost High Protein also has key nutrients for immune support. Boost High Protein.
There's never been a better time to switch to Spectrum Mobile, America's fastest growing mobile provider. Now, when you buy a Spectrum Mobile Unlimited line for just $29.99, you get another unlimited line free. Spectrum Mobile delivers reliable service coast to coast with unlimited talk, text, and data, plus nationwide 5G included. Get a Spectrum Mobile Unlimited line for just $29.99 and get another unlimited line free. Call 844-897-5232. Visit SpectrumMobile.com or your local Spectrum store.
This fall, giving with FTD is more than just giving a gift. It's reimagining a memory. It's making a nostalgic moment fresh again. Or a subtle token of appreciation. A way to bring the last of summer's beauty indoors. And celebrate rituals old and new. Make it a grand show of gratitude. Make it a gift from FTD. Give with meaning.
The United Nations Climate Change Conference. Watch the Weather Channel for COP27 updates throughout the day, or dive even deeper on the Pattern Channel with comprehensive coverage and a daily recap at 8 Eastern. COP27. Get complete coverage starting now on the Weather Channel and Pattern.
Currently in our area, 53 degrees under sunny skies. Today, abundant sunshine, high 66. Winds southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Tonight, partly cloudy skies this evening will become overcast overnight. Low 57. Winds south at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Friday, periods of rain, high 68. Chance of rain, 90%. Rainfall near a half an inch. Higher wind gusts possible. Here's our 7-day outlook. Yeah, it's amazing. In 3 decades of covering floods, fires, hurricanes, tornadoes, winter storms, you name it, when it comes to meteorology and in some sense geology, never covered a tropical system on the east coast of Florida in November, but yet here we are. Welcome back, everyone. I'm meteorologist Reynolds Wolf, and I'm coming to you from Jacksonville Beach. Jacksonville Beach, interesting location. Roughly 24,000 people that live here, but when you expand the metro area, it goes well over a million, about 1.3 to be exact. You include the city of Jacksonville itself, we're talking about 1.7 million people, and all of them are being treated to these strong winds that are coming in today and the threat of flooding, not just along the coastline, but well inland. What's interesting is some of the images we've seen this morning, especially Jim Cantori's location, where we've seen a lot of structures that have been affected and damaged. You know, if you go back to 1964, there was a hurricane that came here on September 10th. It had the name of Dora. Now, Dora did not cause any loss of life, but it did destroy 43 homes. 20 of those homes were actually pulled out into the depths of the Atlantic. So erosion has happened in the past. Certainly it's happening this morning. And every now and again, we will have some of these waves where right now you don't have really a tide cycle in there. You've got a mosh pit. And every now and then you'll see the waves come up and sweep right between the dunes and right here to our feet. We do expect eventually the tide to relent. But here we go. Look at that right there. That's where we're seeing some of the spillover. And I know that in spots like St. Augustine, well to our south, near the Bridge of Lions and Castillo de San Marcos, they've had some street flooding. So there are so many people that are being affected by this, far from the center of circulation. But as it stands right now, we've got the wind that's coming in, the intermittent shower activity. It's not a total washout for us, that being the exception on the beach and what we're seeing possibly in the St. Johns River. But wind is going to be the big feature. Schools are all shut down here in the area. Makes perfect sense. City services, as you might imagine, incredibly limited. But we are expecting an improving situation as we make our way, Stephanie, into the afternoon. Certainly overnight. By tomorrow should be an entirely different situation. But Stephanie, as you mentioned earlier, then we have this problem that continues to go on into Georgia, the Carolinas, and when it interacts with high elevation, we can see enhanced rainfall and potentially more flooding.
You know, Reynolds, have you seen anywhere there like we are seeing down where Jim is with that significant erosion reaching the buildings, or have all the berms really kept everything at bay there in Jacksonville? You're not seeing that water run up and through.
We spoke with the mayor, Chris Hoffman, yesterday about that very point, Stephanie, talking about the integrity of the dunes, and they've actually done some great work on them. They've held up like quite the fortress. But what's interesting is when you see this pathway right here, actually that is, you're supposed to have a few breaks there, and that is one that's, it's kind of like a relief valve, so to speak. But I mean, for the most of it, the integrity of the dunes are incredible, and one of the greatest fortifications will be the sea oats and their extensive root system. They are doing, I know it's, I'm not trying to be just cast this aside, but these dunes are doing exactly as they're intended by nature.
Yeah.
So let's send it back to Steph.
All right. We appreciate that, Reynolds, and for showing us what's happening there along the First Coast. Let's take you now into what's happening not only into Florida, but this system goes into the southeast as well, moving at 14 miles an hour. Winds are at 60 miles an hour. The winds will start to wind down, and you see that we do have that heavier rain right over the St. Johns River, which was flooded for how long after Ian was this thing flooded? We couldn't get it back into its banks. Rain over Tampa. I know we have school closures there, and even some down into Fort Myers, of course, where we were greatly affected by Ian. Daytona, 44. Jax gusting to 33. And we are seeing storms coming around the east side. That's where we will have the threat for severe weather. And wave heights are still kicking it. I mean, yesterday we were up to 27. We're a little lower than that. But we're still seeing reports of 20-foot wave heights. And with that onshore push, we have the surge here on the East Coast. But hey, here into the Big Bend, as the system comes off and pushes northbound, you could actually get that water rise. There's a lot of low-lying areas there as well. Cedar Key is one of those spots, but it looks like it's going to go offshore and then potentially make a third landfall if it gets fully offshore. And then look at those cells moving through places like Charleston. Listen, we could have power outages in the southeast with winds gusting 40 miles an hour, not only with the synoptic scale winds with our system, that's not technically synoptic scale winds, but with our tropical entity, but also with those thunderstorms too, dropping the rain. We need it. It's been actually pretty dry. We just don't want it all at once. Here are your wind alerts that go through tomorrow. And so I think tomorrow morning is going to be a little bit rough for travel. Notice at the coast, the winds will be a little bit stronger, 50, maybe 60 mile an hour gusts, a little bit of less friction for us there. With that onshore flow, Jim, places like Charleston, as you know, flood so easily that, you know, we could have some coastal flooding issues there.
Yeah, you know, Steph, I'm kind of thinking ahead to early next week. Are we going to have like freeze warnings for North Florida with this new air mass coming in?
It's going to be so cold for everyone behind this.
Are you kidding me? This is just nuts. Anyway, guys, I want to take you back. This is when this happened, just about an hour ago. You know, we watched this thing constantly sagging, and finally gave way and kind of dropped, kind of a partial fold, if you will, like a lawn chair. And I want to show you now kind of what we're noticing. You know, the rest of this may go. The whole thing may just fold up like a lawn chair. But before it goes, look at the stress fracture on the remaining part of what is kind of the pool deck there. You see that little hexagon down there? So that's showing you their stress to this. A lot of buildings like this, and even a partial house collapse just about a mile from me to my south. Our coverage continues in just a moment.
Did you know Google makes a phone? Sure, it's beautiful, but it does things other phones can't do, which is how it takes stunning photos in the dark, can edit annoying items out of pictures, and unblur faces. Why, it'll even put some of that genius in your ears or on your wrist. Beautifully, of course. Introducing the new Google Pixel Watch, Google Pixel Buds Pro, and our newest Google Pixel phones. Switch to Verizon and get Google Pixel 7 Pro on them with select trade-in and 5G unlimited plans.
Ah, what a beautiful day to welcome you to your retirement with Physicians Mutual, including coverage for the gaps in Medicare.
Oh, I'm so happy I could just